Yes. How is everybody doing? Oh man, look at this. We got welcome to the Goliath member, Larry Pitts. All right. Welcome to Big Bottom Cat, the Savvy Travelers. Yes. Mobile GP. Welcome to Monster Bottom Cat. Wow. Woo, 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 woo. People re-upping for another suspenseful month of trading here on this channel. Good morning to you all. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Sorry to keep you waiting, but one thing I will try to say is that even if I'm a little late, usually I'm within 5 minutes. I try to be 5 minutes, no more than that. And it's 6:53 right now. So good morning, everyone. This is the shirt that we're going to be giving away this week. And it is going to be a one of a kind short eating porpoise shirt. This will be one of a kind, and you will get a chance to win it. Right now, the people who have donated this week that are on the list are Nicole Barbie, Ultra Surfer, Joe Gamongo, Tomato Bisque Soup, Pat Yeager, One Love, and Dubs. And of course, everyone who just became reunited with as members. And so we're going to be putting Larry Pitts here, gets 5 entries for a Goliath bottom cat. So congratulations to you, Larry Pitts. And you won a t-shirt that I still am waiting for Amazon to send me the ink pen to sign with. So Larry, don't worry, it'll be getting to you soon enough. Larry Pitts. And in the interest of time, we're going to be adding your name to the list, just your first and last name once, and then we'll just put Larry. There we go. So we got 5 Larrys. The Savvy Travelers gets 1 entry. Savvy Travelers. And Mobile GP gets 2 entries for becoming a monster level member. All right. Well, you are the reason that this channel is as successful as it has been, as your contributions have been helping it grow. And morning, Rusty Prater. Good morning, Christine K. Hello. Coach, hello. We Launch TV. Yes. Good morning, everyone. And we are up and running. We are up and running this morning. And since all shirts that I send out have to have cat DNA, we got to put this shirt on, put some DNA on it. And this will be the shirt we give away on Friday. And I realized that the creature on here doesn't really look much like a, well, it looks 90% like a porpoise, but it doesn't have the porpoise nose. So, but I didn't create the shirt. Just remember that. But it will be a one of a kind. And if I get another one of my permanent paint markers, then I can get them signed. But right now we're waiting on the order to come in for my permanent paint markers. So let's jump over here. And let's start by letting you know that I am not a financial advisor. I do not make any guarantees whatsoever. And I apparently don't have a brush to brush my hair with this morning. So we're just going to use our hands. Now, again, I am not a financial advisor. If you're here for the first time, you're being brought here because apparently you're into finance. And let me tell you, that my experience is 26 years of trading, okay? And the methods that I go about and the types of software I use, I can show you, and then I'll provide, and you decide. It's your choice what you do with your money. I have no control other than you can follow in the procedures and the way I go about buying, and then you'll probably be a safe trader too. That's what I would call this, safe trading. We try to find stocks that are called out by people here in the tank, and they have different types of software that they're using to help guide them to these hot stocks. And then we usually, as a rule, will not buy those stocks on that day. We will wait till the preceding day when the stock has a little bit of breathing in the morning, when they fleece it out. That's when we buy. We buy low. We don't buy high. We don't buy high. And if a stock is taken off, got a lot of volume behind it, big news, we buy the little pullbacks. We put our orders down below, 10 cents below, 5 cents below, and then as it's running, we catch those little hiccups, those little drops, and then it keeps going, and then catch the drop, and it keeps going, catch the drop, keeps going, and then sell. That's what we do here. That's what we try to do here, folks. That's how it works. Teresa Young, hello there. Yes. We buy on the low. and then we pray. We buy and pray. And looking over the stocks that yesterday that I got into, I did sell. And always remember something, folks. I advocate selling these stocks that we day trade. Don't hold them long like the others on the list, okay? Now on my long list of about 50 stocks, those I'll hold. That's my portfolio. I just hold them until the company folds or continues proceeding. And so the ones that I hold long, that I send out these spreadsheets to people all the time, those are good stocks to be in for the long term, because they have the fundamentals, and they have the value, and they have the earnings per share, and they have positive EBITDA, and those are the ones we want to stay on long. These day trade stocks, they get caught in a whirlwind of news and fury and fire, and they're blowing up, and you got to get out of those at the end of the day. We cut our losses if we've lost money on it, or we make our gains if we've made money on it. And I want you to know that this is the way it works. You do not hold these day trade stocks long, okay? I advocate selling at least 50% minimum, or all, 75 or all, just to stay safe. These stocks are too volatile. These stocks that run up and hit their 52-week highs, they love to do a public share offering after the market closes, or right in the middle of the day. So are there risks involved? Yes, there are. There are huge risks involved in the financial world, and investing in a market that's been as volatile as this has. And you can get played. Just to show you what I mean, let me show you a chart here of the S&P 500, and you'll see. You'll be able to see very, very quickly what I mean here. And by the way, looking at all the markets this morning, I noticed that everything is green except the Dow. Everything is green. The S&P 500 is green. The Dow is green. The NASDAQ green. The Russell green. All green. Actually, the Dow is the only one that isn't green. It's down a fraction. All right. But I want to show you over the last year. This is the S&P 500. And I'll turn this light off so we can see a little bit clearer. This is the S&P 500 over the last year. Remember when our current president took the office and how everybody said the market was going to crash? See that? Now, right here, head fake, baby. fleecing the market out. Actually, it's a rollover, folks. This is a shifting of money When this happens, these institutions and the big whales, they're moving their money around. They're moving from one sector to another. Okay? So they've made their big move. They shifted over into the energy stocks and in the oil stocks and so forth. Many of them shifted their portfolios. And now look at this market just soaring, folks, the S&P 500. And there is so much money held up right now in money markets that my belief is once those money market funds loosen up, and I'll try and show you here, hold on. We'll go to favorites. There we go. Money market funds. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, for the past 4 years, there has been a huge amount of assets which have been moved over into money markets, okay? But listen, if we can see that decrease and that money come back into liquidity, come back into the market, watch out, because it's a lot of money here, folks, over here moved over into this money market safety zone. But look here, folks, finally, we see them receding out of the money markets and coming back into the market, folks, into the marketplace. All right? Modiv, yes, AGPU dropped to 639 before trading opened for me. Dang it. Yep. So just be aware, everyone, looking right here. Finally, money moving away from these money market funds. And if we start to see a series of days like this in a row with money market money moving back into this market, or like we had here, folks, you could not touch a single stock practically that wasn't rocketing during this phase. When this happens, folks, the market can really move, and I think we've got a move coming. I think it's coming, folks. I think it's going to roar. And I'm glad to see finally a reduction here. Two out of the last 4 months reducing, and this is good. This is a good signal for the market when we start seeing some money coming out of these money market funds and coming back into the market, folks. We got a lot of money. There's trillions and trillions of dollars here in these money market funds, okay? We need to see this come down. And it finally is starting to do so. So just so you're aware of that, if you're not aware of this, these are money market funds. This is what's been going on. And boy, howdy, if we could see this money. Hello, Nicole. Welcome. Good morning. Ninu Muro, good morning. Let me say hello to everybody that's here right now. And I want to say thank you to Larry Pitts. Let me get over here to my stream here. Just get over to YouTube here. And what was that headline there? Hold on. Something about the NASDAQ. Costco Wholesale. Costco, the place with warehouses all over the country full of merchandise. Warehouses stuffed to the brim with merchandise all over the country, stored away that they got off all those ships when there was a delay in the Pacific coast. Here he is. Drug developer Seaport. Well, there was something about the NASDAQ right there. Drug developer Seaport Therapeutics seeks up to $212 million in U.S. IPO. By the way, that should help SoFi out because SoFi is going to be doing some IPOs here. All right. So let's rotate over here to my long sheet. Ladies and gentlemen, if you want to get this list of these stocks right here, become a member of the channel, donate $10, or I'm going to have to change this because YouTube's changed some things on me. So now, if you want this list, it's $15, folks. If you gift it through the channel, it's $15, okay? If you want this list, you're just going to have to send me $15, and you can do it. And I'll do this with you. If you don't make enough to pay me $15 every month, then you can just quit anytime sending it to me, okay? But it's $15 a month. You can gift it to me, and you'll get this list of these stocks that I've been holding over the last year. And these stocks, I cannot show them to you because they're for people that are members of the channel. But look at the performance, and I make no guarantees they're going to keep doing this. But over here is the market cap and the PE ratio. Right here is the 5-day, the 10-day, the 30-day, and the last year's performance on these stocks. $15, folks. Gift it to me through the channel down there in the super chat. $15. If you send me $30, I'll gift these to you, and you can edit them and add your own stocks to these as the market moves forward, okay? But the percentage gains of these stocks over the last year have been phenomenal, folks. And many of my viewers that are subscribers have indeed bought these stocks. I know that because I did a survey about 3 months ago. 39% of my viewers said that they had bought stocks on this long list. And I also have, besides the longs master list, I have a dividends list here. And I have 70 dividend stocks here. Send me $10. And these are Google Sheets that I created, and they'll update using Google Finance. So it's updating right now. And the way this works, again, is this is what they've done over the last 5 days, 10 days, 30 days, and the previous year. And over here, I show their market cap. I show their PE ratio. I also show what they pay in dividend and what the dividend percentage is, okay? And so these are the stocks here. Then they'll all update once the market opens up. Some of them are, say, no data right now, but some of them are not applicable to having PE ratios. But these are the market caps on these stocks. The market cap, the PE ratio, the dividend they pay, and the percentage of the dividend that they're paying out, okay? And so you can get this list from me. If you become a Goliath member, you'll be able to change the data on the list. If you become a monster level member, you can get the list, but you can't edit it, okay? And one other advantage to become a Goliath level member is that I'll send you these killer chart candlesticks that I have. They are right here, and I have the code for them right here. You can see down here as they just lowered the price, people started buying. There's more buyers than sellers. Here's the big sell to get the thing started to fall for them. Then it's less of a sell, then even less. Then they get it to the bottom, and then they come in, buying, buying, buying. They try to sell against it, it keeps rising. They try to sell again against it, it keeps rising. Here's another buy right here when they try to pull it down. Buyer coming in, buyers. These candlesticks, folks, I'll give them to you. I got the code, and you can insert them into your Charles Schwab Thinkorswim. I'll teach you how to do that. This stock we're looking at here right now is ELPW, and I like it a lot. ELPW. Looks very good. And you can look at the long-term chart on this, 180-day, and you can see that this stock has done nothing but fallen for the last 180 days. But things don't always fall forever. They don't always fall forever. Take a look at the 20-day chart on this right now. There it is, folks. 20-day chart. Take a look at that thing right there. Oh, my goodness gracious. By the way, everybody, I hope the volume is okay today. I hope the volume is all right. So let's get over here to my channel. Let's come down here and click on my live feed. And here's the one that we have right now. And today we're going to have a couple thousand people on this channel during the day, maybe 4,000 or 5,000, who knows. But I want to thank all of you that visit here and leave chat. Let's say hi to everybody this good morning. So good morning, Rusty Prater. Good morning, Christine K. Good morning, We Launch TV. Good morning, Mo D, please. Keith DeFreitas. Good morning. Keep an eye on RMAX and Serve. Okay, got it. And let me get my piece of paper out here that I write down stock suggestions on. And here we go. RMAX. SERV. Okay, we've made money on that in the past. And today being the 28th, we'll keep an eye on that. Now, one thing I want to tell you guys as well, we have a lot of different folks here that are these types of tools for trading, okay? So we are working together, okay, in a group. We are a swarm intelligence. I'll show you right here on YouTube. Very quickly, I'm going to show you something to search for. Swarm intelligence, okay? And when you search swarm intelligence, you'll find out what we got going on this channel. And if you watch this video right here, ladies and gentlemen, you will find out something amazing about these creatures that have swarm intelligence. And they do this because it gives them a massive advantage over being individuals in this world. They work as a team. And that's what we do on this channel. And you know what? I'm going to put a link to this video right here today. And I want you, if you get the time, and you got the time to do this, it takes about 15 minutes to watch this video. And this channel has 5.79 million subscribers. And so I'm going to share this video with you right now. Swarm intelligence. Share. Copy. And there we go. And this will help you understand what's going on this channel, ladies and gentlemen. This will help you understand. So I'm going to say swarm intelligence video and enjoy. Swarm intelligence video link. And here we go. And there we go. And we're going to highlight that. Boom, there it is. Watch that video, folks, if you haven't watched it already, okay? Please, you'll really, really dig it, okay? I'm pretty sure you'll dig it a lot. Keith, good morning. Yep, I will keep an eye on RMAX and Serve. Thank you, Keith, for that. Keith. Got it? The fritas. Thank you. I certainly do appreciate it. The fritas. Keith, if you're still here with us, can you let me know? I'd like to know what that last name is, where you're from, if you wouldn't mind. We have people from all over the world here that are watching this channel. Teresa Young, good morning. And yes, we are buying. We're going to buy on the low. Iguera 302, good morning, everyone. Yes, Matt Herrera, hello there. Good morning. Buenos días. Si es posible ustedes hablar español, mi amigo. Teresa Young, I'm an incredibly strong short. You're in an incredibly strong short. Okay. Cool. Do you think you'd be able to do a backflip? Yes, I can. No doubt about it. Detroit Tigers. Yes, Detroit Tigers. Thank you, Nick Diesel. Yes, I'm a Tiger fan. My father used to play and grew up in Lakeland, Florida, and he didn't play for the Detroit Tigers, but he was such a good ball player, he did play for the St. Louis Cardinals. I have a picture of him and behind me on the shelf with his Cardinals uniform on. Drago Dragonage. 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 Hello and welcome. SMPEE. SM and PEE more like, okay? Are those stocks? I'll look them up if those are stocks. Good morning, Kat and everyone. Hello, Nini Guru. Welcome to the tank. AGPU dropped to 639, said Mo D, please. Saw that, recovering now. Yep. Blop Jones, hello and welcome to the tank. Nini Guru, check out KIDS again, but I'm thinking USEG might move up again, and I'm still scalping SER and BIAF. Okay. The latter has a VA contract with that CyPath lung test. Okay. Okay. Good. 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 So we're going to be looking at all these. We'll take a look at them all of them. And I appreciate that. All the suggestions. Everybody, thank you very much. KIDS, I'll write it down. Nini Guru. KIDS, but I'm thinking USEG, okay. Got it. SER and BIAF, got it. Okay, we'll take a look at these. Nini, thank you. Nicole, yes, good morning. Lots more volatile now that anyone can trade with the SEC new rules. There you go. You don't think we get S&P reset from boomers back to 4,500s? I think my generation needs a good entry. Well, yeah, it could do that, but I'm not going to presume that, especially if money keeps leaving the money markets and moving back into the market. No way you're suggesting any wrong history. Teresa Young, no way you're suggesting any wrong history. Not sure what that means exactly. For $5, can I get Nancy Pelosi's list? Yeah, I think it might cost you a little bit more than that. Jayhawk, good morning. There is a guy who is advocating how to just trade on her portfolio. Whatever she gets, you get. That's what I forget what his platform is called. Good morning. May we all have a blessed day. Yes, Jayhawk. Trade Hero Live says, good morning, Kat. I would like to join. Well, here's the thing. You used to be able to come down here and you used to be able to click join. And then down here, you could pay $4.99 a month if you wanted to join as a big bottom cat, or $6.99, $9.99 a month if you wanted to join as a monster bottom cat. And you could pay $24.99 a month and become a Goliath member cat. Well, listen, as you can see, that YouTube has decided to change my channel and offer everyone the monster bottom for $9.99 a month, but they're not going to let you charge for the first month. You get to try it for free. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry, but that does not work with me on this channel, because if you become a monster bottom cat, then I'm sending you my spreadsheets, and you commit to paying $9.99 a month. And there's no reason for YouTube to be giving away my services and my spreadsheets for no charge. Okay, the way this works, they've decided to implement this new try it out for free for a month, and then we'll sign you up automatically on your credit card. Okay, well, that doesn't work, because when people become monster bottom cats, it will for the big bottom cat, no problem. All right, but for monster bottom, it won't work, because I'm sending you these valuable spreadsheets that are the long and my dividend stocks that pay at massive dividends, and they're not charging you for it for the first month. So I'm just going to have people get the sheets for free and then cancel within 30 days. No, I don't think I want part of that program. So right now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry to say, monster available. If you want these charts and you want to become a member, come in Goliath, and I think you'll make enough money off of the stocks on the long list and the dividends to pay $24.99 a month. If you don't, then you do it. You just quit. But right now, that's what I'm doing, folks. If you want to become a member and you want to get these lists, it's going to cost one payment, $24.99 a month. And if you make enough off of the stock dividends coming in and off of your long positions to cover $24.99 a month, then I guess you just will keep doing that. And I'm very grateful for those of you that do. But right now, I think this really stinks that YouTube has taken over my channel and decided to make me part of this without even asking if I wanted to comply, if I wanted to be a part of this, if I wanted to make offers like this to my customers. YouTube has come in and said, no, we are going to offer this to free to everybody for the first month if you get big or monster so you can try it out. Well, that doesn't work again because I'm sending you my spreadsheets for the stocks that I hold long, and here they are right here. And you can see the percentage gains that they've made over the last 5 days, 10 days, 30 days, and last year. And if you want this list, come in as a Goliath level member. And I'll also send you the candlesticks for Thinkorswim, Charles Schwab Thinkorswim's platform. I'll send you the code, my advanced code for the volume bars, okay? But if you want this list, folks, $24.99, it's yours. Become a member as a Goliath level member, and you will get this list, and you can edit it. You can change and add stocks to it as time moves forward, okay? Over here, market cap, PE ratio. But I'm sorry, but YouTube, you should ask a channel provider, I think, if they want to allow people to try out your stuff for a month and not just implement that because, hey, it doesn't work here. So just trying to let you know, maybe you should contact me and say, hey, we've got this new thing here. We're going to let people try out your membership for free for a month. But no, they take it upon themselves to just slap it right there on my account. And so that's what we're going to do. If you want to get these long lists, come in as a Goliath member. Thank you very much for that contribution I just saw there. I appreciate that very much. I appreciate it very much. Thank you. And my 2 cents. Thank you. Got your name on the drawing list. Along with these others that are here right now. My 2 cents. Thank you very, very much. And so, yeah, now if you want to, cent 100 for 2 jewels. Thank you, my 2 cents. Merci beaucoup. Okay. Coming back over here now, and we're going to try to address everybody that's here in the tank this morning. So far, we have addressed almost everyone. Ninu, lots more volatile now. Yes. You don't think that we can get S&P? Okay, I already read that. For $5. Good morning. May we have a blessed day today. Yes, Jayhawk. Good morning. We will have a blessed day today, I believe. Good morning, Kat. I would like to join. Well, Trader Hero, there you go. I just showed you how you can join as a member. And you can also join in this way here. If you don't see down in the description how to join, right here, you can click on this. And it says right here, membership. And then this window opens up. And right now, you can become either a big bottom cat and try it out for a month for no charge whatsoever. There's no fee. Or you can become a Goliath member, $24.99, and you'll get the stocks I hold long and this incredible dividend sheet of 70 stocks on this dividend sheet. 70 stocks on here, and you can see how they've done over the last 5 days, 10 days, 30 days, and last year. And they've been paying dividends the whole time. Over here, I showed their market cap, PE ratio, the dividend amount, and the percentage of the dividend that they're paying. And folks, I think you'll make enough off dividends. I can't guarantee it, but these stocks have done very well over the last year, paying out dividends the whole time. In this list, the top half of it came from Roaring Kitty. That's right. The top half of this list came from Roaring Kitty. Most of these stocks have done very, very well. And by the way, these three, this one, and this one, that's the same stock. I have the same one listed on each of these because this is where I add new ones and then the data fills automatically. Okay. So anyway, just so you're aware, I don't have three in it with identical figures. It's the same stock. Okay. But these are some very good dividend stocks, folks. And if you like getting free money, this is where it comes from right here. All right. And it's $24.99. And if you don't make enough off of your dividends, you can just quit paying the monthly subscription whenever you want. There's no obligation to continue. So that's how this works, ladies and gentlemen. These are my longs right here and how they've done over the last year. There's 50 on this list. And this shows you again how they've done over the last 5 days, 10 days, 30 days, and last year. And if you would like to get this list of these long stocks, all you have to do is become a member at the Goliath level. Right now, it seems as though we're not going to be able to offer you the mid-level until I try to figure out how to get it resolved and get it fixed with YouTube, because I think it's pretty presumptuous of them to think I would want to offer everybody my spreadsheets for nothing. Here, you can try out these spreadsheets and all these gains on these stocks and everything, and you can have it for absolutely no fee whatsoever. You just get it for free by becoming a member and trying out Catfish's membership channel for just 1 month, okay? So anyway, that's the end of that. I'm done. We're going to move on. We're not going to harbor on it. There it is. And the reason I mentioned it today is because YouTube says that you can get a 3% increase by mentioning your memberships every day. So there you go. I just mentioned it. Now we're looking at ELPW. ELPW. We're going to look at it. Fantastic looking chart with a rising 200-day, a rising 50, a rising 45, and they work the price right down to it. Boom. And then off she goes. Boing. So we're looking for a good buy entry on this today. This is the 1-day chart on it right now. And right now, ladies and gentlemen, there are 36 individuals on this channel. Please do not hit the like button, okay? Please don't hit the like button, all right? Let's see if anything is green today. Something I got here is green today. ENVB. ENVB, I'm up a smidge on. And nothing really moving big time except ELPW. I'm up also on AGPU today, so that looks good. And we're going to take a look now at the stocks that people have called out this morning. So here we go. We're going to start out with Remax. Remax. And I've got to get my fingers. There we go. This stock has been called out this morning, Remax. This one was called out by Keith DeFrita. Keith DeFrita. Remax. Let's take a look at this. The chart. This is the 1-day chart now on it. And just so you know, this price was $10.16 and they dropped it to $9.74. $10.16 to $9.74. Well, hey, look at my buy-sell sheet, folks. It says right up here, very clearly at the top, to sell the 14, the 15, and the 16. And where does it say to buy back after that? Buy back 78. Okay? And there you can see right there why you want to sell when it gets to the 14, 15, 16, 17. Okay? And you can buy back as low as 78 cents or 89 cents, folks. So there you go. You can clearly see right here the price eclipsed right over here this morning at $10.16. And then the pullback from there all the way down to right here this morning, right there. And that price, $9.74. How do you like that? That's how my buy-sell sheets work, folks. And I sent out 2 of those yesterday to individuals who were interested. And all you have to do to get the buy sell sheet is become a member, usually at the uh, monster level member. But yesterday they just paid me a one-time payment through my Cash App, and I sent them to them, and I will hope they will just resend every month. That's what I'm stuck doing here, folks, with this new YouTube policy of giving you a 1-month trial. Yes, I want to thank YouTube for doing that on my channel. RMAX, let's look at this over a longer term right now, 20 days instead of just the short term. Looks very good. Wow. RMAX. Wow, I really like it. That's a good call right there. 990 is the bid and 1007 is the ask. So we've got a 17-cent spread between the bid and the ask. This hit 1179. What was the news that propelled it up so much 2 days ago? Let's look over here at RMAX. What was the news on Remax? Real Brokerage agrees to acquire Remax in $880 million deal. Wow. That was on April the 27th. Remax nears sale to tech-focused real estate firm. The Wall Street Journal on the 27th. Deal to value Remax Holdings at roughly $550 million, sources say. Wow. And this is how you cannot believe any of this. This is hypothetical news, speculative news. All right. It says that deal to value Remax Holdings at roughly $550 million, sources say. So they have sources that are saying that there's a deal to value Remax Holdings at roughly $550 million, sources say. But up here, look what the deal unwound at, or came together at. $880 million. They quoted $550 million. Some sources were guessing $550 million, and it was $880 million. Not like they missed that by a mile. But this is the mover for our Remax right now. Okay, this is the catalyst, and it's been carrying over this catalyst for some days, but we'll see what happens here. It sure does look strong with that 45 moving way off that 50 and the angle of the 200. They're very, very aggressive here, folks. And you see them try to pinch it down and look at it bounce off that 10-day up. This is RMAX, folks, and this is what the chart looks like right now, okay? And to be honest with you, I like it. I really do like the look of that, because here they've consolidated, they've capitulated, they've converged it, and now the 5-day is rising. Folks, this is probably as close as they're going to get to this rising 45 and 50-day down here and the rising 200 down below. I'm not telling you to buy tons of it. I'm saying I think this is a good buy here. Maybe you should pick up a few. Okay? That looks good. Thank you for calling that out. Remax. I like it. And let me write down the price at which I would have suggested you might nibble at this. And that price is, the bid is $9.90, the ask is $10.07, so you could probably get $9.99 right now, or $10. All right? Now, normally I would tell people to sell at that number, but the price has already hit $11.79 yesterday morning. $11.79. The price was at $11.79. So with Remax, I'm saying around $10. Bid is $9.90, ask is $10.07, and it's not changing. So this is not churning, folks. The stock is definitely not churning this morning. There's not a big, desire to jump in or big desire to sell here. It's stagnant right now, sort of. So that's the only thing about it. I don't think there's that much volume on it right now. Now, I am going to come over here and put in RMAX on a new tab, and let's look at this. RMAX. Goodness, Tyler. Here we go. Remax stock. Here we go. And I want to look at the volume on it right now. Up 24% yesterday on that news. And the stock has been averaging 175 to 200, 300,000 shares per day. Averaging 175 to 300,000 shares per day. All right. And then all of a sudden on this news, 14 million shares. I wonder how many shares are outstanding. Let's go see. Remax. We're looking at RMAX. Shares outstanding. 20 million. 20 million shares. And yet yesterday, somehow it traded way more than that. And I've been explaining to people how that's done. Nope, it's traded 14 million, so I'm wrong. 14 million yesterday. Average trading volume is way lower than that, I'm sure. And this is RMAX. If we go to the summary page, let's take a look at it over the last year. How have they done? They're up 30% over the last year, and they're rocketing on the news that they're being bought out by another company for $880 million, ladies and gentlemen. That is the news that has propelled this up high. And we're looking for a fleece on this, fleecing perhaps. And right now, you can see in the pre-market, the price is at 10.03, 10.03. So I'm going to put 10.03. I think it might be a nibbler at that price. Next, SERV. We're going to go look at SERV stock. So let's move this Remax down to here. And then we'll go to SERV. Here we go. SERV stock. Pardon me. This was called out this morning by Keith Bifretta. SERV. Let's look at the 5-day chart. Down 1%, okay? And they've been herking and jerking this thing big time every day. Wow. Holy smokes, look at that manipulation. Jeez. SERV. Yesterday up 7.27%. The latest news 4 days ago, Roper Technologies Q1 earnings and revenues surpass estimates 4 days ago. And then you look at the 5-day chart and it's down 1%. Okay. That doesn't appeal to me too much. I got to be honest. That one doesn't look explosive to me. The chart on it right now does not look anything like this Remax chart. SERV, I'm sure we'll look at it right here, but I don't think I'm going to get in on that one or recommend it. I see that it had a nice little run up there, then a triple ta-ta, pull up, pinch down to the 50, and it could go off this upwards, but it could also crash down through it, okay? It could crash right through this, right on down again. So, and I wouldn't doubt to see him come at it this morning, right out of the gate, and try to knock it down to the 200-day with the buy somewhere around 949. Buy in on 949 because they've had it there before, and it certainly did make a move off that line before. So this is where they're going to come again, folks, right here. This is the line they're going to come after. This is what I'm calling. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. So I'm going to put a line right there. Right there. This is where you should be buying, right there. All right? Right there. Because you can see that line has been firm resistance once, twice, resistance to the rise once, twice, three times, finally broke over, coming down again to this line. That's where the buy is this morning. And that line is at $9.49, $9.40 even. Folks, they may even go for $9.38 on this, okay? And if you're going to buy SERV, I'd be looking at $9.38 a share to $9.44 range, okay? That's what I think they're going to do. Out of the gate, I think they're going to try to take it down to just below the 200, to this line of resistance, which has been resistance once, twice, three, four, five, six times. Six times resistance there. And they'll probably try to take it there again. The wise, the savvy will take it down there. They'll get it maybe even a little lower, maybe even down to this point right here, okay? So look for these 2 points as buy-in points here today, right there, all right? And that number is at 932. All right. Both of these numbers are on my buyback sheet. 944, 932. Both of them are. All right. So that is SERV. Thank you for calling that out, Keith. Next, we're going to look at AGPU. Okay. Okay, there we go. AGPU. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, this is indeed a crocky gator right here. You can see the head of him right there. You can see his eyeballs looking right there. You can see his long snout, and then there's a little bump on the end there, right there. You can see this is a crocky gator. Folks, it's coming up, going to consume the shorts. I believe it's going to rise off this and keep rising right up out the water. You got the shorts up here, and they're scared, and they're, putting an odor out in the water. Yes, they are. AGPU. Yesterday morning, there was the buy right there. As soon as the market opened, boom, they swooped in on it, and they went long at $5.55 a share, folks. $5.55. Hey, Savannah, take a look at this. $5.55 a share is where they went long. See my buy-sell sheet? It says right here, buy back, right in the middle of the screen there. Buy back, 54, 55. Those are buyback numbers, folks. And they sure enough took it there. Right down to that 55, man. Boom. Right on the 200-day average. Look at that. It's a perfect place to buy this stock right now. This morning when the market opens, you think they're going to try to take it down to the 200-day average again? Sure, why not? Work yesterday morning, scare everybody out, and then run it up all day. Try it again. If it worked yesterday, I bet they'll come at it again. I can't guarantee it, but wouldn't be surprised to see them try it. I think there was quite a bit of buying going on down there, according to my candlesticks, when they ran it down there, though, that's for sure. I tell you what, there was nobody that was fearful of this stock when it got down in that range. They bought in. They bought in good. They filled their coffers. Ding dong, the shorts went long right there, baby, on that big drop right out of the morning. They probably borrowed 2 million shares and sold them in the first 5 minutes to make it fall that far. And then guess what? When you make it fall that far, that fast, it goes right back up just as equally fast. You got to buy those shares back and return them, baby. What a great way to make money. Right out of the gate, borrow 1 million shares, short the stock, run it down at 50 cents, take a long position, then buy up all the shares that you sold, and up she goes, and take that long position. Short it here with 2 million borrowed shares, start selling the 2 million shares you borrowed, run it down what was the price? How far did they run it down? From 632 down to 555. Make it fall 75 cents, folks, and then buy in and then run it up the rest of the day. I'd love to see him do that again today with this. I'll be ready to buy. AGPU. This company just signed a $260 million chip deal with NVIDIA, people. $260 million deal with NVIDIA. When the news broke, the price shot up to $14.47. Now you got a buy opportunity this morning at $6.67. And it was at $14.47 on the news about the deal with NVIDIA. $260 million over a 3-year contract. That's why I'm day trading this stock right now, because they're manipulating the crap out of it, people. They are. They're manipulating. They know that retailers got brought in on this great news, and they're using these retailers. I'm telling you, look at the 5-day chart. I mean, come on, people. Look at that price. Shot up to $14.47. And they mashed this thing down, right to the 200-day. Then they took it even lower. AGPU yesterday morning, boom, take that thing down to $5.55 a share. And after you buy it at $5.55, probably take the dang thing right back up to $14. I wouldn't be surprised. Look how many days. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days of attrition. And on the 5th day, it rises. I believe, and I could be wrong, but this is how they worked it down. And I'm telling you, this fall from $9.08 to $7.08 happened in the after hours, folks. In 2.5 hours, the price went from $9.08 to $7.08. In the after hours, the low volume, I'll trade one share. There's no volume down there, folks. If you look down at the bottom, there's no candlesticks. You don't see any candlesticks through here. There's no volume that made it fall $2 in the after hours, folks. I'm being aware of that because when it gets back up to this level, it's going to go right back up there that fast, okay? I'm just saying, and I could be wrong, but I'm telling you, if it gets back up to, you can see where they ran it down from there, $9.08 to $7.08 in 2.5 hours in aftermarket volume. I'm telling you, folks, from this line right here, this line is critical. If we break above this line, it can easily go right back up because this is over 2.5 hours in after-hour volume, low volume, folks. Easily manipulated. This is the definition of a stock being manipulated down right here in 2.5 hours on very limited volume that you can't even see down here. You can't even see the candlesticks. I'm showing you this because there's a gap from here up to there, folks. There's a gap. They created it right there in 2.5 hours. From this line right there, folks. I'm telling you, from this line, basically almost where the dang thing is. And this is why they stopped it so much right there when it went over that line, because they know that this is danger zone, folks. They know that if it gets over that line, it's going to rise right back up to here, most likely. This is big news, folks. Big news. $260 million contract from NVIDIA. And sure, oh, yeah, they ran it down in the after hours, so you're aware of it. There's a gap from this price right here. 901, but it was more than that. It was up here. When the market closed, I think it closed at 908. So 908 to 708 in 2.5 hours in the after hours. That's what is so critical about this line right here, that one. And I'm going to tell you something. There's a gap from this line to that one. So when it gets over this, it's going to gap up to that one. All right? Right here, it's going to gap up. There's the gap to that there. And then it's going to go all the way up once it breaks over that blue line. And there's not much resistance going to be between here and here because, ladies and gentlemen, was there any resistance right here? When this thing shot up Was there any real accumulation of any shares here? No, there were not. No, there were not. I'm just showing you this is AGPU. I provide, you decide, okay? I provide the information, you decide what to do with it. But I'm telling you, the reason that they're trying so hard to keep this under this line and this line is because they know it gets to here, then it jumps all the way up to there. And they're very well aware of that there has never been any resistance from there to there. They know that. And there was none here either. So there's not going to be any resistance when it gets over this line to there. It's not going to be any. And I'm just letting you all know that. And they know it too. So you just be aware of it. They're not going to want to let it get over that line right there. There should actually be one more line put in here, to be honest with you. One more line of resistance. Beyond this line right here, there should be one more line of resistance. And that will be at this point right here. If I can get the thing drawn there. Right there. All right. Come over there. All right, there. So there is one more line of resistance right here. All right. But this is AGPU, folks. And their announcement that was made, and just so you can hear about, understand, AGPU, here it is. And I think this is the one that did AGPU. Maybe this isn't the one. That's why I decided to look at this and make sure, because I'm not sure. Maybe this isn't the one. No, this isn't the one. There's another one that got the deal with NVIDIA. I'm not sure which one it is. Is it ELPW? You guys know. So it would have been on April 1st, this company got a $12 million agreement value in the last 30 days with an estimated $835,000 in monthly income upon deployment entering Q2. All right, now 117% jump overnight, and then following 117% in. That was April the 2nd. Here it is. It was April the 20th. Here's the news that catapulted it. They reported earlier, and Commute launches its strategic compute reserve dashboard. That was on April the 20th that made it shoot up. Monday the 20th. Well, this was on Wednesday. So it was the 20th. Axe Compute shares are trading high after the company announced it signed a 36-month enterprise infrastructure contract. It will deliver dedicated GPU, compute, and AI focus. Okay. Yep. So this is a $260 million contract to provide chips to NVIDIA. I was right. It is this stock. It is indeed this stock. And the news came out on the 22nd. Axe Computer receives a $260 million contract to provide NVIDIA B300 chips. Shares jumped pre-bell. Okay. So that's the news right there. And I was right. That did make this stock rise to $14 plus. And then after that, it was let us short this stock at $14 And let us sell, 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 Mortimer. And on a stock that only has a very few shares outstanding, around 5.4 million, it traded 83 million shares that day. 83,510,000. And they short sold this in a circle to a circle and a circle and a circle. There's only 5.4 million shares available, but they sold them over and over and over and over and over and over and over until they had accumulated. It had gone through 83 million shares traded, even though there's only 5.4 million. All right, this is AGPU. Folks, this is the definition of fleecing. They have totally, totally, totally fleeced this out. And yesterday morning, ding dong, the shorts went long yesterday morning on this stock. All right, right there is where they got in on their positions. $5.55 a share, 554. Looking at my buyback sheet right here, you can easily see the numbers in the middle. Buyback 54. Cha-ching. I wonder if anybody here on this channel, because of my buyback sheet, bought that there yesterday morning. I wonder if there's anybody on this channel, because of those numbers on my buyback sheet, bought yesterday morning at $5.55 a share. And now it's sitting and closes yesterday, just to prove again how manipulated this stock has been and still being manipulated. It closed at 666 yesterday. 666, folks. Did you know that that's not the sign of the beast? I tell people, I like to make sure everybody knows that doesn't mean jack crap anymore. 666 means nothing. That is not the sign of the beast. I can prove it to you. And I'll be happy to. It right here, 666 is not the number, is not the mark of the beast. There it is. According to many Bible scholars and interpretations, 666 is the number, but that is not the truth anymore. 666 is no longer considered the mark of the beast. They've discovered that the true number is, in fact, 616. Newest, latest, greatest technology has determined that 616 right here is what has been discovered. And I'll show it to you right now. It's the Church of Satan, which has come to the conclusion themselves that 666 is not the sign of the beast anymore. It says, a new fragment from the book of Revelation, written in ancient Greek, dating from the late 3rd century, is part of a horde of previously unintelligible manuscripts. And they've discovered this. And now it says, Professor David Parker, professor of the New Testament of textual criticism and paleontography at the University of Birmingham, thinks 616 is a less memorable number, but it is the number. And it says, this is an example of gematria, where numbers are based on the numeric values and letters of people's names. Early Christians would use numbers to hide the identity of people they were writing about. 616 refers to the Emperor Caligula. There you go there. The book of Revelation is traditionally considered to be written by John, a disciple of Jesus. It identifies the mark as 666, but they've now found new scrolls with clear writing, and they can tell that the number is actually 616, which refers to the Emperor Caligula. So I just share that with everybody on this channel because I think you'd like to know. And the Church of Satan says in New York, the leader says, we've been using 66 because we're using something Christians fear. Mind you, if they change it to 616, then we'll use that number. So there you go, ladies and gentlemen, just so you know, sharing that with you, the number 666 is not the mark of the beast. And all right, here we are now going back up. And Trade Hero Live said, hello, welcome to the tank. And JK, hi, cutie. Hello there. I guess you're talking to someone else. Swim Intelligence video link. I got that. Thank you, JK. Just thankful the Lord gave me another day to be here with you guys. I got it, Jayhawk. Yesterday's history, tomorrow's mystery. Today's a gift. Enjoy it. Right on. CRLBF on the rise over a few days. Entertainment VP1. Thank you for that suggestion. I'll write it down. CRLBF. Entertainment. Thank you very much. Entertainment VP1. All right, we got it written down. We'll take a look at it. Goliath level. It is chief. Thanks a bunch, Kat. Yep, you got it. Why don't you sell it as merch? It's a loophole. Hey, that's a good idea. My 2 cents. Thank you. I got a bite. BBL. Nini Guru says BBL. Took a little nibble. BBL. Nini Guru. Thank you. And just so you're aware of it, those of you that might be new to this channel and not aware of what's going on here, here on this channel, we work as a team. And these are tank team members that are using different trading tools. And I put up a video this morning. Please scroll up to the top of the screen. And you won't need to do that. I will actually put I'll pin this video. Pin this video. So let's pin this. And if you haven't done it yet, watch this video that I just pinned right there when you got about 15 minutes. It's called Swarming Intelligence. And that is what we have going on this channel. It's a type of swarm intelligence like bees and like ants. And there are other species that work in swarms, obviously, hornets and many, many other swarms, swarm intelligence. And please watch the video I put a link up to today about swarm intelligence, and you'll understand a little bit more how this channel works and what the advantages are. And when you have this many people, this many calling out and using these types of screening equipment, they're using Webull screeners and Stock Rocks and Bloomberg GPT and Deep Financial AI and Tip Ranks and Webull scanners and iris scanners and bar charts and interactive. You get this much people, you get all these members here in the channel looking for stocks that are on the run using this sophisticated software, folks. You bet it gives you an advantage over the average Joe. I believe it does. Of course, I could be wrong, but I don't think so. And anybody else who's been calling out stocks this morning, for example, we've got Nini Guru. He's saying right here, he's using AI and his soft brain. AI from Nini Guru and his soft brain. Hey, beautiful. Good morning. Well, that was 6:48 a.m. and that's when I got to start my show. I'm sorry. That's because I stayed up so late with you partying, you party animal.
No, you're the party animal. You're the one your friend, not mine.
Oh, yeah. All right. And I was the one that kept wanting to leave, and we got to wait for Sabino.
Oh, God.
Yep, so I will not discuss this any further.
I was in bed by 11.
Oh, yes. In bed by 11, and I got to get up at 6 o'clock. It's not going to work for Catfish. I'm too old to get only 7 hours of sleep. I must get 8. It's mandatory. All right, everybody, but here you are. You can clearly see these are all the people that are helping this channel grow and get successful. And so we do pick out some runners for sure. let's get over here and try to address everyone this morning on the channel. Why don't you sell it as merch? A loophole. Yes, I got to buy BBL. All right, here we go. My 2 cents. Sent 100 for 2 jewels. Thank you, my 2 cents. Again, thank you for your contributions. Oh, Jayhawk, thank you for 6 jewels. Jayhawk. Thank you, Jayhawk. Your name has been added to the drawing. And just so you guys know, this is the shirt we're going to be giving away on Friday that I'm wearing right now. This is going to be it. It is going to be the Short Eating Porpoise shirt, one of a kind. It will be one of a kind, ladies and gentlemen, one of a kind. All right? So that's the shirt that we're going to be using. Make sure that you get a chance to win this shirt by making a donation. $5 donation gets you 1 entry. $10 donation gets you 2. $15 gets you 3 entries. And $20 gets you not 4, but 5 entries. And if you want to know how to donate, you can donate several ways. You can even donate directly to me, so there's no cut from YouTube. And here's how you can donate directly to me through Cash App right there and through Venmo. Now, also, just so you're aware of it, right here, you will find on this channel, if you scroll down below the video, you'll click on the word more, and here are all the links. Now, our merchandise shop is closed right now, okay, because the guy that set it all up for me has started his own insurance company, and he's the hub, if you will, and he is working on his own insurance company, so he's not going to be able to do my shirts for me anymore. But I still have cat shirts that will be available through Amazon, and I can just order them for you and drop them ship straight to you. But also, here's where you can join the Tank Telegram Club. We have a Telegram here, and I put all my notices late at night. If a stock takes off or in the morning early, I'll put it on Telegram, so you don't have to hit the notification buttons for YouTube. You can just use Telegram for these updates about stocks that are hot, because once you double click the red bell on YouTube, they'll notify you of everything under the sun. And I understand that can be a pain in the butt. So if you want to, you can click the notification bell on YouTube, or if you want to get notices, you can also join the Tank Telegram Club right there. All right. And here's the link to it. And if you want to hear over 120 of my original songs here on YouTube, and you want to just chill sometimes and have yourselves a nice relaxing evening and listen to music, right here's the link for that. Click on that and boom, you'll hit on my YouTube playlist, and you'll hear over 120 of my songs with videos on most of them. And if you want to dig deeper into Catfish Tyler, here is my Linktree link right there. And I want you to know, here's where you can hear my tunes on Spotify. Enjoy and please help by the music channel by subscribing. So there's a link to my music on Spotify. But I'm also on all the other music providers. I'm on every one of them other than Pandora. But I am on, every other music provider out there if you are interested in original music that I do. And so I want to thank all of you who are here in the tank right now with us. There's 36 listening very early this morning. And let's do a like click at 4:28 and 48 seconds. Can we do that? All right, let's do it at 8:16 and 8 seconds. That'll be 4 minutes from now. 4 minutes from now, we're going to hit the like button, folks. And I'm going to set my alarm for 3 minutes. Please do not hit the like button until then. We're going down here to look at these other stocks that have been called out. Jayhawk, thank you for your contribution this morning. Mr. Me Brown, good morning. Welcome to the tank. It is a blessed day already. We woke up and already to make some money. Let's go, Catfish. I got you, Mr. Me. Yep. Words matter to YouTube. Try listing it as a merch. Then they have no say so. Yep, I got you. My 2 cents. Larry Pitts, hello there. Welcome. Good morning. And Larry, your shirt has been packaged. Is going to get mailed out today, I believe. Hopefully I can get it to the mailbox today. Larry Pitts. And the shirt has been signed and it's ready for eBay. Ready for you to start building your eBay listing. Jayhawk, SAFX. Thank you. Jayhawk, SAFX. And where did my sheet of paper go with all of my stocks on it? Ah, here it is. Hold on. SAFX. Thank you very much for calling that out. Jayhawk. Oh, SKYQ. Okay, on the move again. Hector Caliero, thank you. We know that stock can move. Hector Caliero. Thank you very much. All right. Yeah, we know that one can move. Nini Guri, using already over 1 million volume. USEG. Okay. All right. 1 mil volume. Got it. All right. Good morning. Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. All right, here we're going to go at 8:16, so in about a minute from now. And I'd appreciate it if you guys would put a heart on the screen. And we're going to address your question about the Bible being wrong. Because someone misinterprets letters in the first manuscripts that were written because they couldn't see them, they were trying their best, does not mean the Bible's wrong. Okay? All right? Just understand that. Just because someone couldn't clearly identify and maybe took a little bit of a guess at a number back in the days when the Bible was put together does not mean that now that they've found that writing more clearly is 616, it doesn't mean the Bible's wrong, okay? It means that a person was wrong, okay? That a person that was translating and transcribing and just couldn't see the numbers well enough. That's all. They were in error. And that's what that means. Don't read into it, okay? All right, folks, here we go. We're going to count down in 10 seconds right now. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's hit the like button right there. And, of course, a heart on the screen is always appreciated. And thank you very much, all of you who have just hit the like button and helped us propel this stock channel to even more viewers today. Yesterday, we had below 3,000 viewers on the channel because I started so late. But I expect to see today on this channel, at least checking in from time to time to see what's going on. So thank you very much for the hearts. I see them all flowing, and that is always good. The interaction is good. I appreciate it. And, sometimes I like to do this because I think it's very good to put it where you are in the chat. So I'm shouting out from Central Michigan, shouting out from Michigan. There we go. Shouting out from Central Michigan. Catfish. Boom. And I'm going to put a nice little shift and boom. And there we go. And I like to do this because some of you viewers
all of a sudden find out that you've got someone else here on the channel that lives near you, and you might be able to run together and share some times together. So that's why I like to do this, because I noticed a couple of times that people have shouted out where they're located, and then someone else that says, "Oh wow, I'm just an hour away," and well, yeah, and so when you know where other people are located, the shout out from Troy. See, our Vaughn, we could get together any old time. He's just over here in Troy, Michigan, not far from me at all. I'm in Central Michigan, Southern Cal here. Matt Herrera. Oh man, it's so nice down there in Southern California. I pity you though with the gas prices now, and the gouging that's going on in the fuel industry, and everybody, even my brother-in-law and I were talking about it yesterday. We're supposed to be oil. We have all the oil we need here in the United States, but they close the Strait of Hormuz, and our gas prices go up $1 a gallon. We don't need that oil, folks. We're not using any oil from there. New Mexico. Gotcha. Kevin Earnings. Thank you. Thank you for letting me know. And yeah, we have people that are from all over the globe. A lot of times when I do that shout out for people to check in where they're located, they're in in Ukraine and Vietnam, everywhere, all over India and all kinds of San Jose. Good morning, Vietnam. There you go. John Connor right there, Vietnam. Yep. Matt says that's a fact. Yep. 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 Kentucky. Ah, beautiful area. Yes, I love it. As I mentioned to you before, man, get over there around Wilmore, Kentucky, and out at Harrodsburg and go out and check out High Bridge. Steve Williams says he's from the moon. All right. Hey, did they get any photographs of you when they were up there flying around the moon? Did anybody get a photo of you? Were you waving at the cameras? Love that Kentucky bourbon. Hey, I tell you, but if you want bourbon, the bourbon capital of the world is actually in a place called Bardstown, Kentucky. Yes, Bardstown. And that town, Bardstown, Kentucky, has an annual Bardstown Bourbon Fest you should check out. The Bourbon Festival. All the best bourbons in the United States is made right there in Bardstown, Kentucky. The water, folks, it's the water. It's the water. It's what's in the water. It's the flavor of that water there out of Bardstown, Kentucky. Yes, it's legendary. Yep. I live about quarter of a mile from Bullet Distillery. Ha! There you go. Yep. Yes, it is legendary. And I've been to that Bardstown Bourbon Festival a few times. And yeah, you can get every single bourbon that you can find in the world. You can locate it there at the Bardstown Bourbon Festival, just in case you didn't know about that. And share that information with you. And it's going to be coming up very soon here because they do it every year in the springtime or like spring to summer swing. I'm not sure when it is. Hey, Alexa, when is the Bardstown Bourbon Festival this year?
Sorry, I don't know that one.
Matt Herrera says, awesome. Their rye is extraordinary. I want to go sometime. Yep. Not to mention that whole area of Kentucky is just beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. I love it. I love the terrain, if you will, of that area. Yes. And so thank you, everybody, for checking in from wherever you were from, all over the place. I appreciate that very much. And I appreciate all of you who do indeed hit the like button. And many, many of you, I have found out, have been telling your friends about me. And a lot of people search YouTube for my name, which I thought was pretty interesting. The number one search term for me that people are using is Catfish Tyler. And I found that very interesting because usually when you look at search terms that people are looking to find you, you would expect them to be searching for hot stocks or top 10 stocks or stock market day trading or something like that. But instead, the number one search term for finding me on YouTube is my name. They're typing in Catfish Tyler. And that tells me that the word is getting out via word of mouth. about this channel and about what I'm doing here and about what I show people and what I'm teaching people. It's getting the word of mouth is how this channel is growing. And so when people discover my channel here, a lot of them are discovering not by searching for terms, but searching for my name. And that's the number one way people find my channel. This is what YouTube is telling me. I can go into all this data on my channel and see the gender, the location of people, the age dynamics, and also what they're searching for to find me. And the number one search term for me is my name, Catfish Tyler. And I like that. I like that. It means that people are telling one another, telling other friends, telling their family members or whatever about me and saying, hey, you ought to check out this guy. You ought to look at what he's showing people with charts and his volume candlesticks and things like that. And all the other people that are working together on this channel as a team. When we work together as a team, and go watch my video that I put a link to down here. It's the pinned video, Swarm Intelligence. It's an example of what we've got going on right here, Swarm Intelligence, with everybody working together to pick out these hot stocks. This morning, we've had these stocks called out already this morning. And so we're going to be looking at these stocks. One of them, and if you're late to the tank here, I'll show you the list of the stocks that we're trading today, right now. You can write it down, take a picture with your camera, screenshot it. These are the stocks we're going to be looking at, but not buying today. Most likely we'll not buy any of these because we usually do not buy stocks when they're on the run up. We look for these to fall the following day, and we buy the dip. We buy the dip, folks. We buy the lows. That's how I got the name Catfish, okay? Buying lows, not highs. So, for example, right here, these are all the stocks that were called out yesterday. These were stocks that were called out here on this channel yesterday. And you would be wise to take a look at all these today because these are the ones that are likely going to pull down today off of the over-exuberant buying that happened yesterday, okay? So we're going to be looking at these stocks here too because they will fall after they soar. And they were soaring, and that's why they got put on people's radars, is because they were going way, way up. And now we want to look for the fleece outs on these this morning. See if we can find one that's getting attacked down and fleecing out real good after the big volume and the big overbuying went on. And that's what we're looking to do here on this channel, ladies and gentlemen. And this is the stock AGPU. I am going to click on this. Give me just a second here. Here we go. And just give me one moment here. All right, let's take a look right now at the stocks first that were called out yesterday. All right, we're going to run down this list real quick and see if we can find some good buy-ins on this yesterday's list. And then we'll go to today's picks that have been called out. But the first one I want to look at this morning, there's two that have my eye on, or three here. I want to look at Kids, SER, and SKYQ. Those three I want to look at first. Then we're going to look at yesterday's stocks. So KIDS. And that stock has just been plummeting and plummeting, plummeting and plummeting. KIDS. And I wouldn't touch that with a 10-foot pole. Okay? Any 200-day falling like that and a 50 and 45, this is a falling knife. Please, ladies and gentlemen, don't get involved until the true bottom is defined, okay? And let's take a look at the 5-day chart right now on it. Absolutely hideous. Let's look at the 20-day. Wow. What a beatdown. Now, if you look back over here history-wise, this is the low it's going for. If it gets in this region, let me know, okay? $15.66. Okay, I'm going to call KIDS by 1566. And by the way, ladies and gentlemen, look up here. The bid on this stock is $15. The ask is $17.25. God, wow. Now you know why I'm saying to buy it down here. $15.75. And that's KIDS. Buy. And I'm going to say buy at $15.72 through $15.77. All right, that's my call on that. And the reason that I'm calling this number out right here, the reason I'm calling this number out is because of this previous low once, twice, 3 times, 1577. All right, and I could be wrong, but that's history has proven this to be a very resilient number, and that is 1577, folks, right there. And you can clearly see it right over here, 1577. So that's why I'm pointing it out to you, and you can do whatever you want with this information. I do not want you to buy a lot of shares there. We nibble here when we get to the bottom, but that certainly is a number that has been predefined as a very solid low right there. And that number is right there. I put a line there, and that looks like a fairly good place to make an entry. Anywhere from here down to here, okay? Anywhere in that zone, you should be pretty safe to buy, okay? And the reason I say that is because from this line right here, how far has it fallen below that line? Only that far, and then up twice as high. And then from this line again, how far has it fallen below? And then how high above? The same amount up above. And then down below again to that line. And how high above? Way the hell up there. And then here again, the chances are off this line, folks, the chances are it's going to rise off this line because it has there, and it has there, and it has there, and it most likely will again now. And I can't make any guarantees. But folks, that's what I call on this stock, KIDS. And that price range is from 1582 down to 1565. So 1566 would be even better than 1577. All right? They're going to go for 1566 out of the gate this morning. I bet you they'll go for 1566. I bet you, as a matter of fact, if you placed an order right now on this stock and the bid is 15 and the ask is 17.25, that it would fill at around 1630. All right? Could be. I don't know for sure. But anyway, I just wanted to look at that one. Now, let's look at USEG, which has had over 1 million shares in volume this morning. And let's look at this one on the 1-day chart. There it is. There it is. And that's actually a fairly good place to pick it up where it's been the bottom once, the bottom twice. They're trying for the third bottom on it right now, ladies and gentlemen, right there. All right. Now, let's take a look at USEG, which he says has, Nini Guru says over 1 million shares this morning. USEG. And look at that thing being freaking bar charted this morning. Wow, bar charted the crap out of it there. And then now it's starting to get volatile. So they run it up and then they run it down and they run it up and down and up and down. And folks, listen, this is similar to the other stock I just mentioned. From this line right here, from this line, look how much it's risen compared to how much it's fallen below. The general rule is it falls barely below and then goes up pretty nice. Barely below and then goes up nice. Then it goes deeply below and then it goes up even higher. Then it goes the same below again and then up again and then the same below. Then they take it to a deepest low they can get it just then. And that was 101 a share on USEG. The bid now is 104. The ask is 105. But if they're going to change this price from right here, which was 104, and then they're going to run it up to this price here, which is 108. Okay, 108, folks. 104, 108, 104. What's this line here? 106. So 106, 104. What did they take it to here? 101. 101. Earlier, they took it all the way down here, folks. 95 cents. That occurred at 10 p.m. last night. 95 cents at 10 o'clock at night. 95 cents, 10 o'clock at night. Then the next low was here. 95 cents, 7 a.m. Price 101 at 7 a.m. This is USEG. Okay. Now, as I said, ladies and gentlemen, what we look for is for these call-outs that people called out yesterday. These stocks are getting on the radars and on the scanners and on the screeners. So they get on them and they run up big, and then sometimes the next morning they get pulled down. So let's go see if any of these are at some buying opportunities now. Tony Henry yesterday morning called out IPWR. Let's see if we can find some bottom feeding time. IPWR. Let's look at it now. And there it is, getting totally fleeced out right now. You can see. Very nice. And the low, 388. Savannah, 388. What do you know? The low, 388. Achieved at 806. 756. 388. Price now, bid is 390. Ask is 411. Bid is 390. And by the way, yesterday in the pre-market, the price had hit 525 on this stock. Called out by Tony Henry. And this is a fleecing, folks, 388. Now the bid is 390. Ask is 411. And just so you know, IPWR, the news that came out yesterday was, I don't see any. I don't see any. On March the 10th, they had their Q4 earnings summary. On April the 17th, shares of semiconductors companies are trading higher amid overall market strength after Iran announced the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz for the remainder of the ceasefire on the heels of a 10-day armistice between Israel and Lebanon. This alleviates the ongoing supply disruption and lessens energy routes. Oh, really? There's semiconductors being manufactured over there in that area? I thought they all were coming from Taiwan now and from Japan and places like that from the east. I did not realize that there was a big supply demand coming out of that region, out of the East. I don't know that that was the case at all. I had no idea that there were so many chips coming out and through the Strait of Hormuz. And I don't believe there are, folks. I really don't. I think that most of them are made in Taiwan, and most of them are made over in the Orient area. So I could be wrong, but I don't think so. All right, so that one was called out by Tony Henry. 388 was the low. The bid now is 390. The ask is 402. And when I look at yesterday, it says down here in the move, stocks that were on the move, and I see YAAS was on the move yesterday, TRAK, QUIK, MX, OCOM, and IPWR. And IPWR, it says shares increased by 11% to 504 a share. The company's market cap stands at 54 million. All right. So they got around 10 million shares outstanding. Okay. Now, so there's the low, 388, just so you know, acquired at 755, all right, this morning, 755. And just showing it to you. I provide, you decide. That was called out yesterday by Tony Henry, and the low, 388. Now I'm going to look at another stock he called out yesterday, DH. And again, DH was at a real spike yesterday, but they came out of the gate, went up to $1.12 and down to 99, so a 13-cent swing. And this one doesn't do much for me. I'm not going to jump on DH. But Tony, thank you for calling it out. Now we're looking at DHC. DHC, all right? Diversified Healthica. Yesterday morning hit a high of 777, a low of 746. 33-cent trade between the low and the high, 33 cents. And it's bouncing right now, ladies and gentlemen, right here. It seems to be bouncing, looks fairly good for bouncing right now. And this is DHC. Bid $7, ask $7.79. Geez, oh Pete, there's almost an 80-cent spread between the bid and the ask on this stock Tony Henry called out yesterday. I'm not into it. That one doesn't do much for me, I don't think. Just not seeing it there with that big of a spread too. RMAX. This looks better. This looks better. RMAX. He called this out yesterday morning. They got a buyout deal. $880 million. Another company is buying RMAX. All right. This news came out a day and a half ago. And the press release is that a company called Real Brokerage agrees to acquire Remax. And I want you guys to see something here. Here's how you have to be careful about reliable sources or sources say, okay? Because one of the stories that came out here earlier, you'll see right here, just give me a second. There it is. And you will find what I want to show you here in just a minute. Hold on. Just give me a minute here and I will find this. Aha. Here it is. Deal to value Remax Holdings at roughly 550 million, sources say. Okay? And it says here, again, there's a deal in the works to value the stock at 550 million, sources say. right there. That was written in the Wall Street Journal, and this was on April the 27th. It says the deal announcement was for an approximately, it says, and again, be careful what you read in the news, deal to value Remax Holdings at roughly 550 million, sources say. Well, whatever sources those were, they're not very reliable because, ladies and gentlemen, the deal was actually signed and inked at 880 million. Okay? There it is. Remax 880 million deal. Real brokerage to acquire Remax in 880 million. And again, I found it interesting that down here it was saying that the deal was supposed to get around 550 million, according to sources. Okay? There it is. Down here, deal to value Remax Holdings at roughly 550 million. I think they might have missed that a little bit, 550 million, and instead it sells at 880 million or whatever it was. Yeah, 880 million. Wow. So that's the mover for Remax. That's what's going on with Remax right now. And that stock was also called out by Tony Henry. That looks a lot better. Yesterday we had one called out, BBAI. I warned people about this when it was called out. This stock can never hold a gain. And once again, it can't hold a gain. BBAI. Let's take a look at the 20-day chart on this. 20-day, please. There it is. And as I always mention, this stock has the hardest time holding any kind of a gain. It just over and over has such a hard time holding a gain. And again, you can see it's now fallen from 413 to a buy opportunity this morning at 366, of course. They dropped it to 366. 366 here, 366, 366. But, of course, what's-her-face, Savannah, doesn't believe 66 means anything. She doesn't believe that this number means anything, folks. She does not believe that the number 366 means anything. She doesn't think this means anything. I am just fabricating this number, but it's interesting how 366 has been the most it could go to, pretty much there, and also here, dropping to it, dropping to it, dropping to it, dropping to it again. 366, folks. But it doesn't mean anything, folks. Don't pay any attention to that number. It doesn't really mean jack crap. It doesn't mean that that's where the bottom is or where you should buy a few shares. Nope. And now the bid is 372 and ask is 373, and that is also a very common number where they acquire shares. And right now where it is at 372.73, you can see that number too. Very, very, very sternly rejected from that number before. 373, folks. 373 right there for the bottom and bounced. And now they're accumulating it at 373 a share. Right here at the top of this line where they accumulated it before. Then they dump it down in the mid-morning, dump it down in the pre-market. And again, this is BBAI. I'm not advocating you buy this stock. I'm just showing it to you. I provide and you decide. BBAI. I will say this much. In the most recent, off of this line, it's fallen further than it's risen. It's fallen further than it's risen. Okay? It's fallen deeper than it has risen. And it's fallen deeper than it has risen. BBAI. Okay? So I'm just showing it to you because it was called out yesterday by Little Shop of Stuff. Next, we're going to look at one but called out by One Love called VIVK. And we're looking at yesterday's picks. These are yesterday's picks that were on people's radars yesterday. This is a new stock right out of the gate. They don't even have a 20-day chart, so this is a new one. It must have IPO'd just a couple days ago, I guess, because there's no 20-day chart on this. It's just, that's it. Let's look at the 5-day chart. Yeah. So this stock must have just IPO'd, and it's got a good rising 200 below it here and a rising 45 and 50, and they just sunk it below that to get some shares there. And this one looks pretty good, folks. VIVK. It was at 570 yesterday morning in the pre-market. What was the mover for VIVK? Vigator receives NASDAQ approval to uplist to NASDAQ capital markets from April the 27th. Okay, so they got an approval from NASDAQ to uplist to NASDAQ capital markets from April 27th. Okay, so that is what was the driving force for achieving a $5.70 price. And then they dropped yesterday morning right out of the gate to 218. And now we have a rising 200, which from that point where they came out at 218, the 200 was down here. Now they're coming out here and the 200 is here. Okay, so watch for this to have continued movement up. They may come at it just like they did yesterday, right out of the gate to the 50-day average, and then boom, it jumped off that. So I like this one. This one was called out yesterday by One Love, VIVK. Hopefully the volume will stay behind it. Let's go see over here, VIVK, how much volume they got going on right here. And April 27th, 6:02 a.m., Vivacor, an integrated provider of energy transportation, storage, reuse, and remediation services, today announced that it has received approval to uplist its common stock to the NASDAQ capital market. NASDAQ. The company's shares will commence trading on NASDAQ under the ticker symbol VIVK effective Monday, April 27th. Okay. Well, let's see if VIVK is showing up. Nope, they're not. VIVK stock, Yahoo. And I'm seeing VIVKD up 41% at close, April 27th. I guess they're not trading in the pre-market. But anyway, folks, we'll keep an eye on it. But that's a call out by One Love. VIVK just opened up into the NASDAQ. Next, we're going to look at, hold on, let me close this out. And I do like the look of this chart, though, with that 200 rising, 45 and 50 rising, and they took it just below it. It could springboard. Let's watch that one, folks. VIVK today. Let's watch that one. That was called out yesterday by One Love. Next, we're going to look at USEG. This is on the 5-day. As you can see, yesterday morning, it skyrocketed up to 165 for the high. That's why I always tell you guys to sell now the 160, the 161, 164, okay? And then they drop it down, and the bid now is 102, the ask 103. USEG. Volume on it is over 1 million shares this morning in the pre-market, according to Nini Guru, who told us that. All right. All right. Thank you for calling that out. USEG, both One Love and Wavy Boy Smith yesterday called this out. Next, we want to look at one that was called out yesterday that dove down, POET, Poet Technologies. It really got collapsed yesterday. And you can see they took it even deeper down to 690 here in the after hours late last night. And in case you're wondering what in the heck happened to POET, I'll tell you. It says here that Poet Technologies announces cancellation of all orders made by Celestial AI. And it also says that Poet Technology says Poet Technology says purchase orders received from Celestial AI canceled. Shares fall. Okay, and so that's what happened with POET. Okay, Celestial AI decided to cancel all their purchase orders, and so that's what's happening. Why POET fell so much. Next, Port Bear called out this stock AGPU. AGPU, there it is. We're going to look at it now on the, and you can see AGPU got a deal, signed and inked a deal with NVIDIA to supply them with $260 million worth of chips. And when that news broke, the stock went up to 1447. And then the big whale said, wait a minute. 1447, we want to get back in here on this down on the low. We want to buy this thing at a price instead of $5.55 a share. So let's see if we can run this thing down nearly $10 and get in at $5.55, which they did yesterday morning right after the market opened. They hoarded it, folks. They got in at $5.55. Ding dong, right there. Shorts went long. Right there, the shorts went long on this stock. And I'm telling you, this is huge news of this NVIDIA deal for $260 million. But listen, on this day, I had written down, just so you guys are all aware, that this stock only has outstanding shares in the amount of, I'm going to show you right now, this stock only has shares of 5.54 million shares, folks. It only has 5.54 million shares, but somehow on the day of this news, it traded 83,510,000, folks. All right. Alexa, what is 83 divided by 5?
83 divided by 5 is 16.6.
Alexa, stop. So all the available traded shares available, 5.54 million, were traded 16 times in a circle, over and over and over. And the way that they can make a stock that only has 5 million reach 83 million in volume is they take a shorted position when the price is at 1447, and then this guy sells his 100,000 shares to this one who sells to his friend, and they short sell it. And this one short sells it to this one, and this one short sells it to this one, short sells it to this one, and back to this one who short sells it again, and short sells it, and short sells it, short sells it, shorts it, shorts it, shorts it, shorts it, shorts it, shorts it. The same shares being shorted in circular motion over and over and over. This is how a price can fall 126% in one day, and how a stock with only 5 million shares can trade 83 million plus in one day. This is how it's done, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm here to show it to you. This price fell from 1447 all the way to 639, $8.08. The favorite number, 808. Okay, that's how much it fell, ladies and gentlemen. And it did that by these people selling the same shares over, short sold, and they sold it all the way down, and they got the price to fall all the way down. And then yesterday morning, they got what they wanted, $5.55 a share. And now they got to make it look like there's some resistance. They can't just let it go right back up to 14. They got to make it look like there's some herking and jerking going on here till they go back up to 14. Otherwise, it'll be absolutely obvious this is 100% market manipulation by the whales, okay? And it's been 5 days of driving this and driving out retail. okay, and scared them out yesterday morning. Anybody who would have sold, who bought these shares in this range and this range and this range, anybody that would have sold yesterday morning. And I believe, and my contention is now, since that 555 price, there's nobody wants to sell this thing. They know this company has a $260 million 3-year contract with NVIDIA. They're not going to want to sell here. Nobody wants to sell below here. They're not going to, folks. I don't believe it. No, sir. I don't believe it. I don't believe there's going to be really very much selling of this anymore at all. I think it's going to be accumulate and buy and run it up and run it up, because they know this is a huge deal that they got with NVIDIA, 260 million, all these chips for NVIDIA. And, but you know, when a price runs up to 1447 on that news of the NVIDIA deal, those whales, they're not going to pay the premium price. They can jump on the horn and they can go over to FinTel. They can look up what stocks own AGPU. They can call them and say, hey, why don't you take a short position and sell those shares you got? Let's start selling them. Come on. Let's all take a short position on this at 1447 and run it down to 555 a share, and we'll buy it there. And then we'll go long there and we'll run it right back up against the retail to $14 or even higher. Let's take it to 20 or 25 or 30. But this is how it's done, folks. This is how they can make a stock that has only 5.4 million shares trade 80-something million shares in a day. They sell the same shares over and over. Short sell them, short sell them, short sell, short sell, short it, short it, short sell it, same shares in a circle, keep selling them, keep selling them, keep selling them, keep selling, keep selling, keep selling, keep selling. Just keep selling them. Just keep shorting it. And then, bam, they got their 555 price. Good for them. 555. And then they went long. I'm telling you, AGPU, ladies and gentlemen, this is the stock. And I think it's going to go back up after this herking and jerking that they got going on with it, AGPU. I'm going to day trade it. I'm going to day trade it again today. Yesterday, I was green on it. I had been down 2,900. I was down on it. And yesterday, I actually went green and was up about 110 mid-afternoon. Then they pulled it down. But right here, when it reached here, I sold some. But, folks, they pulled it down into the close. Last little fleece out this morning right here, AGPU. Well above yesterday's low. 90 cents above yesterday's low, folks. 90 cents above. That's a nice recovery right there. 90 cents up from where some of you bought it yesterday morning in the 550s. Okay, that's IGPU. We're looking at AGPU, I'm sorry. The next one was called out yesterday morning by Harris Muhammad, CMPX. Let's go look at it. Enter. Okay, CMPX. Wow. Whew. Man, that would have been a good buy yesterday. Or maybe not. Look at that thing. It was up to freaking 624, folks. They fleeced it out 94 cents. What did they do? A public share offering after they went up? CMPX. What happened? Compass. Here we go. 427. Compass Therapeutics shares are trading lower after the company announced that its Tovexmig candidate did not meet the overall survival secondary endpoint in a phase 3 study. Ugh. Oh, boy. And then Wedbush lowers Compass Therapeutics price target to $5 from $8. Uh-oh, Wedbush. That's probably David Chiaverini, ladies and gentlemen. Lowers the price target to $5, and it goes down to 94 cents. Now the bid is 187. The ask is 188, Savannah. 187, 188. CMPX, and Harris Muhammad called that out yesterday, and because they were on the low, and he thought that might be a good place to buy. And folks, yesterday morning in the pre-market when he called it out, it was a good buy at 94 cents apparently. So good call out there, Happy Boy. No, it wasn't him. Harris Muhammad. Thank you for calling that one out yesterday morning early. Next one was called out by Trigga, TRGGA, called out DKI. Let's take a look at DKI. And it is getting fleeced out this morning in the pre-market big time. Triple downside crossover of the 200-day last night and yesterday. And man, that stock had gone up to 76 cents for the high. And then this morning reached a low of 45 cents. The same low that they got yesterday morning on it. Really, the same low they got yesterday morning right there. 44 cents. Man, they love to get 44. All right. And they got it again right there, 44 cents. The bid now is 46.20. The ask is 47. All right. Thank you for calling that one out for me to look at. Trigga. Does look like it's at the bottom again. And boys and girls, I'm telling you, this stock, DKI. Let's see what their news was. DKI. Let's look at that. DKI's news. 427. Darken shares trading higher. The company announced closing of a $3.8 million PIPE financing, an 800,000 content asset acquisition. Okay? So Darkris shares are trading higher because the company announced the closing of a $3.8 million PIPE financing and 800,000 content asset acquisition. All right? Don't know how to decipher that for you, but ladies and gentlemen, this does look like it reached the same pre-market low as yesterday where it soared in the after hours on that news, and they drove it right back down almost to the same price as before the news broke out. So this might be a good entry point to pick up a little on this one, and that is DKI. And I like buying them. And folks, the reason, just so you understand how this channel works, honey, what did you say? You're leaving for work? Oh, you're going to Chelsea's. Yep, I know. All right, let me come up. I want to get a kiss. Yep. Oh, yeah. Okay. All right. So, look, I'll be right up there, honey. So you guys understand, these are the stocks that were called out yesterday. And I've been looking over this whole list for ones that look good, maybe to get in on after they went up very high yesterday and then they got dropped down. So I'm looking for pullbacks this morning on these stocks. So right now I've been going over this list and I'm going to work my way down, and then we're going to call out, then we're going to start looking at the list of stocks called out today. And these are the stocks that have been called out this morning, and there's been many others, I'm sure, since I wrote this. But I want you to look at the ones today that are on the list, take a snapshot, screenshot, and look these up and see what you think of these ones here, folks, that have been called out this morning, okay? And then I'll get to these in a minute, but first, we're going to go look for these that were up huge yesterday for pullbacks this morning and the fleecing of them, a fleece out. All right, I'll be right back. I'm going to go give my wife a kiss goodbye, and I'll be back in about 5 minutes. So please don't go anywhere. And if you do, like I said, I'll be back in 5 minutes. 5 minutos, all right? Please just hold for a moment, and I shall return momentarily. The stock that we're looking at here is DKI. DKI. All right, let me go get that kiss. Kiss for luck, and she's on her way. And, maybe, yes, if she'll wait, I can also come over here to my Spotify, and we'll try and play you one of my songs on my Spotify list. I hope you enjoy it. We're going to be listening to one of the many songs I have on Spotify right now. And I hope you enjoy it, ladies and gentlemen. And we're going to play a song called You've Got to Have a Dream. This is for women who have men that do not treat them fairly and right. Here we go. You dream. Here we go.
So you've had it with your boyfriend and you can't stand anymore. You want to write your resignation, your frustration is ignored. But you have your reservations, your hesitation, and your doubt. You're not sure if you can take it or you can make it, move it out. But you gotta have a dream. And you gotta believe it. Yeah, you gotta have a dream. And you just gotta believe it. Yeah, you know it treats you badly, and you sadly you stay. But I think you need to leave him. Don't believe him, get away. Cause he doesn't really love you. No, he loves you to love him. And I'm telling you because I consider you my friend. And you gotta have a dream. And you gotta believe in it. You gotta have a dream. And you just got to believe in it. Don't you let him fool you. Don't let him fool you anymore. Think it's time to pack your suitcase, find a new base, yeah, for sure. Cause he's never gonna stop it till he knocks you to the floor. No, there's no more sense of talking. You need to walk straight out the door. You gotta have a dream. And you gotta believe it. Yeah, you gotta have a dream. No, you just gotta believe in it. Yeah, you gotta have a dream. Yeah, you gotta believe it. Yeah, you gotta have a dream. You gotta believe it. Oh, you gotta have a dream.
Meet your next audiobook listen, Go as a River by Shelley Reed. Set in the 1940s, this coming-of-age novel is filled with danger, love, passion, and a tragedy that lands teenage Victoria Nash in Colorado's beautiful and harsh wilderness, fighting to survive. Find out what happens as the Gunnison River rises, an old life is underwater, and Victoria fights to regain all that is lost. Listen now on Spotify.
Hey, this is David Senra, and you should check out my new podcast, David Senra, right here on Spotify. On the podcast, I sit down with the greatest business founders and extreme winners. People like Daniel Ek, Michael Dell, and James Dyson. Check out David Senra now, right here on Spotify.
Uncover what true crime documentaries don't show you. Real cases and real people, but with a new twist. This is Unseen. Follow us on Spotify and tune in to dive into the untold mysteries. Search for Unseen right here on Spotify.
Julio, he's the latest man, and that's all that we really know. Where he came from, nobody knows, and nobody knows where he'll go. Out of nowhere he seems to appear, and he buys everybody a beer. Where he goes, all the chicks gather round. Yeah, that's where all the babes can be found. Julio, just wish he would leave. How does Julio always show up with girls on each sleeve? Julio, Julio. He never eats candy, he's just too sweet. And he mesmerizes the girls that he meets. He's a man full of love who knows how to romance. All the girls hope that Julio gets in their pants. Julio, Julio. He's a man full of mystery and gets all his wine and his women for free. When I saw him last night, I would swear that for fact he had 3. When Julio plays guitar and he sings, all the ladies, they want to give Julio everything. To be by his side and to have a few kids. But Julio, that's not the way that he lives. Julio, that's Julio. They all tell Julio they love him so, and they hope and they pray that he'll let his feelings show. But Julio always has somewhere else to go. Julio.
Oh, all right. Oh, yeah. And you just got through listening to a song by me, the artist Tyler Self, on Spotify. And you just heard You Gotta Have a Dream and a song called Julio. Julio! Yes. And, oh, no. You're going to play somebody else's music now. And I don't know why they do that. I go to my channel to play just my channel's music. And what do? They play someone else's music. So anyway, that's what happens. Let's get this off of here and let's figure out what's going on today. Let's get some hot stocks here. Good morning, everybody. And we're going to try to read everybody's comments here. I did put up a video this morning. Look into it. These are the stocks that have been called out this morning. And we're looking at, we're going to be looking at them soon. Let's see here. Yep. Interesting choice of words. Start my show. Yep. BBL meant to be back later. Not a stock. The main two are USEG and SER because of the 15 million private buy at $2.25 a share with options to purchase more at $5 a share. Greg Bailey, CEO. Gotcha, Nini Buru. Yep, I gotcha. All right, SER. Okay. All right. Well, we'll get those looked at too. We're gonna look at the rest of these that are on yesterday's call out sheet. We're looking for pullbacks right now. We've done all these from here. If you want to back up the video, you'll see all of these. I've looked at all of these. Now we're at F-Cell. We're gonna look at F-Cell right now. And there's a double bottom on it. One yesterday midday. One this morning pre-market, not quite as low, so that shows a little bit of strength on it. It had run up to $12.52. Wow, F-Cell has been making some moves because I can remember this 3 years ago in the low prices, way down in the 3s and 4s. And now it has made a move from in the 4s to $10.35 bid, $10.41 ask. It closed yesterday at $10.68. F-Cell. But you can see this stock has been just dropping and dropping and dropping and dropping, and I try not to catch a falling knife. But right now, it definitely is starting to see an increase in volume, big volume increase right here. And this is over a 1 week. So during this past week, in the last week, there was a lot more volume on it, okay? Just so you're aware of that. And now we're going to go to the 10-day chart. And it has made a huge move and now been scrunched back down right to below the 200-day. It might be a good place to make an entry on this, but I'm going to hold off until I see sure and bona fide bottom, okay? Bid is 1035, ask is 1041. And we want to make sure that's a bona fide bottom, but that is a pretty significant pullback from 1252 down to 20% drop. And let's go look and see if there's any news on FCell. And it says here, fuel cell energy start falls 4.5%, underperforms the market. Fuel cell energy rally builds as the data center demand grows. Data center demand grows. Okay, that's what's been pushing FCell up. But it certainly was at a low of $6.97 up to $12 over a 4-day period. So that's a big run, and there's going to be a big pullback as well. They could come much further down on this, folks. Don't go in on that. Don't get in on that yet. I don't believe that's an entry point yet. Not yet. I'm going to write down, and that one was called out by R. Richie B. and Trigga yesterday. And I'm going to put down here buy. Price is 1035, 1041. So we're going to call that 1038. 1038 buy. Question mark. Okay. Not a guaranteed buy, but if you do buy it, just buy a few shares. Just start off small. Never overexpose yourselves, folks. Okay. The next one we're looking at here, and what I'm doing is I'm looking over this entire list of stocks that was on people's radars yesterday. So we're looking for pullbacks on these. Let's look at YAAS now. And we're going to go to the 1-day chart on this now. And FCell may have just reached, though, it may have just reached a nice little double nutsack bottom there, and it might recover here. So we're going to be watching that one. FCell, bid 1035, ask 1041. Next one, YAAS. I put an asterisk beside this yesterday. Looking for a fleecing of this stock, and this morning's low looks like 150 a share. 150 they got it down to. The bid now is 160, and the ask is 161. Okay. This is YAAS. Let's look at the 20-day chart. Kissing the ET. Thing went up to 257 a share. Hey, guys, take note. Right here on my buy-sell sheet. What does this number say to sell right here in the middle of the sheet? 54, 55, 56, 57. Sell, Mortimer. Sell, sell, sell. 57. And it says your buybacks could be as low as 24 or 30, 37. Let's go see where it dropped to. Right here, what was that price? From $2.57 to $1.50. Folks, they dropped this thing $1.08. They dropped it $1.08 from $2.57 yesterday. YAAS. And that was in the aftermarket, ran up to that price. It says yesterday, Yuxin, that's the stock, Yuxin, Youxin, and this is the YAAS. Yuxin Technology stock soars 40% after 10.8 million YATOP deal. YATOP deal. So they got shares are trading higher after the company agrees to acquire 18% of the equity interest in YATOP. Okay, so that's what made it spike up to $2.57 a share. And now do you know why you sell the 54, 55, 56, 57? Holy crap, people. and then they drop it down here and kiss the ET this morning. Man, I'm going to play this one today. The bid is now 161. The ask is 166. What do you know, Savannah? Now, after 257, they're going to ask 166 for it. I'm going to be trading this one today, folks. I'm going to put an asterisk beside both sides of this. This is going to be my number one pick for day trading today. YAAS, ladies and gentlemen. That's going to be it. YAAS. And before I make that decision, I want to go see, does this company do reverse splits? YAAS. YAAS. Enter. Yes. They have done one in September of 2025. They did a 1 for 80 split, folks, in September of 2025. 1 for 80. Man, that is a massive reverse split. And as you can see yesterday, this stock soared 149%. It was called out yesterday morning by Harris Muhammad. And at the time, the price was $1.48. All right. And I wrote down on this one, YAAS. I had asterisks beside it. I had an asterisk beside this. Harris Muhammad called it out yesterday morning. And I believe Harris Muhammad is using some software. Let me see. Yes, he is. Just so you know what he's using, in case you're interested in this, he is using Trade Trader. He's using Trade Trader and Think or Swim, okay? Scanners, okay? Harris Muhammad. So he called out that stock, YAAS, yesterday. Good call out, man. Nice. And remember, folks, he called this stock out yesterday morning. Harris called it out when the price was $1.48, and I said, buy. YAAS. Okay. And this morning now, we're going to take a look at it on the charts, and look how they've pinched it way down now and kissing it right off that rising 45 and 50. Right off that. And folks, we see this over and over. This is one of the most common stock chart configurations you ever going to see. It's done over and over and over and over. And I love it here. I love it here, okay? I'm going to day trade this one today. Bid 165, ask 166. So now they pinched it up and there's no more gap between the bid and the ask. The bid is 164 and the ask just dropped to 165. So I think it's a great place to buy it, folks. YAAS. Look at that pullback from 257 to 166, Savannah. Holy crap. All right, next we're going to move over here to ASBP. ASBP. And hey, that looks like a nice platform building there. Man, this is a crocagator right here. Watch this one today. Hey, watch this one today, folks. The bid is 22.14. The ask is 22.34. ASBP. This was called out yesterday by Rolando. Rolando called this one out. ASBP. And he called it out, by the way, yesterday morning, folks. So it would have been a good buy there in the pre-market to buy that. So Rolando, congratulations and thank you for calling that one out. And I want to keep an eye on that one too. So I'm going to put an asterisk beside it. ASBP. ASBP. And what was the news? ASBP. What closed? What made it go up? ASBP. Aspire Pharmaceutical announces 5 million share buyback. Oh, okay. On the 27th, yesterday, they announced a 5 million share buyback program. Nice. Man, ASBP buying back 5 million shares. They announced that yesterday. And then there's what it did. It spiked yesterday morning on that news, and then it's a fleece out, and then it's a crocagator, and then she bounces off the 50 and probably runs here, folks. Okay, bouncing right off the 50-day here. You can see a green flat top candlestick. The market is going to open here in 2 minutes and 20 seconds, all right? And I'd like to do me a favor at 9:28 and 8 seconds. Please, can we all hit the like button together at the same time? And until then, can we give a little love in here and get show a heart on the screen? Thank you. And we're going to count down 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and press the like button. 9:28:08. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. I do appreciate that. Nothing beats a heart on the screen, right? Nothing beats a heart on. And I want to thank you all for that. When there's a heart on the screen, you can just feel the love in the tank. Yep. It's thick and it's girthy. And I appreciate all of you who support this channel. Okay. Now, we've got a lot of other chat here that I haven't gotten to yet. Wow, you guys are loading it up here, I see this morning. Gary, hello there. Gary in the tank. Everybody flavoring up the tank with all kinds of comments and stocks here. Jeez, oh, Pete's, look at all these stocks being called out. Wow. Man, I'm way behind everyone. I'm so far behind everyone here, I'm not even close to. Goodness gracious. Man, how could I be so far behind in this chat? Man, I am so far behind. I'm only halfway through. Jeez, oh, Pete. The last one I got was SKYQ that was called out. Jeez, I don't even know when it was called out. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We're off and running. And we've got these stocks today. Plus, I'm going to do a lot more. CTNT has just been called out this morning by R. Richie B. He's picked out some big ones before in the past. So check out CTNT. Ellis is calling out BATL, and that's an oil stock. All right, thank you. Cat, BBL isn't a stock, okay? All right, thank you. VG, Ellis is calling out. Yep, I've been watching that one for some time. Jayhawk, next, NEXR, my bad, fat finger, NEXR, all right? NEXR, all right, got it. NEXR, Jayhawk. Thank you. Guys, these people are using screeners and scanners and other types of software to help them pick these out. Tony Henry, IPWR, dropped to 408 at closing, then flew to 449 after closing, 3:04 p.m. Wow. Gotcha. Got it. Gotcha. And I looked that one up this morning. That was one of the ones that was called out yesterday. So I looked it up this morning and to see what it was doing. And thanks for that heads up on that. IPWR. Yep, I know that stock was called out yesterday. And I took a look at it. You called it out right out of the gate. IPWR. It was the number one pick yesterday morning for you that you called out. And I looked at it this morning as well. I've been looking down this whole list. I've been going down this. And one of the stocks I want to buy here right now is YAAS. I'm going to watch it very closely. Enter. And we're going to come to the one-day chart. And there's the attack on it right there, driving it down now to 153, 151. I'm going to trade this. I'm coming in on And I want to buy here. We're going to start off with 60 shares right here. Buy at market. And I just filled at 152 a share. The price of this stock was already at 168 a share this morning. I just filled at 152 a share. And now I want to, of course, come in at 148, 149, 150, and see if we can even get some 147 and buy the low of the day. And we're going to try to buy 151 now. And this is YAAS. It's down, ladies and gentlemen, 34% this morning, okay? This is what I do. I try to buy on the low, okay? And I told everybody this morning, this was the stock. Harris Muhammad called it out yesterday. And I told everyone, this is a stock I'm going to day trade today. I told everyone that, okay? I said it, and I'm going to do it. That's the one I'm going to be buying. There we go. Come on down. There we go. I just picked up a 148. Got a 148. Let's try for 144 here now. Try, and I'm buying just 60 shares at a time, folks. That was good. That was good. And my dollar cost average now is $1.49, and I love that, folks. Because if the options players want to try to hold this under $1.50 at the end of the day, they'll close it out at $1.49 if they are trying to do that. And there she goes. I'm done. Try and buy my DCA and then come in at market now for 60 share up. Oh, yeah, here we go. Here we go. Look, just lowered my dollar cost average to 148. Nice. YAAS down 36.64%, ladies and gentlemen. Down 36.64%. This is my number one pick for today to day trade. I told everyone this morning it looked good. I'm going to go to the chart, YAAS, and I want you to look at the 20-day chart on this stock, and here's why I'm buying it right here. There's the 20-day chart. Triple upside crossover yesterday morning. Off she goes to the Banshee races at 257. They run it back down here right to the 50-day, and I'm buying it there, right on that rising 50-day and the rising 200, just rising. They're going to shove this thing right through the roof, folks. This is not going to be anything but a bounce off this number with these rising at such a rate. And look at the 45 separating from the 50. It's a red-bellied blueback, folks, and they're just pinching it. You're going to kiss this goodbye right now. Kiss it goodbye, folks. That's my call. Kiss it and watch it fly. They're going to kiss it off the 50, and then they're going to watch it fly. And look at this top. Watch this. Watch this. Watch it. Watch this coming up. Watch this rising. This is the top. Watch it rise. Watch the bottom of this. There it goes. Here it comes again. Up here, then up here, then up here. This is going to be what I call a top. Okay? You'll see in a minute. This will get very thin. And by the way, these are 1 hour candlesticks. Let's get away from 20-day 1 hour. Let's go to 5-day, 15-minute candlesticks. And look at this. This 15 minutes, you can see this candlestick has got 2-to-1 buyers, sellers versus buyers. But watch this. Watch it closely, folks. Watch the bottom of this candlestick right here. I already bought it when it was down here. But watch the bottom of this. Watch it. I'm coming in again right now. There she goes, folks. There she goes. And now we're up $17 on this position right now. And she's on her way, folks. Now I'm going to put pressure on by changing the market buys to buy market here. And I just bought at 153. And I don't really want to buy too many more shares up here because I don't really want to raise my dollar cost average over $1.50. I don't want to do that. I sure don't want to do that. But I want to sell here at 157 now. I'm going to sell 157, 159, and 160. And why not sell some 155? Let's sell some there. We'll see it hit 155, and then they'll pull it back to 147 again, folks. You'll see that. As a matter of fact, they've already hit 168 this morning for the high. Now, I also want to take a look right now at AGPU. Oh, it's at the bottom. I'm going to buy 20 shares there. And I just bought AGPU at 653. I'm trying to buy here. What the hell is a 653? AGPU. And coming in here now, 644 on AGPU. Oh, shoot, she's gone, folks. And I want you to notice, some of you who've been trading with me over the last week saw me down this much. 2,900 I was down on this stock. I was down 2,900. And I told Kathy that day, who was very upset about it, I said, just hold on and day trade this with me. We're going to sell those highs each day, buy the lows, sell the highs, and we're going to be green on this stock, I told her. Well, look. Now my $2,900 down on this stock, and I'm only 131 down. Now I want to run over here, and I'm going to look at all these other stocks, and I see that I'm up 1757 on ENVB. So I'm going to trade ENVB. I've only got 40 shares of it. And we're going to sell this at 547. ENVB. Well, we'll sell 543. Oh, I just sold 549. That's nice. Let's try 555. Let's see if they want to go to 555 on it. And I'm up 1560 on it today. Now, I want to move this over to AGPU. Ah, look at that. They're rising the price now. What do you know? We'll try for 647. And wow, look at it jump to 664, folks. By the way, sell right here now. The bid and the ask is, the last trade was at 663.99. Goodness gracious, folks. Wow. And this is AGPU. AGPU, ladies and gentlemen. This is the stock I'm trading right now. I'm using Charles Schwab Thinkorswim. I make no guarantees. I'm trading here with an account for teaching people how to trade with Charles Schwab Thinkorswim. And this account I'm using is a paper money account, okay? Paper money account that I'm using. And I just bought a GPU at 647. Nice. I want to thank you for whoever did that, made me that offer there. Thank you. And I'm going to come in again at 647 again. See if we can get that again, 647. And my dollar cost average has been dropped now to 678 a share, folks. 678. And some of you people may not be able to understand Why in the world am I selling any shares here at these prices below where my dollar cost average is? Well, because these numbers are on my buy sell sheet, folks. And I know if I sell a 660 and a 661, the chances are I'll get to buy back at $5.47 or $5.50. Okay. I just know that. So I put in these sell orders up here because I'm pretty certain that we're going to see them hit those numbers, and then we're going to see them pull back to these. Okay. And that's just the way it works. All right. And right now you can see shares are trading, and they are penny all over this. Look at this. One share, one share, one share, one share, one share, one share, one. Look at all these ones, folks. Man, the market makers are working in one share at a time over and over. 664, 663, 654, one share, zero shares. What? They sold 0 shares at 659.19? You kidding me? One share, folks. One share, one share, one share, one share. That's the reason you put in a 5-share order. You can't get it to sell, folks, because they're just manipulating with one share at a time. Look at this. One share at 647 and then one share at 664. One share at 647, one at 664. Look at the gap between the bid and the ask. One share, folks. 20-cent gap, almost 17-cent gap. One share, 663. One share, 664. 647, one share. One share, one share, one share, one share, one share. It's all just one share, folks, one share at a time. And you should be aware of that. And now, and this is what's interesting. When you see the big dumps, look at these dumbasses selling for shares of 25 at 655 when they can sell them for 665. They can sell them for 665. But they're going to throw out 100 shares at 655.5, folks. Isn't that moronic? Isn't that idiotic? When they can sell them at 665. One share, folks. One share, 648. Look at that. And then the next moment, 25 shares pays 655, and then one share jumps from 655 to 665. Isn't that amazing? I mean, just look at that, folks. Look at the big, big differences. One share at 647. 500 they dumped at 646 when they could have just sold them at 665. Look at that difference between the bid and the ask. Jeez. One share, folks, is all they're using. They keep dumping one shares in. One share, one share, one share. And the sellers then dump 150. Why would you even do that when just half of that, it's going to be one share again at 665? You're going to see it. There it is, one share. One share moves it back up from 647 to 655, 665. 18 cents difference, folks, on one share sold. Isn't that amazing? Man, at this point, you should just keep getting your sell orders in at 665 and your bids at 649. Just keep doing it. And they're doing that. They're doing that, folks. And boy, I tell you what, this will add up after a while. This will add up. Look at that, 665 again, one share. And I just sold ENVB at 556. So ENVB is starting to rise, everyone. What do you know? I'm here to teach you guys. Weep Corbiere says, I am starting to hate SoFi stock. Well, 90% of my viewers that are subscribed to my channel bought SoFi stock between $4.66 and $10. All right. That's when I was pitching the stock the most, when it was in the 460s up to 5s and 6s and 7s and 8s. I never pumped it once it went over $30 at all. I didn't talk about it anymore. I stopped talking about it. I stopped trading it. I took it from $4.66. I took the ride all the way up to $32 and sold. And I haven't been talking about SoFi, as you already know. I haven't been talking about it for months now. It's probably why it's dropping. Anthony Noto, boy, he better start looking at his results. When I got in and started talking about it every day, for 2 years I talked about it every day until it went from $4.60 all the way up to $32. And then I said, all right, well, it's reached where I think it's capped out, so I'm not going to talk about it anymore. I sold. And I know a lot of my viewers sold with me at $3.32 a share, at $32 a share, because they're smart. They're smart. And they took that profit and ran. They've invested in other stocks. And just so you're aware, to show you what we've made over the last few, these are our top gainers that we've made during the month of March. During the month of March. And what we did with BATL, ladies and gentlemen, I think that was called out by either JP Panik, I think called it out, or Piyush Bhatka, I can't recall. But BATL, look how much money we made on that stock. Look at the percentage gains we've made here on this channel since February and March. Look at these stocks and look at the percentage gains that we've made on these stocks, folks. And we've done it in 1 day's time. We take the money off the top after 1 day and we're done. We get out. But BATL, did we just slaughter that stock or what? SKYQ. And I've started putting in here, if I know who called the stock out, I put their name beside it because I want them to get credit these days. So we're starting to put names in here. And just like I said here on BATL, the doggone price started at $4.15. We sold at $5.88, made 32%. Then we bought it back again at $4.15 the very 5 days later. And then we sold it at $11.33, a 100% gain. Then we bought it at $8.88 and sold it at $11.80, a 31% gain. BATL, folks. Wow. And by the way, these stocks, all of these stocks were called out by other members of this tank. They got me directed and I got looking at them and I said, okay, this is what we're going to buy today. And so anyway, I just want you to know that we cannot guarantee that we'll always make these kind of profits. But ladies and gentlemen, that is nothing to laugh about on a 1 day gain. Opened at 12 cents, closed at 12 cents, called out by Jayhawk, closed at 12 cents the day before, went to 203, 1,500% gain. All right. Now we're looking here at AGPU. I just bought it at 647. Now I'm going to come up to 653. I'm going to try to buy it at 654. And 655. And I've got my sell orders right here. And presuming I'm going to be able to soon sell 660 and 661. And right on up. I believe it's going to rise right on up. I look over here, and you know what? Every single one of these shares, and I just bought a GPU at 655. And I love that. Thank you, market makers. You really make my day when you do that. And now I've got 475 shares of AGPU. Nini, I'm starting to, okay, already did it. Nini Guru, yep. Jayhawk, man was created on the sixth day. The number 6 represents man, which is imperfection. The number 7, which represents divine perfection. Yep, that's right. My 2 cents, funny. Jayhawk 67 shouting out from Central Michigan. Okay, we did the shout outs. Everybody checked in. Now we're going to look at some other stocks. Awesome. Their rise extraordinary. We've been talking a little bit about bourbon this morning. BKYI by Ellis. BKYI. I'll write it down. In case you're late to the tank this morning, these are the stocks that have been called out this morning. These are the stocks we've got our eyes on this morning. All right, so please take a look at these stocks. They've been called out this morning. Some of them are on a run. I just bought a GPU at 654. Thank you very much. You helped me lower my dollar cost average. Thank you. And now I'm going to come over here to my charts, and I want to look at the stocks I'm finishing up the stocks that were called out yesterday, and I'm looking for pullbacks on those, and including YAAS trading. YAAS, enter. And I just got in on this at $1.49 a share, and now they're sitting under me. 1 penny under my dollar cost average is where they're sitting to accumulate 123,000 shares. And as usual, no matter where I make my dollar cost average, they will make the penny below the highest consumed price of all. See that? Now my dollar cost average is $1.49, and 1 penny below me, they've now bought 123,000 more than any other number here. More than any other number. Isn't that interesting? And so here we go. Let's try to buy some more at 144 again. Try and buy some at 144. And I want to lower my dollar cost average here, folks. I want to lower it. So we're going to try to buy 144, 143. We'll try 145. We'll try 146. And I just bought 146. I just got 145. And I'm going to lower my dollar cost average here, folks. By the way, this stock, just so you know, YAAS is down today 37% right now. That's why I'm buying it here. When you look at the chart, I'll show it to you. Why I'm buying here will become obvious. Okay? I'm buying because this stock has shot way, way, way up, off the screen almost. And after it hit 257, they drove it to below the 50-day. I love to buy here. I love to buy right below the 50-day average with a rising 200 like that, a rising 50, a rising 45. And when they smash it down, I love to buy right there just below that 50-day average. And that's why I'm buying it here, folks. That's why I'm accumulating at one of their favorite numbers, 43, 44. I'm not stupid, folks. I know these numbers are on my buy-sell sheet, and this is buy numbers, 43, 44. You look over here, you'll see them on my buy-sell sheet. It says buy back. Oops. It says buy back there, 143, 144. I know that's a buyback, folks, especially if they've had the thing up to $2.55. Okay, that's why I'm buying there. And they're not even gonna get 143 again, so I'm just gonna raise this up to 145 and get it there. Thank you very much. 145 is mine. And you can see I'm not buying alone over here, folks. There's a lot of others coming in. There's a lot of green here. There's a lot of green here. 2,000 shares at 145. There's a lot. And then I see one share at 145.76, and that to me shows weakness. When I see 2,000, and then I see 800, and then I see 1, and it jumps to 145.76. Weak, folks. Very weak. We're very weak. And I'm sitting over here with a 5-share order at 144 a share on Charles Schwab Thinkorswim. And ladies and gentlemen, I am now only down on a stock that I was down 5 days ago, 2,900 on. I think it wasn't even 5 days. It was probably just 3 days ago. And Kathy was just all over me about this stock. And I told her, Kathy, listen, if you had listened to me from the beginning, I would have told you, don't you dare invest all of your money in any stock at any price. Always keep at least half of your cash available to buy with. Okay? Because when you start buying a stock, you need to nibble at it and just buy very few shares. You see me here? I'm spending $7 per purchase here, folks. $7. And I'm buying 5 shares at a time. But as I keep nibbling at this, I keep lowering my dollar cost average. And as you can see, now I'm only down $17 on this position. And I'm coming in at 145 again. And that's going to lower my DCA down to 149. I'd really like to get even lower. Today I'm up on ENVB. That one is rising. And I'm also up on USEG. Okay, USEG. Let's go take a look at that one this morning. USEG. The volume is supposed to be high on it. And we're going to go to the 1-day chart now. USEG. There it is. Nice, up 4.25%. USEG, folks. And the price hit $1.15. I should have sold it there. Yep. USEG. Well, I'm very happy to report for anybody that stayed with me and kept day trading this stock. This is the stock US. I'm going to look at here. YAAS. YAAS 145. 145.23. 146. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the stock YAAS. And I just bought YAAS at 144 again. Very nice. Uh-huh. 3 shares and it's back up to 143. 280 share buys coming in at 142.98. 1 share though, 142. 1 share, 142. YAAS, and they are still coming at this. It is now down 38% today. Down 38% today. Buyers coming in now, 1,000 shares bought at 143. 1,000 shares just filled at 143. I'll come in again at 143 for 5. And I just filled at 143. It's nice. Let's try 142. I just bought AGPU at 650. So AGPU is being pulled down. And I'm trying to buy a little bit more here of YAAS. Trying to buy it at 143 a share is the stock I'm on. And this stock this morning, I decided, man, I'm going to buy the crap out of this when they run this down to the 50-day. And then if you look at the chart right now, you can see where they are right here. By the way, USEG is going to springboard off this 50. See, this is the same place on USEG that I'm now buying on the other chart, YAAS. It's the same exact chart configuration. Look at these two stocks side by side. And take a look at this on the 20-day chart. It's the same chart, folks. And they're just below that 50-day right there. They were lower below it in the pre-market. Now they cannot achieve the same low there. Do you see that? This pre-market low right here, they could not re-achieve that low of the pre-market. They couldn't do it. This is as low as they could get it right then. It's close, but it is not the same. And that's why I bought it right there, because this is a sign of strength. The first bottom was deeper. The second one, shallower, all right? And I like buying on the bottom. YAAS. To come over here, let me refresh this page, and I'm going to go over here to YAAS. By the way, this stock was called out VIVK. VIVK yesterday. It was up massively, and the price now $3.13 a share, and it's changed its symbol from VIVKD to VIVK, and they just got NASDAQ compliance. NASDAQ just let them uplist into the NASDAQ, VIVK. So let's see if we can find VIVK now instead of VIVKD. And we cannot find it. No, I don't know. VivaCore reports 16% revenue growth to $104.4 million in 2025. But this was called out this morning. It's supposed to be changing its symbol, and it regained NASDAQ. It's been added to the NASDAQ. All right. So this is why I'm buying YAAS stock. Again, I'm looking at the 20-day chart, and I think it's a good place to make an entry. All right. The price of the stock soared up to $2.57 yesterday, right before the closing. And I like buying stocks that closed near the high. And believe you me, I can show you why I like to buy stocks that close near the high. All right? When a stock closes near the high of the day, the next day they'll come at it hard in the morning and fleece it. But it's usually a good indicator you're going to get a higher high than the previous day's high. And if you want to see what I mean, I can show you some examples here. And let's look at BATL as an example, which I happen to like the look of right now, BATL. But I want to show you guys something so you can understand this. Let me go to BATL. And we're just going to use this as an example. By the way, the S&P is down 0.5%. The Dow is slightly green. The NASDAQ is down 0.74%. The Russell is down 0.5%. Now, let me show you something, folks. Think you'll find this interesting, maybe? I don't know if you will or not. But this is going to be on a stock, BATL, ladies and gentlemen. And I want to show you why it's a good thing to close at or near the high of the day. All right? So let's do this right now. As you can see, on June the 12th, BATL's price opened at 139, went to 145 for a high, and closed right near the high, 143. Look at the next day. The price went from 145 for a high to 188. So on this day, this is BATL, June 13th, opened at 148. The low fell 18 cents right out of the bat. They attack it down to 130, and then it went up to 188, 58 cents up, and it closed near the high, much closer to the high than it did the low. It was 34 cents off the low, okay? And it was only 22 cents away from the high. So closing near the high means the next day, the price goes from 188 to 367, folks. You think it's good to close at or near the high of the day? Now, I'm not done. I'm going to show you some other examples of this, okay? So you can understand. Look at this day here, June the 17th, 257 a share. Look at the high, 309. See that? What was the low? 224. So what they did was they opened it at 257 and they dropped the price 33 cents, which is very common, to 224. Then it shot all the way up to 309. What a freaking head fake. And after that, it closed at 283. Much closer. This is 60 cents above the low. But 283 is only 20 cents or so off the high of 309. Okay? So again, it closed very near the high. And then the next day, the next high is not 309, it's 321. So you guys see what it means to a stock when it can close at or near the high of the day? There's many instances of this, folks. I can show it to you with every single stock that's out there, especially SoFi. SoFi is particularly good about jumping up nicely the next day after closing near the high. And I can show it to you time and time again, folks. Time and time again, I can show it to you. And you can pick almost any stock and just do the same thing, and you can go down the line and you can find out how many times it closed near the high and then went up the next day higher. When it spiked here, what did it close at? The high was 119, and then it closed at 117, 2 cents off the high. The next day, 121. The high was 134. Did not close near the high. It closed at 124, closer to the low. So there you go. It goes down the next day from 134 to 125. But here, look at these stock. Look at this stock here. Opened 125, went up to 133. The low was 125, and it closed at 128. And the next day, the price is at $6.89. Man, oh man, we made some money off this BATL, didn't we, folks? We made some good money off of it. I'll show you another example. Opened $2.50 a share. They drove it down to $2.32, 18 cents down. Then it went up to $2.74. Then it closed $2.68. It's 14 cents off the high, folks. It's not even close to the low. And when it closed near the high at 268, the next day's high goes from 274 to 307. And that day, look, it closed at 305, just 2 cents off the high. On this day here, 265 it opened at. They drove it down 4 cents only to 261. Then it went to 307. And after the 307, it closed 2 cents off the high. And the next day, the price is $5.47, folks. You should like it if your stock that you own closes at or near the high, all right? I think this makes pretty much proof of it. Does it not? You starting to get the picture? This day here, February the 20th. February the 20th opens at 411, goes down 40 cents to 366, Savannah. Then it jumps all the way up to 446, and then it closes 2 cents off the high. What do you think is going to happen the next day? Look at the price. 496, 50 cent higher high. Folks, I'm telling you, I could show you this over and over and over again. Wow. BATL. Up in the 22s and now back down in the 3s. Jeepers creepers, but we made some serious money on that stock. All right, so let's get back over here now. And this is BATL right now. I kind of like the look of that chart right now. It looks very good, BATL. And you know it can run, folks. It can run. Bid was closed yesterday at 388, and now that's the bid, and the ask is 389. Okay. In case you're joining me late, these are the stocks that were called out today. All right, these are the stocks that have been called out today. You might want to screenshot this or pause the video and write them all down and then go over and start looking at which ones might be making the biggest moves right now, okay? And this is yesterday's call-outs by all of the tanksters that are using software to pick out runners. And the one I liked the most was this one here, YAAS. To me, this morning, that's the one I said I wanted to buy. This was yesterday's run-up, today's buy on the drop. I'm trying to buy these on the drop. And BATL looks good. It just rose from 390 bid to 391. It was just had a bid of 388. Now the bid is 390 on it. BATL. All right, folks, I just got a phone call that came in on my phone, and hopefully that didn't knock me off. Can you guys still see me? BKYI, okay. Ellis will take a look at it. Try and catch up to all you guys. ATER. ATER called out this morning by Rolando Mota. He's called out some good ones in the past, too. Thank you, ATER. I'll look at it here in a moment. Cat, VG is also being called out again here today. Yep, Ellis. Got it. SAFX. I've got that written down. Someone else has called that out. Jayhawk. Hector and Jayhawk. SAFX. Nope, you got that. Ellis. FTEK. Got it. FTEK. Thank you. Tony Henry. IPWR dropped 408 at closing, then flew to 449 after closing. Now sits at 399. Thank you. What about KIDZ? I didn't like the look of it this morning. I said, hold on, guys. I said the buy on that would be at around 1572. Let's see where it is now. KIDZ. And it is at, it's up 8% this morning. I do not understand what's going on. KIDZ this morning, I was looking at numbers. Nini Guru called it out, and I put buy it at 1572 through 1566. What is this price? 83 cents. I'm confused. It says now 104. I have no idea what's going on with this stock. I don't know why I had 15. I must have had the different stock symbol in. Don't know what's going on there. But anyway, don't really like the look of it at all right now. It looks like it's weak. It's getting slathered, bet down. It's up 8.27%. Look at the 20-day chart. It tells a bigger story. I just, like I said, I'm just not impressed with this. Every attempt up has been pulled down. Every attempt up has been pulled down. Attempt up has been pulled down. And here's another attempt up getting pulled down. And the 200 just keeps falling. So it's nothing appealing to me. That's what I said this morning. Nothing appeals to me about that. Nothing appeals to me. Yep, SAFX, Jayhawk called that one out. R. Richie. Yep, we'll take a look at it. Yep, looking good right there. Yeah, it looks good. It could cross over the 200-day right now. It needs to. It needs to get over this line. It needs to get over this line right here. It needs to. Let me know if this stock gets over 40 cents, okay? Yeah, it needs to get over 41 cent, 42. It really needs to get over where that 5-day stopped. 41.26. It needs to get over 41.26 where that 5-day stopped before I buy it. All right? It's up 10% today, though, and it was up to 52 early this morning in the pre-market. But it needs to go over that line or I'm not going to get in it. Okay? One love warning. Gary Edwards, welcome to the tank. Drop to the pop, to the pop, drop to the pop. Gary's feeling good this morning. Yes, UAE leaving OPEC positive or negative. Positive. Competition is good. Jayhawk. BIYA. Thank you, Gary. Last chance to get the RLMLF train. NASDAQ inclusion is imminent. 2 weeks time frame. That's when the institutional whales pile in. Tungsten material Tedding just revealed they can refine to above 50% purity in the cheapest possible way. Richie B says BIYA as well. So we got Jayhawk and R. Richie B calling out BIYA. They have uncounted quants of tungsten tailing stockpiles from World War I, World War II, and Korean War mining that's stacked sky high, readily churnable into cash. Just raised $20 million in a capital raise last week that has very well funded for this summer's drill program. Got it. A delight is what the management team is. No chicanery and malicanisms occurring with this company. Impressive how they operate. Got it. Good to know. Thank you, Gary. Good morning. Good morning to our mining stock guru, Sir Gary of Inward. Yes. The Lord Imminent, yes. You guys are hilarious. Gary, bing bong. All right, hold on, guys. I'm about to catch up with everybody. I'm trying like heck to catch up to all you people. There's so much coming in here. There's so much chat. There's so much. I'm not even close yet, I see. Jeez. I'm not even close to you guys. Jeez, oh, Pete's, man. Wow. Holy cow, I thought I was almost caught up with everybody. I'm so far behind all you guys. Wow. Gosh, dang. Man. I feel like I still got a lot of work cut out for me, folks. I don't even have time to look these up. You guys, these are the ones. You look them up. I don't even have time to look up all these stocks that have been called out today. Goodness gracious. Well, there's SAFX. Whew. Man, oh man. Doom Bunny Doom, I'm already sitting on 50% return on RLMLF, expecting much, much more by year's end. Yes, baby. Gary Edwards up 67% here. Yes. R. Richie B. His Majesty pushing 650,000 units. YAARRR Majesty. Yes. Good. Googs AI and are plotting 880,000 shares in warrant. We want to steamroll most of the warrants into the new class of warrants at 1 cent for 5 to 7 million units, $5 to 15 million ducats. Get more AGPU at 640.50, lower than I sold yesterday. DCA now 770, making progress. There you go. BBBY still moving from yesterday after hours move, says One Love. BBBY. BBBY. One Love. Got it. Thank you very much. 21 million denaries, not out of the realm of credulity. Gary Edwards, this probably goes to 15 cent AUD shortly after the NASDAQ listing. Rolando Mota, I'm still holding AGPU at 712. Haven't dollar cost average yet. Thank you, Siri. Alexa. Richie, 110% upside. Thank you, sir. May I have another? Here you go, Richie B. Yes, get your motor running. Head out on the highway. Get up on the highway, boogie night. Someone loaded the boat at 624 and took the slide down. Good morning, Catfish. Thank you, Wendy. Hello. Good morning, Gary. Wendy, hello. Yes, good morning. Little Wendels. Gary, Richie B. Hello. Richie, shh, show me the love. Pretty sure resolutions goes to 7 billion in 3 to 4 years. Nisi Jane, how can I buy RLMLF without paying the extra $50 Charles Schwab charges? Move over to iBroker, IBKR. Wendy, hi, Gary Edwards. RLMLF stock might go up at least $1 or $2 at the end of 2026. One Love, 1326, 50 cents to $1 is my 12-month projection. Yep. Pizza, Homer Simpson voice. Yes. Oh my God. Am I getting anywhere near the chat bottom here? Man, look at all this chat. Oh my gosh. All right. Lower your YAAS. It's down to 129. Thank you. First Meg, negative. Poet is getting bought up after yesterday's Marvel slaughter. All right. YAAS is the only paper on Thinkorswim. It's restricted with Schwab. Lower your YAS is 129. Got it. BIYA up 125%. And right after that, up 150%. Well, then we'll buy it tomorrow when they drop the shit out of it. BIYA, I'll put an asterisk beside that to buy tomorrow, not today. Too much downside risk when they're flying. Nene meant to say be back later, short for BBL. Oh, BBL. I laughed because I thought she had a BBL. It's not a stock. I got you, Amy. Weep Corbier, did you sell all at 45,000? No, I did not. I sold 15,000. I sold 15,000 shares at $32. I had already sold 10,000 when it broke 30, because I thought from 30, when it broke over 30 and went up to 30.20, I thought for sure we'd drop down in the 29.88s or 29.66 again. I thought there was no way after it broke over 30, it could stay over 30 without pulling back down in the 29s. So I sold some also there. Someone says in regards to BKYI that you guys have been shouting out, there's no volume on it. Okay. I'm working my way up from the bottom now. I'm trying to stay more relevant to more. Spike on SKYQ, then dip. Got it. J-Rod calling out NEXR. Yep, and you're not the only one to call that. Jayhawk did too. So you got a Jayhawk and J-Rod again on the same stock. You guys must be using the same scanners. Buy is halted, and I missed the uptrend, damn it. BIYA halted on the way up. Put your buy orders in then on it $1 lower. Sounds like somebody needs an IBKR account. Yep. BIYA, another one, Jayhawk calling out. From dark for light. Says I need a broker to buy that. Yeah, YAAS. Can't trade that one in Schwab's. Is that the doorbell? I love you when you speak Spanish. Please do more of that. I love it when you speak effed up Spanish. Please do more of that. Okay, mi amigo. Yo puedo hablar muchos más español como unos gringo loco. Bing bong. Yes. Good morning, Skull Silver Max. Give me your inwards. A heart on for you, a heart on for me, and all the heart ons will see. That's right. Heart on. HEART. Picard has entered the chat. Mike Larson, BIYA. Yes, everybody's calling it. Thank you, Mike. Baya. But everyone shouts, that's when I get out. When everyone cries, that's when I buys. Okay? But thank you, Mark Larson, for also putting your thought on that runner. You can join the Jayhawk Club and the R. Richie B. Mark Larson on BIYA. Halted on a run-up. SAFX was called out this morning by Jayhawk and R. Richie B. as well. And this stock, SKYQ. And boy, have they slaughtered that one. SKYQ just beat it down to 495 after it was at 773 this morning. Wow, we're seeing this a lot, folks. And I just sold AGPU at 660 a share, so AGPU is moving, folks. My alarm just went off on AGPU, and I'm also going to buy now, trade SKYQ. So I'm coming in now on SKYQ, SKYQ, enter. And I want to buy some here at 507, SKYQ. And this price has been up to 621 a share this morning, SKYQ. And I just sold AGPU at 663. And someone said to reinforce your buy that you made this morning on Aya that I bought. YAAS. YAAS. So let's go in here and pick up some more YAAS at 135. And I just got 136 a share. That's beautiful. I'll come again there. Thank you very much for 136 a share. And they've already gotten their quota of 89,000 at both those numbers. So we're going to see it rise from here now. You can see right down here, they've already reached their quota, 89,000, 89,000, and then up she goes. All right? So they got their quota of 86,000 here, then dropped it down and picked up an 89 and an 89, and here only 8610. So they've got a lot more to get at that number, but it rises already. And I just bought again at 137. And this is YAAS. Now, if you want to know why I'm buying this stock now, I'll show you on the big chart. And this is SKYQ, folks. It has been beaten down. It was all the way up to 773 this morning. 773 this morning. And that time that it was there was 7:25 a.m. What a takedown from 773, folks. And what was the news on this SKYQ? Why did they want to beat it down so bad? Shares of oil and gas-related companies are trading lower as crude prices pull back. I haven't seen that at the pump. SKYQ, there it is, ladies and gentlemen, right there, SKYQ. I'm trying to buy it on the bottom. My trade, YAAS, those were good buys. Thank you for the suggestion to come on in on that and lower my dollar cost average. I'm going to buy at market now. And I just filled at 140 a share. And this is on YAAS. This stock is down 39%, folks. It's down 39% this morning. And I'm going to lower my DCA on it. I just sold AGPU at 664. Nice. Yes, and I want to sell 20 shares, 665, 664. I just sold 664 twice on AGPU. And if you're wondering, why in the world am I selling these numbers here? Well, because they're on my buy-sell sheet. Okay, and my buyback now is going to be here. And I'm going to be coming in for just 10 shares right here at 657. Okay? Look at this. I'm going to get them. I just filled at 650, and I just bought SKYQ. And I'm going to get 655 here too, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to get 655, and I might even get a 653 here now. And this is why I just sold those shares at 664, because there's the pullback, and it's coming down to 657. At least a 7-cent pullback. And coincidentally, right now, they've got it down 6 cents. So that's a number they often love to drop from 664 down 6 cents. 6 cents. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I just sold, as you can see, up to the high of the day, 666. And I put my order in there to sell again there at that number, because they're going to attack it down from there again. And now I'm going to get to buy right here and buy back now. Here comes my buy orders. They're going to be filling right now. And when they don't fill them, I take them off. I just go, oh, well, screw you. If you're not going to fill my orders. And as soon as I take them off, they fill them. Watch them fill up here. They're canceled, supposedly. You put in your order for cancel, but as soon as you remove them, often they go ahead and fill them on you, even though you take them away. And I don't want to fill there now. I want to fill down here now. I want to fill at 655, where 49,000 filled right here. That's where I want to buy the dang thing right now. Got no interest at any price any higher. I want to pay 655, where the 49,501 were bought here. All right. That's what I'm waiting on. 655. And I don't mind. I'll do another 10 share at 656. And I'll try even 657. And the stock I'm buying here, ladies and gentlemen, is AGPU. And some of you guys might have noticed that this company got a $260 million deal with NVIDIA 3 days ago. And this stock price went up to $14.47. Strangely enough, and I know this all looks like a little bit of scribble here, but ladies and gentlemen, on that day when the price and news came out of the $260 million 3-year deal with NVIDIA, this AGPU, which only had 5.54 million shares, suddenly spiked to $14.47 a share, but then the hedge funds shorted it. And then the volume was 83 million that day as they sold this 5 million shares over and short sold it again and short sold it again, short sold it again 16 times. They kept selling the same 5.5 more shares down and down and down and made the price fall $8.08, a 126% drop to a price of $6.39. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the definition, in my opinion, of market makers making fools out of retailers who jumped in on the news of the $260 million chip deal with NVIDIA to make the price hit $14.47. And the shorters and the whales and the hedge funds, the market makers, the citadels of the world came out and started short selling shares over and over in circles. Over in circles, short selling it, short selling it, short selling it, short selling it, short selling it. And instead of only 5.5 million, suddenly there were 83 million shares traded that day. And this is how they did it, by selling the same shares 16 times over to make it fall to that price of $6.39. 126% down. AGPU now, folks, I'm talking about AGPU, this stock right here that I'm buying now. And I'm using Charles Schwab Thinkorswim. All right. ATER keeps climbing. It was at 18 cents this morning. Thank you. I didn't have... Yeah, I wrote that down about 15 minutes ago. ATER. Thank you. Thank you. All right, let's get a bid in here now. 651 is the bid. 665 is the ask on AGPU. And interestingly enough, the market makers manipulated this price to a 666 close yesterday. That's right, 666 close yesterday. And that proves again that this stock is absolutely being manipulated. And I just bought it at 647 after just selling in the 660s. Nice. Let's try for 644 here. See if we can get 644 a share. The bid says 643. The ask 651. And the stock that I'm on here, AGPU, interestingly enough, I started buying it after they ran it down from $14.47 to the $9 range. I started buying 20 shares at a time and 10 shares in the $9 range. And then they kept dropping it, and I bought some more at $888.20, and I bought some at $866. Thought that was going to be the bottom. Then it went on down to $843. I bought a little there, and then to $830 I bought some. Bought some at $808. Then it dropped from $808 down to $777. I bought some there, obviously, and at $772. Next thing you know, my dollar cost average had dropped from the 9s down into the upper 8s. And then as they attacked it down to that price of $6.39, well, folks, that was the low after they ran it down 3 days ago, $6.39. So today, when they ran it down to $6.36, I should buy there because that just keeps helping me lower my dollar cost average. And right now, my dollar cost average has gone from in the 9s and then down to the 8s and the 7s. My dollar cost average is now only $6.75. But you might ask, Catfish, if that's the case, why would you have just sold 100 shares or 200 shares right there when it hit 661, 62, 63, 64? Well, the reason I sold those is because now I'm going to get to buy them back down here, 644. And that's what I'm doing. I'm going to buy right now, 644 if I can. They're showing the prices at 641. And by the way, folks, look up here. Look at all that selling of 25 shares at a time to get 641. And then all of a sudden, one share buy pops it to 647.77. How is this possible? How is it possible that they would dump hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of shares at 641 and hundreds more, and then one share and it goes to 647. How is that? How's that possible? You guys just heard a song about an hour ago about a guy by the name of Julio. I played it about an hour ago. This is him calling me now. Alexa, call Julio.
Calling Julio Arbacas Mobile.
All right, here we go.
Hello.
Hey, Julio. Hey, I'm here with all my viewers right now here on the stream on YouTube, and they're listening to you. And we just got through playing your song. Your ears must have been burning, man, because we just got through playing your song, Julio. Yep. Well, we didn't play it live. It came on. It was a recorded song that I have on Spotify, and I was just playing my song list on Spotify, and that song came on. So everybody got to hear about Julio, and here he is calling right now. Everyone.
I see.
Yes.
So,
and what are you doing this morning?
oh, just yes, I'm eating breakfast and maybe taking off a little bit over here. I want to finish. Yesterday, I don't went over there. I don't do crap. So I just got a little bit to do over there today. So no big deal.
Well,
so I'm gonna do that today.
As you always know, we're getting to where daylight is extending longer and longer. And pretty soon we're going to have spring forward. And so we'll be moving the clocks forward. And that'll give us even more daylight. So we're going to be in the right time for me to get off at 4 o'clock and just be able to hopefully I get my truck back soon. And then I can come over and, you won't have to come pick me up. And, Yep, and then I can just drive over. But I got to get my dang truck back. We got to get this. And by the way, my son went over to the mechanic. He has a mechanic friend. We talked to you about. He's got some other type of scanner. And anyway, he went over there and helped him do a repair on another vehicle. And the trade-off is that now he gets to have him come over to his place and work on the flex. So they're going to get that thing figured out. He thinks that, like you said, that maybe a mouse or something got up there and chewed a wire, broke a wire.
Yeah.
So,
I don't know.
Anyway.
So, okay, that's good. Yeah. You want to get it taken care of there.
Yeah, he's got to, because I got to have my truck back. I want my truck.
Exactly.
I guess
what is the truck? Tennessee is kind of far away.
Yeah, right. Well, he drove down to Tennessee with it and then worked for a couple of more weeks down there. He just came back up. So he's back up now with it. He's up here with it now. Oh, yeah. All right. Run, stock. So hopefully I'll have my truck back soon. And if not, then if not, then Cheryl and I will drive over to Alex's and we'll pick up her car, and then I'll have her car that I can drive around for a little while.
Yep. All right. So I just thought you go see what you're doing. So,
well, I'm streaming right now with all my people. We got 80 people here listening to us talk on the phone.
I see.
And they're trading with me right now, and we're buying a stock called AGPU.
Cool.
But after I get done at 4, I'll give you a shout. I usually stop.
Sound good.
I usually stop around 4:30. So
okay.
I'll give you a shout.
Right, sound good.
All right.
All right. Okay. Talk to you later.
Yep.
Bye.
See you. Bye. And Alexa, terminate. And by the way, that guy right there happens to be one of the absolute best auto mechanics in the world. He is insanely intelligent, and he has all the right tools, that's for sure. Yep. He sure does. All right. So we've seen what they've done to AGPU. We've seen what they've done to YAAS. They've driven them both down, way, way down. And I am of the belief that they have pretty much maxed out their full capacity at any of these numbers. And so it's going to rise above this. It's going to go up over all these. Yep. They've already reached max capacity down here. And pay attention to these candlesticks, because There's nothing down here at all that was sold in the dark area. I don't see anything dark at all there. Okay? Meaning that no shares down here were sold on the bid. Every single share that was purchased down here as low as this price was bought on the ask, bought on the ask, bought on the ask, bought on the ask. All right, do you see that? In fact, ladies and gentlemen, every freaking share except for right at this level, they started selling on the bid. And from here to there, that dark area from there to there was sold on the bid. The dark area from here to here was sold on the bid. The dark area from here to here was sold on the bid. But now the price is going up and everybody's buying on the ask. Look at here. There's more people at this price that have now bought on the ask than they have sold on the bid. And that will make the price go up beyond that number. When we get back to it, it'll fly right over it. Because there's just obviously more demand at that price than there was supply. And here, look at all the supply there was from here all the way over to there. Out of 110,000, 100,000 were sold on the bid. Only 10,000 bought on the ask. Here, out of 131,000, it looks like about 110,000 were sold on the bid, thrown out for people to take. And here, bought on the ask, that amount. And that happens to be at my dollar cost average. All right? In fact, what I love is up here at my dollar cost average, every single share was bought on the ask. All this was bought on the ask, bought on the ask, bought on the ask, bought on the ask. So when it gets back up here, folks, it's going to go right over those numbers. It's going to go over these numbers because everybody already owns it here, and they're going to keep wanting to propel it higher. They'll probably add to their coffers when it gets up here and push this thing right on up. And this stock is YAAS, down right now 40%. And I like buying stocks down 40%, folks. That is my forte. My name is Catfish because I buy the dip and then I smell the rip. And right now, I've been buying this dip this morning right here, YAAS. And I've got my dollar cost average down now to 148, and that is fabulous. And the reason it is because some market makers and options players will want to try to hold this under 450, a 150 a share. So that's good for me to have that there. And as you all know, I just got through selling these 20 minutes ago in the 160s, 162, 163, 164, 166. You know, I sell those numbers. They're on my sell sheet. And now look where I'm buying back. It's sweet, man. That was AGPU, I'm sorry. But still, I get to buy back here at 139. And I've already seen they've already dumped a lot more shares above this price. And there's been a lot more demand than there is supply there. And they're going to be there again. It's going to rise, folks. It's going to rise. And look at them throw in the half number here at 139.17 because they couldn't even get a measly freaking over 43,000 shares here. Folks, look, they don't have any more. Understand? They had all these shares to throw out here at this price. All the dark area there. Where is the dark area here? There is none. All of this is being bought on the ask. Every single share right here is being bought on the ask now. And please be aware that these lowest prices, they had right here 96,000 shares to sell there. They had 96,500 to sell there. The next largest number they had was 79,000, and the price went up. They ran out of shares at 79,000 count. Then they ran out of shares at 45,000 count. Then they ran out at 43,000 count. Then they ran out at 52,000 or 57,000 count. They ran out. They don't have any more shares down here. They're out. Then they ran out of shares at 89,000 count. They ran out. They got no more. They have no more at 135. They ran out of them. Then they sold the same number, 90,000, and ran out at this price, 136 a share. They ran out, folks. They're out of them. They have no more. They're out of them. Now here, 19,000, and it went over that number. Do you see how weak that is? See how weak they've become? They were able to hold off and do 90, 89,000 and 90,000. And here only 19,000 at 137. Whoa, that's weak. And here, 18,585. And it's already over that number, folks. And here they've already gotten 44,000. Well, down here, the most they could get was 43. And here, all they could get was 45. So what do you think is going to happen here when they hit 45, folks, at 139? I'll tell you, it's going to go over that price. And that's why when they ran out there, they put in this number to sell 52,000 there. And now those are going to be gone at 13917. 13917. And you better pay attention. And I just bought YAAS at 138. But you better pay attention, folks, because I got news for you. Up here, they've already gotten way far more shares they had dumped out here before. And it's going to run right over them like a steamroller, baby. This thing's going to go right over all this now because the demand is too strong and the supply is too thin. You can even see that here at where I just filled at 138. And now I'm going to try to fill at 136. I'd love to buy here at 136. And I'd love to get 137. Because I know they don't have any shares there. They've only sold 20,000 there, folks. Here, how could they have 94,697 and then only have 20,000 here to sell? How is that possible? And then how can they only have 18,985 for sale at 138? How can they have so few shares here when here they have 94,000 and here they had 89,000? They ran out of them, folks. They don't have them anymore. That's the problem. And I'm going to keep buying. I'd love to be able to get 137, but I can't, so I'm going to buy 138. And I just filled at 137. Twice at 137 I filled. And I'm going to do it again because I'm going to lower my dollar cost average even more. Nothing would make me happier than to get my dollar cost average down to this price of $1.43. 143. Because, ladies and gentlemen, I know right here there's already a lot more buyers than there was sellers at this price. You can see the buyers ran out right there, and the sellers had more demand for this price. 143. All right. There's more demand for this price than there was sellers at 142. There's all demand here. There was none sold dark there. None sold dark here, folks. None sold on the bid at 140. All that was sold on the ask. See, this is dark. This is dark. This is light. This is all light. This is all light. That's all light. There's no selling down here to the bid. None. All of them are buying here on the ask now. Every single one of these shares has been bought on the ask below here. All of them bought on the ask. They can't even dump shares out that people will buy on the bid. They're all paying the asking price here. Every one of these are sold on the ask. Only when you get here do you start seeing selling going on. Okay? And that's at 143 and 142. So we're definitely going to go back up over all this, I believe, and past my numbers, past all this. I think we're going to go over that. There's no shortage of buyers. Take a look over here. You got 4,600 and 500. That's 5,100. And there's 383 that want to sell. Then it goes up to 140. Do you see the difference? There is 3,000 plus 4,600, that's 7,600, 77, 7,800, 8,300 shares right here trying to buy. And there is 384 shares available. The stock is YAAS. YAAS. And there are, right now, we'll count them up down here at the very bottom, YAAS. Look at all these shares. There's 400. That makes 600. This makes 9. There's 1,000 right there. 1,100, 1,200, 1,300, plus 3,000. That's 4,300, 4,400, 80, 4,400, 84 plus 6 is 9,500 shares from here to here trying to buy. 9,500 trying to buy, and a measly 282 and 200 here for sale, and 100. And I bet you they don't have 5,400 really at 142. And when this price runs up there near 142, they'll pull that order up. They'll raise it up here. It's called spoof selling, folks. They spoof you. Try and make you think there's a wall right there. There's no wall. When it gets up there, you'll see. Watch those numbers just disappear. But ladies and gentlemen, do you see this? Do you see the demand for this stock here? And look at the measly shares for sale. There's not enough. There's not enough shares here, folks. 136. Oh, they're raising the bid now. 137. Eating up these shares. Eating them up, folks. The stock is YAAS. And now I want to look at AGPU. And just so I know, let me put a sell order here for 10 shares, and I'll know when they're about to break free because we'll put it in here at 143. Sell 10 at 143. And then that'll be an alarm for me to let me know that this thing's about to skyrocket. That'll be YAAS. So I'm going to put a little alarm for me, a sell at 143. And then I'll know that this thing is about to launch into the Rocketville. All right? And, oh, there she goes. She's happening right now, ladies and gentlemen. And we just jumped up to 142 a share. There is 9,700 trying to buy, and there's only 600 that want to sell. And then 1,700 here. Watch it, folks. This is going to be a YAAS. YAAS. Oversold, oversold. This is freaking oversold, and it's going to run up real soon. Oversold, oversold. You will all soon behold. This is going to run up real soon to the moon. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, that's what I'm calling out. This is YAAS. Totally oversold here. Going to springboard right up over it now, right up to my number. Watch it go, folks. Watch it happen. Watch it happen with your own two eyes. And I'm telling you, you're going to mysteriously suddenly see this sell order of 5,300 at 145 go poof and just disappear. Watch it. Watch it, folks. They don't have any more shares here, folks. They don't have any more. They've already sold them all. They sold 137 and pop. Look, I show you already down here. They ran out here. They ran out at 96,000. Here they ran out at 79,000. Here they ran out at 89,000. Here they ran out at 90,000, 96,000. Here they ran out at 137,000. And here they're going to run out at 145,000. And then it's going to go up higher and higher and higher because they've already reached the 100,000s and all these numbers almost. It's going to go higher, folks. You watch it rise. Watch it rise. And I provide, you decide, okay? I provide, you decide. You make the decision. I am not the one pulling the trigger. I do not buy here. I do not tell you to buy here. I merely suggest that this would be a good number to sell. And now I'm going to remove my sell order here at 143. And my presumption is that in a moment, within 10 minutes, you're going to see this sell order for 5,300 shares disappear. And in fact, you just saw 100 of it move up. Watch them. They'll be taking these orders away and moving them up. This number is going to disappear at 5,300. You're going to see it with your own two eyes, people. Watch it. This is spoof selling, folks. And you got 800 that want to buy here, and you've only got 300 that want to sell. There's a lot of buyers down here, folks. Look at the volume down below wanting to buy here. You got 700, 800, 1,000 shares there. This makes 1,200, 1,500, 1,600. Now you're at 2,000, 2,300, 2,400, 2,700, 2,900 that want to buy. 3,200, 4,600 want to buy this stock, folks, below. And look, you've only got that many shares above. And what happened to the 5,300 here? What happened to 5,300 shares that were there? They're gone, see? I told you that number was going to dematerialize and spoof. It would be gone, and it's gone now. I told you it would be gone. There were 5,200 shares there, and I told you, watch them disappear, and now they have completely disappeared. Where are the 5,200 shares that were sitting here just moments ago? You see how I called that out? Got some at 607. AGPU, dollar cost average 759 from 924. Price 617. Need another news event. Yeah, baby. Well, my goodness gracious. There it goes, folks. And now I'm going to put pressure on them. I'm going to put pressure on them here. And I just bought 144. And ladies and gentlemen, I told you there's no way it was going to stay at this number. They were totally oversold there already. They're way beyond their limit there. They're over their head. And you can see here, from here to here, they threw the shares out to the bid. But now from here over to here has been bought on the ask. There's more demand here than supply. And I told you that. And where's that? There's the order now. 5,400 has moved up to here. And folks, they don't have those shares for sale either. When it gets up here, they're going to poof, be gone, and they'll raise it up here. Folks, I'm telling you, there's that order that they had down here before. I told you they'd move it up. And they'll keep moving it up. And they'll keep moving it up. And they won't sell this 5,400. They'll move it up to here, then they'll move it up to here, then they'll move it up to here, then they'll move it up to here, and it'll just stay there. And it'll never be a share sold there. Never. All right? And now you can see this is slowly rising. And now where's the price? Sitting 2 cents under my dollar cost average, 145 a share. 2 cents under my DCA. And the stock I'm on here, ladies and gentlemen, is YAAS. Here's the chart on it right now. I'm going to show you now YAAS. There it is, folks. YAAS. And look at that, baby. Bought all those shares there, and then dollar cost average down. And now she's rocketing, folks. And you notice right here, this 5-day stopped right there. Folks, there should be no reason from here. It's going to go all the way up to there. It's not going to stop here. It just broke this level of resistance. The 5-day just broke it, folks. It's a very critical number right here. I'm going to show it to you right now. This is a critical number there. And we just broke over that number. The next place of resistance is going to be right here. For the 5-day, folks, the 5-day line, the next resistance line is there. It's going to rise the 5 day is going to rise from here all the way up to there. And when it gets there, we're going to sell some no matter what the price is. And I just bought YAAS at $143 a share. That'll be the last time I get that price. That'll be the last time. When it breaks over this line, the 5 day is going to come up to right here, ladies and gentlemen, right there. Right there. Now, if the price can break that line, then the 5 days going to come to right here. Right there. If it breaks that line, the 5 days going to come to this line. And if it breaks that line right there, then the 5 day is going to jump up to this line right here. It may even blow right through that. And then we're back up to here. All right. And that's where the 5 day resistance will be. So when the 5 day line, the blue line, gets to there, we're going to sell some no matter what the price is. Then when the 5 day pulls back, we're going to buy it. Then the 5 day is going to pass this line and get to that line, and we're going to sell whatever the price is. We're going to sell when the 5 day hits there. Then it's going to pull back a little bit. Then the 5 day is going to go up to this line, and we're going to sell no matter what the price is, and then it's going to pull back. And then the 5 day is going to go to this point, and then we're going to sell, and then it pulls back. Then the 5 day is going to come to here. We're going to sell it, and then it's going to pull back a little. Then the 5 day is going to jump all the way up to here because this is the way it fell. I'm teaching you mirroring the stock. The same way it fell is the same way it shall rise. And at this stage of the game, I'm just going to put the mirror in right here, okay? This is where the mirror is. Right there. Come on, man. Leave a line there. Right there. There's the mirror right there. And in actuality, from this line, you should see a nice spike all the way up to the minimum will be this one right here, the bottom of that candlestick right there. Right there. All right. So when we cross, this line should go all the way up to there, which would be the bottom of this drop right there. That's where it goes to next. This is going to go up to there. Then a little pullback. Then it's going to go to there. Then a little pullback. Then it's going to go to the bottom of this right here. And then a little pullback. Then it's going to go to that resistance line. Then a little pullback. Then it's going to go up to this resistance line. Then a little pullback. This one should be moved down just a fraction. Yeah. This line right here should be pulled down just a smidgen right to there. There you go. All right. And that's my call. What's going to happen with this stock? And the stock is YAAS. YAAS. Trade. And now look at it, folks. Sitting 2 cents under my dollar cost average. YAAS. With a 2,700 share order here to buy and 1,200 wanting to sell. 27, there's 3,900 here trying to buy. 3,900. And I bet you there's no 21, 23 really at this number. I bet you're going to see that disappear. Oh, look at that. It's gone. Watch this one. Watch this number disappear, folks. Watch this number disappear. There's 3,822. Watch it disappear. And coincidentally, look at this. 3,800. 3,800 wanting to buy. And there's prefabricated number of 3,800 trying to sell. What a joke, folks. There's not 30. And there's this 5,400. Pretty soon you're going to see it move up to there. And then you're going to see it move up to there. This 5,400 shares will never be sold today. Never be sold. Never be sold. Watch this number disappear. Watch it, folks. Notice there's only 1,900 trying to buy, but watch this number just disappear off the screen. Just stick with me and watch it. You're going to see this number just suddenly just vanish. Even though there's only 1,800 that want to buy, this number will just poof, gone. They'll move it up. Watch. There's 1,800 wanting to buy. Watch this number. Watch it disappear off the screen. And you would think, well, if 1,800 wanted to buy and there's 3,800 here, that it'll drop. If this 1,800 buys, it'll come down 1,800. And that would be 2,000. But let's see if this 1,800 goes away and there's still 2,000 left. Let's just see that right now. Let's see how this pans out. What happens here? How does this unfold? Well, I can tell you one thing that's going to unfold. And you can see right here, there are way more buyers here now. 35, 36, 4,600, 5,400 that want to buy. And there is only 3,800 for sale at this number. All right. And by the way, over here, the only capacity they could reach at this level before it rose was just 89,000 shares. That's the only capacity they could achieve before it rose, 89,000. Here, they were limited to only getting 96,000 before it rose. Here, they can only get 137,000 there before it rose. You see that at 140? And here, they're so weak, they're not going to show you this number. It's so weak. 46,000 is all they could get. So down here, you got 89,000, you got 96,000, you got 53,000 and it rose, 137,000 and it went up. And here, a wimpy ass 46,000 and it went up. Then 146,000 and up, 256 at 143 and up it goes. And look, there's still a huge demand at that price, 2,900 trying to buy at that number. And I showed you already, there was more demand here than there was supply. The dark areas were sold to the bid. Here they tried again as it rose to sell to the bid. But the light areas buying on the ask finally said, we're done here. That's done. There are no more to be bought there at that price. And now we move up to here where they've already reached 129. Well, down here, they maxed out at 137 and up it went. Here they maxed out at 146 and up it went. Here they maxed 256, up it went. And now 129. What do you think is going to happen from here? Up it goes. And then 134. What do you think is going to happen? They can only get 137 here and up it went 5 cents. So 134 is all they got to get here at 2 cents below me. And again, 3,400 shares available for sale, at 145. Watch this number. There it is. It just vanished. Did you see that? That 3,400 share sell just vanished. It just, poof, it was gone. Because they can see all this volume coming up here underneath, and they said, shit, we don't want to sell it really. Let's take 2,000 and move it up. Oh, look at them vanishing, folks. Look at the numbers vanishing, just like I called. I told you so. They just vanished. They just vanished. They're gone. Where are they? Where's the 5,000? Where's the 3,000? Where is it? Where did they go? Where did they go? We still got 2,900 here trying to buy. Where is that big 3,500 share sell order? Where did it go? Do you get it, folks? Do you get it? The Bass Assassin Buru is running too. Good. Well, I picked out this stock this morning, YAAS, to day trade. And I'm going to stay underneath them here and try to buy 143. Try to buy 144 because, well, dadgummit, if you're down here seeing the price rise when the volume is only at frickin' that count, if they're rising from the price, I just bought 144. If they're rising when they can only achieve 96,000, and here they can only achieve 79,000 and it rose, and here they can only achieve 89,000 it rose, and then 96,000, Then 137 and it rose, 146 and it rose, 257 and it rose, 134 and it rose, 134 again and it rose. What do you think it's going to do? It's already reached capacity here, folks. This is YAAS. And the numbers of 3,000 just disappeared that were supposedly here for sale. And now what you're going to witness, ladies and gentlemen, if you watch with your own two eyes, is all these orders right here will start rising. They'll be raising them up. Okay? Because they don't really want to sell them there here either. They'll raise them, folks, when they see the prices coming up. They'll take them away. Just like the 3,200 share order was sitting right there. They just took it away. Poof, it's gone. And now you've got 2,000 that want to buy and just 100 want to sell. Wonder what's going to happen here when 2,200 want to buy a price and only 100 want to sell here. What do you think is going to happen? And right here you got 2,600 and 1,300, so that's 3,900, 49, 5,900, 6,100 shares trying to buy, and you've only got 2,000 here. 2,000's all. 100 shares here trying to sell at 144, 2,100 trying to buy it. And the stock I'm on is YAAS. Now, let's look at AGPU. Boy, they sure are not giving up the ghost on this one. They're still trying to hurt it. Oh, yeah. See if we can get some 613 lunchtime low today. We'll wait for that. They've already had it down to 606 a share. And you should always buy 608 when they drop it to that number, 608. So we'll wait and see if they can get some more 608 for me today, and then I'll buy it there. Over here and monitor. And today, I'm up $17 on ENVB. And I just bought the last shares of YAAS at 143. And here it is, YAAS. And having broke over that resistance point, and then they try to pull it back down to the rising 50-day. Look at that rising 50-day now. And they try to pinch it down to it at 143. Buy it right on that rising 50-day average. Showing you this on the 20-day chart. And why I decided to buy YAAS is you can see yesterday in the aftermarket, the price shot all the way up to $257 a share. And then they made the price fall from $257 a share to, believe it or not, $182 a share. $182 from $257 to $182. And the reason I started buying this stock this morning is because it's this far below the 50-day moving average. And I like buying there. I love to buy there. And they've hit it so hard to fleece people out that the 200-day at this angle has come up flat. Flat. That's why I decided to buy it here. Because I like to buy when they break it that far below the 50-day average. That's where I like to buy. And that price was at $1.26. $1.26 from $257. Hey, Alexa, what is 2.57 minus 1.26?
2.57 minus 1.26 is 1.31.
$1.31 down.
I'm not quite sure.
Alexa, stop. $1.31 down. And today down 38%. Well, you guys know I bought it about 10 minutes ago when it was 40% down. And I bought it this morning when it was 40% down. Why do they want to hold this down 38%? Maybe just to friggin' accumulate it. AGPU. I'm going to try to buy that at 613. I see some share orders selling. Look at this. Look at this stock, folks. This is giving you an idea how much this is being monkeyed with. Look at this. It sells one share at 610. And then a second later, one share at 627, folks. Then one share at 611. And then one at 627. And then one at 611. And one at 627. And now one at 612, getting weaker. And now she's at 621.5. Now 613, the onesie's getting weaker and weaker and weaker. One more at 611. Do you see that? Then 613. Then one at 618. All right. So I got an order at 613. I'm going to try to buy 614. I'm going to try to buy 615. And I just picked up 615. My dollar cost average is 674 on this stock. Just got 615 again. Yep. And I just bought it 611. You know what's cool to notice too? Look here. You don't think market makers wanted to buy this price right here? You don't think they wanted to buy this stock at $6.10? Of course they wanted to accumulate it there at $6.10. I want to buy it there. Look at this scrum. Look at them showing over here. One share at 611. One share at 611. One share 618. Look at all these onesie punsies they're doing here. One share at 610. One share at 608. One share at 610. That's how they're manipulating folks with onesies. And then look here, 616. One share. After you just saw all these 607s. How in the world could that happen? Who's paying someone to dump 463 shares at 607 only to see the price at 616 1 minute later? Huh? Who's paying this one to dump 499 at 608 and one share takes it to 625? Oh my gosh. Who's getting paid to do this? Who's getting paid to throw out 400 at 610 when they're filling orders at 616? Who's getting paid to throw out orders to sell 608, 499 shares? And then it's at 625 on one share, folks. Who in the hell's behind this? One share for 625, folks. Who's getting paid to throw these orders out at 609? And then why does one share make it 624.99? And then they go one share, one share, one share. See that? And then 624, one share. Holy crap, ladies and gentlemen. Well, let me show you what I'm going to do here. I'm going to sell 20 shares at 624. And then I'm going to buy 5 shares at 611. Why not? I mean, if they're going to do it, we can do it. We can just sell the 624 and buy the 611 and sell the 624 and buy the 610, sell the 624 and buy the 610, sell the 624, buy the 610. Just do that over and over all day. AGPU. I'm going to try and sell 623, 622, 621. And I'm looking up here, and I'm seeing 15 share orders and so forth. And try and sell 620. AGPU. I'm seeing all kinds of orders here at 624, 624, 617. Let's go. $6.24, one share. I wonder who it is that's getting paid to throw out 499 share orders at 608. I just sold AGPU at 617. Just sold it again, 617. Now let's try and buy 612. Try and buy 613. There we go. I just bought 607, 607, 607, and 610. Nice. This is fabulous, folks. And now we're going to go back out at 617, 616. Oh, man, I can do this all dang day. Ready to take it to the cleaners, folks. Lots of buyers at 607, though. There's no fear. 200 shares, 100 shares, 100 shares, now 608. I just sold 615. Nice. I just sold 615. Man, if they're going to do it, I'm going to do it. If they're going to do it, I'm going to do it. And I'm telling you, folks, anyone bought SBLX? SBLX is ripping. Thank you, Happy Boy. I haven't been on that stock. I've been, thank you for the heads up. People go over and take a look at it. We don't buy when they're ripping. We buy when they're dripping, okay? We don't buy the rip. We buy the dip. And then we sell. And the stock I'm trading right now is AGPU, which is just all over the place with manipulation everywhere, all over the place with manipulation. AGPU. down 7% currently this morning. And I just sold 617. Nice. And now I'm going to try to buy 610. Try to buy 611. And I love how they've gotten 311,000 shares, and every one of them bought on the ask at this price. And I just bought there 607 again. This is fabulous, folks. I bought 607 again. Oh, let's just keep doing it. And look at this, folks. Look up here. Look up here, folks. 622, 606 to 622. You see that? I just got to buy the 607s, and it's right back up to 622 on just one share buys. One share buys, folks. 617, 622, 622. 100 shares sells at 604, 607. I'm buying there, man. I'm buying there. Thank you. Piss on you. Give me some 604. And I also want to look over here. It looks like my ELPW. I'm going to take a look at that. 1 day chart. ELPW. And by the way, folks, this is what YAAS is doing right now. YAAS. Rising, 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 rising. And now we can take this line here and move it up to right there where resistance should be now. Resistance should be at this line right here, right now. Should be there. It should be there, but if it's not, this is going to go from here all the way up to there, folks. Maybe resistance right there a little bit, but not much. And you can see that resistance was there that I pointed out earlier. It did pull back from that number, which is expected because they dropped it to that number before right here. So this is a point of resistance indeed, and look at them pull it back from that. This is YAAS, and now I'm going to show you AGPU. There it is. And no surprise at all to see him try to take it down just then to this low, right below this line that they've already visited many, many times before. And the 5-day went down to there once, then up to there, then down. So that's the line that they're aiming for with this line right now is right there. They want it right there. That's where they want it. And that's where they have it right now, folks, right now. AGPU down 9.46%. Bid is 604 and the ask is 619. Trade. And I wanted to look at, again, trade ELPW. And I am up on this stock, $22, as you can see, since I opened this position. I'm up $22. My dollar cost average is at $4.14 and change. And I am up on this, so I'm going to sell 20 shares right here above my dollar cost average. I'm just going to sell 20. I've got 685 shares. And I just sold some at $4.20. Now I'm going to sell another order. Right now, I've got a lot of shares of this. I've got 665. And I just sold at $4.19 because I know to sell those numbers, $4.20, $4.19. Now I'm going to try $4.22, $4.24, $4.26, $4.28. I'm going to try and sell those numbers this afternoon. ELPW is the stock. ELPW. And as you can see, I'm now up $33.92 on this position. And I'm going to start selling it. And I'm going to continue to sell $4.20 as long as they want to take it from me. And I know they love that number, so it doesn't surprise me at all. Now I'm going to go back over to AGPW, AGPU. AGPU. Let's call Sweetie Petey and see how she's doing traveling to see the grandchildren. Alexa, call Sweetie Petey.
Calling Sweetie PD's mobile.
I just sold ELPW at $4.20. Now I'm going to try to buy at $6.07 and $6.08, trying to buy AGPU.
Hello.
Hey, honey bunny.
Hey.
You made it safe?
What's up? Yep.
Okay, good. I just wanted to make sure you were there and got there safely.
Yep, I am here and I got here safe.
Hey, Maisie.
That's Nora.
Hey, Nora.
Say hi to Tyler.
Hello.
Say hi to Tyler. Hello.
Hello.
That was Maisie.
Yes.
Say hi to Ty. Hi. She says hi.
Hi.
Maisie says hi.
I love you.
He said, I love you. I love you.
Well, thank you for loving me. All right. Well, I just want to make sure you made it safely, and I hope you have a great time over there.
Yes, we will. I will.
Okay.
All right.
We'll talk to you later.
Love you.
Love you. Bye.
Yep, bye.
All right. She made it safely. So, boy, we saw all this jumping around from 618 to 606 and back up to 618 and down to 606 and back up to 619 and down to 608 and then up to 620, down to 608 and up to 619 and down to 608. And now we're seeing them try to hold this at down 607. And so I'm going to try to buy here some more at this number because I think this AGPU is going to go through the roof. And when I see dumbasses selling 500 shares at 608 and a half after the price was just at 614, I question the ethics of those people. And I do not believe that they are really selling shares there. And I just bought AGPU at 609. And I'm going to buy it again at 609 until there are no more 609s available. And ladies and gentlemen, I find it very interesting that at this price, and I just sold ELPW at 422, so it's taking off. ELPW is taking off. Take a look, folks, at ELPW now. Let's look at SBLX that was just called out. Well, SBLX is not ripping because the price was already at $440 a share. And now it's at $368, $367, $366. Now, they did accumulate a lot of it down here in the 312, 313, and up through 320, and up through 340. They sure did. SBLX. So, yeah, maybe it is going to continue to rise. But there's a lot of buyers on this stock at 420 through 398. A lot of them. Let's play this game. Let's go in on this. I just bought it. I'm going to try to buy 372 here. SBLX. And try to buy 373. SBLX. There's very, very few shares available up above this price, folks. Very few shares. And I'm going to come over here. I'm going to move on this one. I'm going to come over to ELPW right now. ELPW, I've got a lot of shares of. And I just sold it at 422. But I want to sell here 60 shares at market right now, or at 423. 422. I'm going to try and sell 60 at 422, and I just did. And then I'm going to move that money over, and I'm going to trade the one that we were just on, the one I just bought, and trade. SBLX. And wow, that thing has already gone up to 391, folks. You might as well just come on in here, 20 shares, buy at market. It is rocketing, folks. It's rocketing now. See if we can buy 388 here. And we're going to come in for 10 more shares. We're going to try to buy 394. It just broke over $4, ladies and gentlemen. This stock is flying. It is at 406, and you want to sell 408. 409 is a sell, and 413, sell there. And now I'm going to trade ELPW again. ELPW. And I'm selling here at 424, 423. And I'm selling the stock ELPW. And I just sold 420 on ELPW. I just bought 398 on SBLX. Just sold 420 again. Just sold 420 again. And I'm going to move that over to just sold 422 on ELPW. And I'm going to move it over to SBLX. SBLX. And I'm going to try to buy on my dollar cost average now, SBLX. And we're going to buy down below me, 2 cents below me, 396. Of course, once they see me come in, they want to come in 2 cents under me, folks. It's undoubtable. Once they see me come in, they want to try to acquire shares below me. It's always the case and always will be that way. And look at them now. I'm going to buy 389, 388, 390. And this is because the price just went over $4 a share. And it's funny, you just saw me sell this at 408. Then I'm going to sell it again. 407, 408, 406, 405, 404. Yep. Buy at 382, buy at 383, 384. Folks, they've already bought a lot of shares down here. They've reached their capacities of 750 and 800 and 800 and 800 and 750. So they're already oversold down here. They've reached their capacity there. They've reached their capacity there, folks. They've reached their capacity. And this is just a drawdown to 6 cents below my DCA because they saw me just come in. And but they're already oversold. All this is oversold. All of it oversold. All of it's oversold, folks. Every bit of it. Oh, yeah. Give them to me, baby. Give them to me. And now I've lowered my dollar cost average to a number where they've acquired 600 and something thousand shares. 607,000 at 391 is my dollar cost average. Oh, and here we go. We're going green. Oh, yeah. And now back up over my dollar cost average. And now it's going to fly over all these numbers all the way up. It's going to stop only at 399.99 briefly for a moment. Oh, yes. Yes, ladies and gentlemen. And now you're going to sell 407 and 408, 406. You're going to sell this right now. There it goes. You're going to sell 413. Sell 419, 420, 421. Sell it, folks. Sell 425. Now at $40.40 on this one. Now you see why I wanted to move that ELPW money over to this. Folks, sell it. And I told you, now it was going to go right back up over all these numbers. I told you it was going to go right back over them. There she goes. And I just sold there. Very nice, up $44.50 now. Now, come in, ladies and gentlemen, with your buy orders down here at 401. 401, 406, 407, 408. Put them in now. They're going to come back down here. They're going to come back down. Here they come. Yep. Oh, they'll come back down here. I know they will. Minimum 411 after you just sold the 424. They'll come back down. You be patient. They'll come back down here. Be patient and wait. 411 is the minimum you'll get. Minimum. 413 even. And then on up she goes. And you're going to sell now 430. Please sell at 430. Please sell 431 and 433. And I just sold 431, 431, 433. Sell 438 now. Come back down here and buy 415. They're going to come down to the bottom of this wall right here where they already got these. So come on down here. And they'll certainly come back down into the middle of this wall. And we're going to sell here, folks, 430 again. Sell 430. And I'm trying to sell 438 right now on it too. 438. The buyback should definitely come down to the bottom of this big wall right now, down to these levels right here. It should come down to here. They want to fill these orders up here. They haven't filled these up. They haven't got these to the quota they want. So they're going to come back down to here. 411, 410, 413. They're coming. Just be patient, folks. Here we come now. The next run up. Raise this up to 435. There it is. Just sold 435. Bring these buy orders up underneath here now to 425. 10 cents and 11 cents down will be no trouble for them. And you want to sell 443, folks, please. Right on up. Now she's at 450. Now come down to 438. 438, folks. I'm using the numbers on my buy-sell sheet. Come down to 433. Man, oh man, good call out on this SBLX. This is day trading paradise right here. And now I want to go back to my ELPW, and I'm going to sell more ELPW here. And I want to sell 60 shares at market. I just sold 418, and we're going to try 420 to sell there again. And 419. I just sold 418 again, and we're going to move it back over to that stock that was called out. Someone said SBLX. SBLX. Happy boy. Thank you, happy boy. SBLX. Good call out. SBLX. Happy boy. Nice. And now I want to come in with just 10 shares at a time. SBLX is what I'm going to be buying here, ladies and gentlemen, using Charles Schwab Thinkorswim. And we're going to go back to SBLX now. SBLX. All right, let's get in here. Let's get some 447 buys in. 448. Let's buy 10 at market since it's rocketing right now. It's just going through the moon, folks. Bring these up here, 450. They're going to bring it back down to 444, folks. Minimum 451, 52. There they go, 2 cents under my dollar cost average. Very nice. And now I own 30 shares of it again, and they're going to bring it down to 449. 449. The same way they put in spoof sells, I'll put in spoof buys on them. Oh, they're going to come back down here to 450 from 463. That'll be a 13-cent drop. There you go. I knew it. I knew it. Yeah, baby. Come on down here. Come on down to Catfish Town. Going to buy 437 and 438. And try for 433 here. Try for 440, 444. There you go. Come on down to Catfish Town. There you go. You see how this works? Very nice. Man, thank you for calling this stock out today. I'm going to make a fortune on this SBLX. And I'm going to move over to ELPW again. And I'm going to sell 60 shares more of this. And I've got plenty of them. I still got 375 shares. And we're going to go back now to, there we go, sold 415. And I'm done here. I'm going to be done selling ELPW. I think it'll go on back up here, and I'll get to sell those higher numbers now. But we want to take that money back over SBLX. And look at them sitting 2 cents under my DCA. Oh, yeah. And usually they'll try for 6 cents under me, folks. So that's no surprise to me that they're going to come down here and try to buy where they've already bought 669,000. There you go. Sweet. Let me get some of that 43 here. We're doing 10 shares at a time. 10 shares at a time. 10 shares, folks. And there she goes, right on up after she got my dollar cost average. There she goes. And this is the stock SBLX, folks, that I'm currently up $53 on. SBLX. Man, oh man, look at that thing run. Look at all the red over here selling at $4.50 a share. Trying to buy below my dollar cost average now. And there she goes, right back up after all those shares I just filled there. Sweet. 40 shares at a time, 10 shares at a time is all I'm buying here, folks. Yes. Woo-hoo! Off she goes, folks. Look at that now, up 80 bucks on this stock. And you want to sell 466, 469, 470, 472, and 473 right now. Sell 475, 76, and 77, all the way up to 480 and 81, 82, and 83. All right, that's what you want to sell now. And here it goes. All right. I just sold there 472, 472, 472. The stock I'm on is SBLX. Called out by Happy Boy. Now I'm up, and look at them, pull it back down to 460, folks. You know that. They love that number, 460. Why I didn't fill there, I don't know. And here we go, folks. The next leg up. There she goes. She's out of here. They're going to halt this thing. I just sold 476. And now your order should be coming in at 466 here to buy, folks. And you obviously want to sell 488, 490. You want to sell these numbers. Up 95.76 on this stock right now. SEGG will open up, I think. I have 1,000 shares. All right, DeBass Assassin. Well, this is the one to day trade right here. This is the one, SBLX. And this is the one to day trade, folks. And man, I know where they're going to pull it back from after I sell it. Look at that. Beautiful pullback buys right there. Look at that. It's just freaking beautiful, folks. Beautiful. Yes, sir. Man, they sold me those orders at 467 that I just canceled. Well, you better sell 472 and 473 right now. Let's keep doing it, folks. Trading the trench here. There we go. Just sold 478, 478, 478. Try and buy back 466, 467, 10 shares at a time. Should be easy. 13-cent drop is a piece of cake on these stocks that are really being manipulated. And there we go. Back up now. And I'm up 104 on this position now. Using Charles Schwab, Thinkorswim. Man, this is beautiful, folks. This is a beautiful stock to be trading. Nice. Catch those pullbacks, people. Catch those little dips. Catch those dips, baby. See if we can get a 466, 467. There she goes, right on up. And here we go. And I just sold 477. And then I just bought back at 464. 8 orders at 464. Nice. Now let's try to get 459. 2 cents under my dollar cost average. You know they're going to do that. There it is. Beautiful. 457. Nice. Oh, yeah. They're going to try to get my dollar cost average now. And below me. And below me. That's right. They're going to try and buy below me. Which they just did. And it's fantastic. Back down to 450. Nice. Come on, baby. Let me get some more of these. 455 is a no-brainer from 480 sells, folks. And 470 sells. Nice. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Man, that's so nice of them to do that. Here we go. Back up now, folks. That was it. That's the end of it. They just filled right down here where they've already got over capacity, so they can't hold it down there. They've already got over capacity there. They can't hold it down there. And they're not going to hold it down here either. They've already got over capacity here, folks. They've already gotten over capacity. Their only desire now is to make sure they get 630,000 at 454 and 630,000 at 455. That's what they got to do here, folks. That's the only reason we're sitting at these numbers right now, because they've got to get that quota of 600,000 at these two numbers. They have to. Or at least something respectable so they can show the numbers. They're not even able to show the numbers now because they don't want you to see how weak they are there. See that? They're not even showing you the numbers there because they're too weak. They don't want you to see their weakness there. They want to get all those filled out, and then they'll show those numbers. Then they'll show them to you. But not now. Not yet. They cannot be divulged. Those prices cannot be shown until they reach the numbers that they have, their required numbers. And I don't know if you noticed, but they just took away all the numbers here. All those numbers, they just took them away. Why did they do that? Why did they do that? They had numbers here and here and here and here and here. Why did they take those away? Now I'm up $108 on this position. I'm going to sell 472. Yep. Here we go. Going to sell 475 right now. I've got 280 shares long on it. And I'm up 125 on this position right now since I started trading it about 20 minutes ago. And the stock is SBLX. SBLX. There we go. There's my 475. Here comes 479, 482, 483. There you go. Just sold 482 and 83. Come out 486, 89, 92, 93. Come out 97, 98, 99. Get out there. There she goes. We're up 173 on SBLX. You got to sell these numbers, folks. You know these are sell numbers. 93, 92, 88. They're sell numbers, folks. Just sold 488. And now come in down here to buy 472, 473. Put in an order at 467 and 466. Put your orders in to buy 473 and 72 right now. They're going to come right back down here to you, or at least 475. Sell 488 as many times as you can. All right, just keep popping them out at 488. There it goes again, 489. Here we go. I just sold 492 and 93. Just going to sell 496, 97, 98, 99, and 5. 501 and 502, 503. And from there, they're going to pull this back down to 488, folks, or 475. So put your buy orders in at 482, 83 here. Put a buy order in at 478 and 477. And I'm going to tell you, when they get up here to 506, 507, they're going to stop this. And I want you to sell all the way up to 507 now. And I just sold 496 and 498. And I just sold, yep. And I'm up 179. And the momentum is going to take it over, folks. 507 and 508. And put in 509, then it's going to pull back, okay? And you might even get a 466 buy, okay? And I don't think you're going to get that, so I'm going to come up to 484 and try to buy here 485. And the stock we're on right now, ladies and gentlemen, is SBLX. SBLX. And man, I'm using my buy-sell sheet here now, folks. I know where they're going to come down to. They're coming down to 482.83 or 477.78. And I just filled 477. A bunch of orders at 477 just filled. And now we're going to go back to 480, 481, 82, 483. I'm up 175 on this position today. And the stock is SBLX. And you guys saw me make a decision to start selling ELPW and move it over on this hot runner. And I want you guys to do the same thing. If you've got some AGPU, sell it right now. Let's move over off that AGPU here, okay? Even if you're down on it, folks, you can use that money and make it back on this stock here. So I'm going to go over here now to AGPU. And I'm going to sell, I've got 492 shares. I'm going to sell 60 at market. I just sold it at $5.99. I'm going to sell 60 more. And I'm going to sell 60 more. Yeah, I'm down 272, but I'm going to turn these into profit. I never sell for a loss. I sell to make a profit. Now I'm going to go back to SBLX. And I'm going to be doing 10 share buys, only 10 shares at a time. And I'm going to try to buy below my dollar cost average at 467, 469, 477. They should give me a 477. I should even get a 475 here, folks. And look at all the shares that have been bought here in this range. Just look at all of them. And I just picked up a 476, 475. They're not going to go any lower. That's all they can achieve. Now we go on up. They've already maxed out all these numbers. They've got their quota here is 700,000, 770, 787. They've got their quota. And I just bought 455, 453, 459, 461. They've already quoted this all out down here. They got 700,000, 800,000, 700, 700, 900. They've almost got 1 million at 462 and 1 million at 460. Their favorite numbers to buy, which is where I'm buying right now, right where they bought 1 million already. That's right. I'm buying where they bought 1 million. They've already bought 1 million there. Well, they got 963,000 at 460 and 962,000 at 462. And going back to AGPU, I'm going to sell 60 shares here. Sell at market, AGPU, which is rising now. And I'm going to sell it again. I have 312 shares left. I'm going back over to SBLX. And I'm buying now 10 shares at a time on this stock. And I'm going to come in at the bottom of this wall, 450, 447, 448, 449. Buy at market, 10 shares. I just bought 453. And I'm buying here where 1 million shares have been acquired. Now we're coming down here to this wall again. Going to try to buy some here. Buying at market, 10 shares, 430. Got 431. Buying again here now, 434. Buying again, 433. Man, they've never had any shares down here for sale. They've never had shit down here that could last and keep it here. Never have they, folks. And they're not going to now either. They've never had jack crap down here. And ELP, I'm going back to ELPW. And I'm going to sell some shares here. Now we're going back to SBLX. And the stock is up right now. Oh, I don't see a percentage. Yep, up 74% right now. And some good buys here. And I just sold ELPW at 413. I'm going to buy at market here. Because they've never had any shares in this range. None. They've had virtually no shares here before. So it won't stay here long, folks. I do not believe. Yep. They have not had tiddly squinks down here for sale before. I do not believe they will suddenly have millions of shares here available where they've never had any before. I don't believe it. Yep, and she's gone. Just like I said, they never had any shares there before, and they're not going to hold it there now. They never had any shares in this region before, and that's why this is such a good region to buy in, because they can't hold it here. They've already proven they could hold it here. They've proven they could hold it here. They could hold it here. But they could never hold it here. They could never hold it here. And they weren't going to do it again there now. They're just trying to DCA down. That's what I'm doing. DCAing, baby. They've never had any shares here. And here they try a 440 and a half. Look at them trying to get 440 and a half right there on this number. 440 and a half. What a joke. Desperation sets in, folks. 440 and a half. And you know what I want to do? I'm going to lower my DCA to 455 here, folks. I'm trying to lower my DCA here to 455 now. And I've got it down to 457. And what do you know, folks? The most shares bought today have been purchased on my dollar cost average, 457. 1 million shares at 457. Yep, 1,027,000 shares at my DCA. I feel good about that. Goodness gracious. And I just bought at 448. They're not going to hold it here, folks. They're never going to be able to hold this down underneath all this. They've already reached their quotas of a million here. They're not going to hold it under this. It's not going to stay under it, folks. You can kiss it goodbye soon. No way they're going to hold it under here. I just bought 441, 442 twice. Won't be here long, people. And now I'm going to come back over to AGPU. And I've got 312 left. I'm going to sell 60 at market because I want to keep on this stock. And by the way, I'm only down on this stock $90. Yesterday I was down. Now I'm only down $42 on this. Yesterday or day before, I was down on AGPU $2,900. I was down. And I just kept buying that low, folks. I kept buying the low. And I went from $2,900 down to only down $43 today. And I love that. Now we're going to go back over to SBLX. And I'm going to turn that down into an up, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to turn that down into an up on this stock right here. And we're going to keep buying here. 420, ladies and gentlemen, trying 420. And of course, we're going to try and buy 413. We're going to go market here now at 423. And I'm going to get my dollar cost average down to 455 here in a moment. And right now, I'm filling at 423. 424 I just got. And there's no way it's going to stay down here, folks. They've already reached 1 million here, 1 million here, 1 million here, 1 million here. Let them try again to just get a few more million there, I guess. And I'm ready to buy there. All these numbers, everywhere they've already got a million, I'll buy. No way they're going to hold it there, folks. And there she's shooting now. Just filled 426. Going to get a million at 422 right now. They've got 917,000 there. Guess they're going to try to get a million at all these numbers here. So I'm going to buy at market again. And I just filled 426. And that sucks for them because that means they're not going to get the million here, 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 or here. They're trying, though, right now. There you go. They got 920,000 at 422. That's respectable. Here they go. Here they come. Nice. Now they got to get 421. They've got to get 1 million there. And they wanted 1 million at 416 and they couldn't get it. Trying to get 1 million at 416 and 417. There you go. And now let them try for 1 million at 413. Coming for 1 million at 413. SBLX, ladies and gentlemen. Well, they're not going to get it. And there she goes. That's the end of it. That's the lunchtime low, ladies and gentlemen. It's over. It is over. They shot for 413. They couldn't get it. And now we're on a run. And it's going to blow right past all this. And I got my dollar cost average down to $4.50 a share. Nice. By the way, that's on my new position since I already sold and made 100. So very, very nice there. And let's go back over to ELPW right now. And let's sell another 60 shares here. Sell at market ELPW. And that's fantastic. I just sold 412. And I only ended up down 19 on this. I'm going to sell another 60 here because I want to move it over. And we're going over back now to trade SBLX. SBLX, we're going back into it. And now, ladies and gentlemen, they're sitting 2 cents under my dollar cost average. But it doesn't matter because my profit is $118 on this. And they're 1 cent under my dollar cost average. After all those shares I just bought down there at 413, 414, 420. Nice. Now look at them sitting right under my DCA, 2 cents under me. Problem is, they've already reached their quotas here. They've already reached their quotas of 800,000 and 1 million and all these numbers. So now it's just going to run right past them all. They're not going to sit under me until they get 1 million. They'll sit there till they get 1 million and 1 million here, and then it's going to run, folks. It's going to run right past me. You watch. And now I'm coming in for 10 shares. And I'm going to buy at market. And I just got a 440. I want 438, 439, 442. And I just got 442. Man, I would love to get my dollar cost down below 450 for sure. Can't they come down here anymore and get any more of these? There we go. Good. Let's try 433 again. 433. Yeah. Yeah, baby. And my DCA just dropped below 450, which is fabulous. Monkey's down here trying to get 1 million at each of these numbers now. And only when they got to 782,000 would they show the number at 435. So the quota is 780,000, folks. They've got to get 780,000 at all these numbers before they'll show it and proud enough to let it go on up. But they've got to get now 780,000 is the quota. So here they've got 602,000 right here. 602. Well, you got to get 780 there. You can't just have 602. But nope, they're not going to reach it. And there she goes, right back up over my DCA. Lowest buys I can get now are going to be at 440, 443, 444. And here she goes, 2 cents under me. They've already got 1 million there. Can't stay there. Sorry, no parking, baby. No parking on the cat floor. No parking, baby. No parking on the cat floor. That's right. No parking, baby. No parking at 447 where you've already got 1 million shares. Try for that 438. 440 again. They're going to let me. Oh, yeah, I just dropped my DCA to 448. What are you going to do about that, Shorty? Now you're going to have to get $1 million there at 449. And stock I'm on is SBLX. SBLX. Give it to me. SBLX. Oh, it won't be here long, folks. Down here, they got $1 million, 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 $1 million. It won't be here long because they got $1 million almost at 430 now. It won't be here long. They want to fill these out and get $1 million each at these numbers too. They want $1 million here at these numbers before they let it go right on up. So let them get them. You can see the quota down here. Down low, you can see the $1 million was not even attainable. At the lowest numbers, they could only get 826, 973, 954, 872. Then here they could only get 840, but then they got $1 million, 819, then $1 million, 858, almost $1 million, almost $1 million, 815, 820, 820, 898, 888, 821, and then up she goes from there, right on up. And then here they could only get, and look, this is impressive because when they got it here, folks, they were able to pick up $1.3 million, $1 million almost. They just missed it there. And the price went on up from 417. Got $1 million, 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 got $1 million. Boom, they could not get $1 million. 697, and they're embarrassed by that and won't show it. They won't even show it, folks. They won't even show it. They don't want you to see how weak they were there. Then here, only 552. Here, only 493,000. Here, 621,000. Then here, they're trying for the $1 million. They've almost got it. Here, they're trying for the $1 million. Then $1 million. They've already got $1 million here. At 432, they've already got $1 million. And what are they going to do? Not get these to $1 million? No, it doesn't look like they are. It looks like they're not going to get any of these to $1 million. They're not going to get this to $1 million, this to $1 million, this or this. They've already gone past these numbers, and now they're not even going to get $1 million here at 435. They're not going to get $1 million. So I'm going to buy at market. And I just bought 438. And there it goes, folks. Right on up. I just bought 438, and there it goes, folks. Right on up the ladder. Look at it go. Look at it go. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm telling you, they've already got $1 million, $1 million, $1 million, almost $1 million, $1 million. Here, up here, $1 million, $1 million, $1 million. Oh, man, it's going to run right over that. It's going to go up over this, folks, right now. Watch it. Watch it rise. Reach their $1 million. Just got $1 million there. And now we're going for $1 million here. Going for $1 million on this number now, which happens to be my dollar cost average. And even on my DCA, I'm up $149 today because I've already sold everything I had up at higher, and then I started repositioning. Nice. Oh, yeah, got to get that $1 million right here. Got to get that $1 million at this price, 446. They got to get that $1 million, boy. They're too proud not to get it. They got to get $1 million there, 446. 2 cents below my dollar cost average. They're going to get it, folks. I promise. But the weakest number they have here right now is 443, where they've only gotten 318,000 shares. That's weak, folks. But they're coming up here to 446, and they're going to get their $1 million there, and then it's going to rise past all of this bullshit, all of it. That's my call, and I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Coming down here. Going to try to buy 434. Try to buy 431. See, they haven't got a million at all these numbers. They're trying a million here. And I got 430 right there. I'm trying to buy 430, 433. None of these shares they've gotten a million at. They're trying, though, right now. They're going to reach their quota of a million on all these at 433, 434, 435. They're going to get a million there for sure. They got to. They got to. It's their new quota. Got to get a million at 433. Got to get a million at 431. They just reached a million at 430. Uh-oh, there she goes. Oh, my gosh. And there's no way they're going to get a million at these numbers. No, sir. And I just filled at 440. Come on, you chumps. You got to get a million here and a million here. There you go. You're getting close. You're getting closer. You're almost there. You're almost at a million. They're almost at a million. Come on, baby. There you go. Almost at a million. Almost. Almost at a million. They got 950. Now 953. At 433, they're trying to get their quota, a million. Now they're at 960. Oh, and they didn't get it. They fell short. Now they're at 962. They're almost there. Almost there. 962 now at 433 a share. 963 now. 433. They're going to get a million here, I promise you. And they really want a million at 431 too, where they haven't been able to get a million yet either. 431. So you can bet. And down here, they've already reached a million at all these. The one they want a million at is 417. They want a million at 417, folks. And they just reached it. Oh! They got their million where I just bought 417. They got their million there. Now they can let it run. Now they can show some respect. Now they can hang their heads high. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Hold their heads high, not hang them high. And watch it run past all these numbers where they've already got a million. Watch it go right over that. And now they want a million here, a million here, a million here, a million here. And watch them start filling these out to a million each. And they'll show the numbers if they can get it. And they won't show it if they can't. If they get the million, they'll show it. If they don't get the million, they've got to right now get probably 950,000 to be able to show the number. And they're not going to show it, and they're not going to get it. And here's where they're going to get the million now at 431. But boy, are they trying to get the millions at all these numbers, reach that quota at every single number, a million, and then they'll have their wish list filled. And now I'm going to go to AGPU. And I still have 192. I'm going to sell 60 shares. I'm going to move this money over. And as you can see, since I opened this position, I've gone to being down 2,900 on it to being down $21 on AGPU. Kathy was chewing my butt out. We're going long. Kathy was chewing my butt out because she was down on this stock. And I said, Kathy, mellow out. I'm down 2,900 2 days ago. And now look, I'm down $21. $21 I'm down on it. I'm actually going to end up making money on this stock. Meanwhile, back to SBLX, I'm up 42.90, and market makers are trying to get every one of these numbers to be at a million right now. So they've been down here, and they got 1,000,003, a million, million. Then up here, and they got a million. And the next number to get a million is right here at 436. They're trying to get a million at 436. They've got 877, now 878, and they want a million there. Now they got 880 there. And they want $1 million, and they're going to get it. They got 882 there now. And they're going to get $1 million, and then they're going to run it on up. It's going to go right on up. They have no desire to hold it down here at 431. That doesn't mean jack crap to them. They've already got the $1 million down there. They don't care about this. They're not going to hold it there. This is the number they want. 436. They got to get $1 million here. Now they're at 889. They're very close. They're going to get $1 million there, and it's going to run, folks. If they can get $1 million there, they will at 436. And watch what happens as soon as they get the $1 million there. It mysteriously rises once they get it. And let's go see if I'm right or if I'm wrong. Just be patient and wait and see. They've already got the $1 million here. Down here, the most they could get was $1,374,000 at 430. $1,374,000 at 430. Then $1,001,000 at 431. Then $1,002,000 at 432. And here's another $1,002,000 they're going to get at 433. And then it's just going to rise, folks. Yep. It's going to rise, all right. You're going to watch it with your own two eyes. Watch it rise. Notice something else, too, down here. Notice how they didn't quite get $1 million, but they settled with it. They got the $1 million there. Then it rose. Then they settled with 819. Then they got the $1 million again. Then they settled with 858. Then they couldn't even get $1 million and it rose. Couldn't get $1 million and it rose. Do you see that? And all these shares were being bought on the ask. There's no shares being dumped at all in the bid here. Every single share that was sold in this price range from here down was sold on the ask price. The only place shares were sold on the bid started right here. And that many shares were sold on the bid right there. Those right there, right there. The rest of these all bought on the ask. Everything down here bought on the ask. All these shares, every single share down here was, here they were sold on the bid. Here there was some selling on the bid, selling on the bid, selling on the bid, selling on the bid. But all here bought on the ask. Here's some sold on the bid, the dark areas. But I'm telling you right now, all through this area here, there's not any shares selling on the bid. They're all sold on the ask. And everything here, there's a lot of selling on the bid here to reach the $1 million mark, the million mark, share mark. Lots of selling on the bid there, that dark area. But up here, none. You're not seeing any selling on the bid. All buying on the ask is happening here now. All buying on the ask. Right on. Everything here, almost all of it being bought on the ask. And sadly, they did not reach the $1 million mark at 436. That sucks. They did not get $1 million here and not even proud enough to show the number 739. Not proud enough to show 656 or 662. They're not proud enough to show it, folks. It's weak. It shows weakness. And I can't even believe they showed the 897 here. They usually will not share that. They won't. Here they were doing it. So I guess at 898 they showed it. So I guess they figured it was okay to show an 897. But that shows weakness, folks. That they couldn't get $1 million there. Couldn't get $1 million here. Couldn't get $1 million here. Even fewer they had at 438 a share. Even fewer shares. And fewer. Weak people. They better get $1 million here right now. There they go. They're going for $1 million here. Going to try to get at least $1 million there, right there. Uh-oh, that's not going to happen. Are you kidding me? You can't get $1 million there at 440 a share. You're not going to get $1 million there. They're not going to get it. They're trying. They're trying with all their might and power. Got to get $1 million there, folks, at 440. Got to. I can't believe they gave up on $1 million here already. at 436. I can't believe they gave up there and gave up there and gave up here and gave up there at only 665, 748. Well, now they're up here and they're trying to get a million on this number, 2 cents below my dollar cost average. They're trying to get a million here and they couldn't do it. They could not do it. And here we go. Now we're rising past here, past here, past here, and they want to get a million here now. They want a million over my DCA. They want a million here, 1 cent over my DCA. They want a million here. They got to get a million here, and they're shooting for it right now. Over my DCA, 2 cents over me. They got to get a million shares. They've got to get a million there, folks. And they're not going to let it rise until they have a million here at 898. They got to get a million here. Then it goes up to there. They're going to get a million there. Then it goes up to here. They'll get a million. All right? Let's watch it happen in front of your very own eyes. And they're going to try to get a million here. Yep, there are. Oh, they're trying for the million here now. And they finally got a respectable number to show here, 821. Oh my gosh, look at that, folks. You think they want to fill all these out and get a million, a million, a million, a million here? Yes, they do. Yes, they want that. Yes, they want that. They want all these to be a million. They want every one of them to be a million, people. And that's where they're sitting now. Look at that. Right there on that number. They got to get a million. They got to get a million here, folks. That's the criteria. That's the criteria. Achieve a million in every single candlestick, at least a minimum of a million. You've got to. They've got to. They do not have an option. They are forced to by the whoever controls them. I don't know who they are, and I don't know who controls them, but you can sure as shit tell that they're under someone's control. And right now, they've got to achieve a million. They probably even want a million here still at 429. Look at that. They're filling orders down here again where they've already got over a million. They must have been told they've got to get every single number to 1,000,002 before they can let them go. They got to get 1,000,002 here, 1,000,002, 1,000,002, 1,000,002, 1,000,002, 1,000,002. They've already got the 1,000,002 here, so that's not a problem. But they must have been told, you better get 1,000,002 at every order, every one of them. And then run it right back up, and you got to get a million here, get a million here, get a million there. That'll be coming. That's in the cards, I promise you. SBLX. This stock is up 65% today. And coincidentally, at this price, it's up $1.66. At this price, it's up 166. And now it's up 167. Now it's up 168. See that? But this number here, the number's up 166. Yes. At this number here, the price is up 166 a share. You don't believe me? Look right up there. Look at the gain. $1.66. 166 gain. And now it's up 169 and 170. So there you go. I guess they wanted to get down there where they could get the 166 price. And they got their millions at all these numbers. They've got a million already. So up she goes. Right on up she goes, folks. They already got the millions. They've all got their quotas. I guess they're not going to get 1,000,002 here, so I was wrong. They did get 1,000,004, 1,001,140, 1,001,130, 1,087 weak, 1,001,115, and above it goes. 1,087, 1,002, and here a million will come their way, and a million here, and a million here. Here it comes, folks. Watch it. And that's the reason the price is sitting there right now, is because they got to get a million there, folks. Do you understand what I'm trying to show you here? SBLX. SBLX. And now the quota requires 1 million shares be sold here, or obtained, I guess, and 1 million here, and then 1 million here. Once they get 1 million here, it's done. Oh, come on. You got to get 1 million here. There we go. We're almost there. Almost there. Almost at 1 million. Almost there. I don't know why they're wasting their time. I guess, like I said, they're trying to get 1.2 million here now. 1.2 million is the required number. I don't know why, because down here they could only get 1,131,000 and 1,140,000. So, but I guess the new quota is 1.2 million before it can go up. So right here, you're going to see him fill this up to 1,200,000 right there. And they're not far away now. They're just filling right on that order. Got to get 1.2 million. They're getting closer. Got to get 1.2 million here. The weekly is oversold, Gary. You may want to wait for a lower like 02 to 04. Careful trading that stuff, bro. I've been seeing people get wiped out. Yep. All right. When are they going to get to the 1.2 million here? What's taking them so long? They're dilly-dallying around here, folks. There's no doubt about it. They've already reached the millions. Here they're trying to get 1.2 million here and 1.2 million now. Trying to get 1.2 million here, 1.2 million here. Let's hurry up and get it. Stop messing around. Get the 1.2 million, the 1.2 million here. Come on. Oh, please. You're not going to get 1.2 million here? Come on. 1.2 million, baby, you got to get right here. 1.2 million. And now they're only 36,000 away of 1.2 million. 36,000 away. These numbers down here, they're so pitifully low that they will not disclose the numbers. They don't show them. They will not show the numbers. They won't show them. Until they get to 840,000, they will not show these numbers. They got to get up around 880, 840, and then they'll show the number. SBLX. I guess they got to get the million down here too. I guess it's a requirement to get 1 million at every number here, I guess. Oops. Well, that didn't happen. Nope. And now here we go for the 1.2 million here. Going for the 1.2 million right here and the 1.2 million here. And she is gone, folks. They're not going to get it. They're not going to get the 1.2 million at either one of these numbers. She's rising quickly now. And there's no way they're going to get the 1.2 million there. And you can forget about 420. They're oversold there with 1.7 million. So there's no way to hold it here. It's going to go right on up, right on up, right on up. Right here's where they got to go next and get 1.2 million at 423. They've got to get 1.2 million here at 423. They got to get 1.2 million right here too. 421. They've got to get 1.2 million there. Boy, they sure tried to get 1.2 million there, and there, but that was quickly overrun by buyers. But they're trying for 1.2 million here and 1.2 million there. You can see it. let's get this 1.2 million here. Stop wasting our time. Get 1.2 million there, 1.2 million there, and then off we go. Watch it run, folks. They got to get 1.2 million here. I guess the chumps think there's a chance they can get 1 million at the 413. I'm surprised they let these get away with only 932,000 and 951. Down here they got 990 and 980. They almost got the 1 million requirements there at those prices. 407 and 408, which are their favorite accumulative numbers. But it shows a real sign of weakness that they were able to get millions here, here, and here, but then they could not get at their favorite numbers, 407 and 408. They could not get 1 million there. That sucks for them. Weak, Shorty. Weak. You should have gotten 1 million there. Now let's see at least get 1 million here. We'll give you some credit for that if you can get 1 million there. And boy, are they trying. And the stock I'm talking about is SBLX. SBLX. And when they get it up here, it's going to run past all that, folks. It's going to run past all of it. Come on down. Get your 1.2 million at 413. And by the way, this number where they are now, this is the absolute weakest number of all of them. All of them in this region. This is the weakest number. Right here. That's the weakest number they had. 370,000. That is freaking weak, people. Weak. And now they're trying to buy there. And by the way, 40985, there's the tweener, folks. 40985, there's the KY flag at 40985. Because they can't get 1 million at 407 and 408. They can't get 1 million there. So they throw in a 40985 for gosh sakes. Pitiful. They cannot even get 1 million here, 408 or 407. They're going to throw in a buy at 40985. Weak, people. Weak. Very weak. Very weak. You got to get those millions here at your favorite numbers, 407 and 408. You got to get that. Come on. You got to get 1 million there. Come on down here and get your millions like you did here and here. Get your 1 million there, there, and there. Do it right now. Right now. Get your 1 million here. Got to get that 1 million here at 399. You got to hand it to them. Whoever's in control of this stock and manipulating it, they're doing a great job. They're doing a great job getting their million quotas at all these numbers. And down here, look, they even got 1 million at 320 and 1 million at 319 and 1 million almost at 318. So you see the criteria. The minimum they can get is 871, and it shows up at 322. 871. So that's the minimum before it'll show up. AGPU that I was 2,900 down, I'm only down about $80 or $40 on now. I think I might have almost went green on it. But now to see these market makers here, at lunchtime low, try to drive the lunchtime low down and try to get their million at these numbers, 30678. Try to get their million at 392, 393. They're not going to get a million there. There never has been many shares here, and there's not going to be any here now either. There's never been any shares in this region for sale. They've had very few for sale here. And also, every share that's been bought in this region was bought on the ask. No selling on the bid at all. Every single share that's ever been bought in this region has been bought on the ask. All of them. All of them, folks. All of them have been bought on the ask. They can't even get anybody to sell shares on the bid. Every single share in this region all day has been bought on the ask. And you think that's going to change now? It ain't going to change now, folks. It is not going to change. It isn't going to change. Every share is being bought on the ask as well right here. They're being bought on the ask, folks. SBLX. Here now they reached a million. Now they're going for a million, and they got a million here. Now they're going for a million here. They got to get these million. Oh, they couldn't reach it. And here we go, folks, right past all this too. And as I just said, they've never had any shares here available for sale, and now they stopped there again. And there it goes, folks. And now they got to get the million at 407 and more at 408. And that's what they're trying to get right now, a million at 407 and 408. As soon as they reach that, this is going to fly. And they're trying to get a million here too, a million. They're just so desperate for those numbers. And they can't get them. And now they can only get 818. We know they got to hit 870 to show it. Here they can only get 847, so they're not going to show that. Got to get 870 to show the numbers, to show respect. Here they've only got 843, so we can't show any of these. They want to, though. They wanted to just then. They wanted to get to show those. They want to show these numbers. They want a million there. They want 880 or something, 870 here. Got 818, 847, 843. Are you kidding? Where's the millions, man? Come on, let's hit a million at each of these. These are your friggin' favorite numbers, 807 and 808. You got to get a million there. Show a little respect. Got to get a million here and here, 807 and 808. Got to do it, folks. And I'm honestly having a hard time believing, oh, shit, that they could not get a million there. They're just less than 10,000 away at 403. How weak is that? 10,000 and 20,000 away from reaching a million and couldn't get it at 402 or 403. That's freaking weak, shorts. I can't believe you didn't get it. 20,000, less than 20,000 away from a million. Less than 10,000 away from a million at 403. Unbelievable. Hard to believe it, really. That they couldn't come up with somebody to sell 10,000 more shares there at 403. And they can't get another 49,000 at 407 or 408. Can't you get the million there at least? Or is it going to go right on past that too without filling? I can assure you, folks, I'm 90% sure they're going to drop this price one more time, and they're going to drop it to get a million here. 90% sure they're going to get the million here and the million here. It's required of them, folks. It's a requirement. They had to get a million here. They wanted a million here and missed. They only got 819. They got a million there. Then it ran. They got to get that million now here. Got to get that million. Come on, baby. 819 is where they are. Got to get that mill. Well, they're not going to get it. And they're not going to get it here either. They've got to at least get 870 here. They got to get 870 at 401. They got to be respectable, and they got to show that number. 870 right here, 401. Now trying to pull off a buy at this price and get $1 million there. Still only 819 is what they got. 819 there. Well, there they go. They just blew past it. They can't even get $1 million there. Couldn't get $1 million at 819. They got to get it, folks, at 399. They've got to get $1 million. And they will. They'll get $1 million there. They'll get $1 million at 399. I'm sure of it. But again, down here where they're trying to get to now, there's never been any real shares available here. Never. There's hardly been any shares at all available here, ever. So they just try for it again, and it just won't stay here because they just don't have any damn shares here, folks. They're trying to maintain this price down below $4. Hedge funds don't want it over $4, folks. They don't want to be in the money over $4, so they're trying now to hold it here. See if they can get any fool to sell to them at $3.93 a share. $3.93, $3.94. Amazingly, down here, they already got millions down here at 318, 319, and 320. And I just bought SBLX at 383. Man, I've had that order sitting down there for hours, folks, 383. So this is where I started buying the stock this morning. 383 is where I started buying it. And I just finally got another order to fill there at 383. Ha! How did I know they would take it down to that number? They finally filled the 383 and then right back up to 389 and 390 now. Nice. Man, they must have just been looking at that order sitting down there like a freaking shiner is what they call it in the orange juice business. In the citrus business, when they're picking fruit, the fruit pickers are not allowed to leave any fruit on the tree. And if we're walking along inspecting and you see one, they call it a shiner. And right then, I had a shiner sitting there at 383 that they had not picked yet, and they ran down there just then to 383. Probably my damn order is what made them take it to that number because they saw I had an order there at 383. And so they took it down just now, and they filled my order at 383. You heard the bell ring. And again, they've even got a quota to try to get $1 million here and $1 million here and $1 million here. So that's why they took it to 383, folks. They want this million. They want $1 million here. They want $1 million here. They want $1 million here. They want $1 million at all those numbers. All of them. They want $1 million there. They're greedy, folks. They're greedy. They want $1 million at all these numbers. Isn't it, you think it's coincidence that they're sitting at this price? Savannah, you think it's a coincidence that they're sitting at 388, 387, 386? You think that's coincidence? That they wanted all those shares at 388? 387, 386. You think it's coincidence they wanted all those shares there? It isn't, folks. It's not coincidence. And as a matter of fact, if you look at my buy-sell sheet, you'll see right here, buyback 82, 83, 84. 82, 83, 84, buyback. Well, what do you know? 82, 83, 84, right there. And there she goes. She's gone now. And that's the end of the 80s. And they did not reach 1 million in any one of them. They did not reach 1 million. They failed, folks. They failed to reach their quota. And they won't show this. And they won't show this. And they won't show this amount. They won't show just 574,000 there. They're not going to show just 658,000 there at 391. No. They want to bring down here. They want to get the millions here at these numbers right now. They got to. But they failed, and there she goes. And listen, nothing's been here and stayed here in this price before for very long, so don't expect it to stay here in this range for long. Don't. It's going to go right back up here, folks. And then when it gets here, it's going to run past that, run past that, run past this. All oversold. All oversold. All that is oversold. Every bit of it. Every bit of it. And then Savannah, can you believe that they want to buy shares now at $8.88 a share? Can you believe that they would market manipulate it down to $8.88 again? $8.88, folks. Can you believe that? Or that they would try to get 1 million at $8.82. Hello from Vacaville, California. Hello there, Ultra Surfer. Mark Stevens, what does Savannah know? What system do you have? I'm using Charles Schwab Think or Swim. Charles Schwab Think or Swim. Yeah. And I just had my order filled. I had an order waiting at 383, which they just filled for me. So I'm very grateful for that. And I've been waiting for that 383 order for 2 hours, folks. I had that order in at 383 2 hours ago, or an hour and a half ago. That's right. I tried to buy that order at 383 an hour and a half ago. And because when I first started buying, I started buying at 372 a share. And just so you guys know, I had about 400 shares that I sold all of when it was up over 4. And then I started reaccumulating. And but I bought a bunch of shares. I started buying at 372. Somebody called it out. The guy that called it out was Happy Boy. And I started buying at 366, 372, 373, 374. Then it shot up to $4 and I sold 408, 413, 411. I sold all that. Then it came back down. And this thing has been marched all over the place right now. And they have really been market manipulating this stock big time. And we're going to look at it on the chart, SBLX, so you can see it. Right now, SBLX. We're going to look at it right now. SBLX. There it is. And look what they've done. Pinch it down below the 200 at lunchtime. Beautiful. This rising 200 day, this rising 45 and 50. And now you know why I told you to sell those orders at 497, 98, 99, 502, 503, 506. I sold there, and you guys saw me sell those shares there. And look at them attack that down from 506 to 362, folks. That is a massive, massive attack after we sold there. Congratulations. And I'd really like to start a survey. And I want to know, did you buy SBLX and then sell at the over $5 range? I want to start a survey now. All right. So here we go. I'm going to start a poll. And I ask a question. Did you buy into SBLX and then sell it over $5? Did you buy SBLX with me in the 472 range? I believe it was 372 range, and sell over $5 because I started buying it when it was here at 372. So that's what I want to know. Did you buy it with me in the 370s, 380s, and sell over 5? And that's the question I've got right now. I want to find out. So did you buy in the 370s to 380s? And then sell when it broke $5. $5. That's what I want to know, and I'm going to type it right here properly. When it broke. There we go. So did you buy? And I want the word buy, thank you. Why won't you put the word buy up there? God, I hate this thing sometimes. So freaking stupid. Did you buy SBLX with me in the 370s to 380s and then sell when it broke over $5? That's what I want to know right now. And I'm going to ask this question now. And boy, howdy, look at him march that thing right down below the 200. And we're waiting on the bounce. It's going to come, folks. But what number is it going to come at? And I'll show you here a resistance line that has been formed already at this point right there, okay? And if you don't know where that resistance point was formed, it was right here. Once, twice, 3 times, and 4 times resistance to the climb. And then they pulled it down. So this is a great number here where resistance should be reoccurring. Bounce the 5-day right off of it, and off it should go. And this is SBLX. It's still up 41% today. It's up 41%. And if you're wondering what the news on SBLX was, I will look for it right now. SBLX. And the news was that came out at 8 o'clock. 10:14. I don't see any damn news on it. I have no idea why it took off. StableX selects BitGo as custodian for digital assets. I don't know why they skyrocketed today. SBLX. This says Copen announces breakthrough micro-LED based optical interconnect technology for AI infrastructure. I just do not see any news on SBLX. But we know the stock has run before, because on the 9th of September last year, the stock was halted on a run-up on a 56% gain. And notice they halted it. Look at this, folks. They halted it, Savannah, on this news. They halted this price when the price was up 56.66. And they halted the price at 5666, folks. That's right. They halted it on a circuit breaker at that specific number, 5666. And this again shows you the proof of the pudding that the market is manipulated like nothing else. And notice that the percentage up right here when they halted it was up 5666 where they halted it. What a coincidence, everyone. What a coincidence. What a coincidence that they would halt it there and stop it when it was up 5.666%. Now, let me tell you where the real line of resistance on a drop is going to be on this stock now. And the total line of resistance is going to be right here at this point, right there. Right there. And this is the stock I'm talking about, SBLX. And the reason I'm calling this the line to buy in is because look over here how it stopped rising there. It stopped rising there, stopped rising, stopped rising, stopped rising, stopped rising. And now that is going to become where it stops dropping. There's a reason for this number. It's not some arbitrary number that they ran it down to. This reason is because they stopped the 5-day on it there, they stopped it there, they stopped it there, and they stopped it there. And that's why they just drove it down to that price, ladies and gentlemen. And that's what I'm here to show you. I'm here to help teach you to know where to make entries, not just guess. And that's where you should buy right now. That's my suggestion. I don't tell anybody what to do. But my friends, when you see a line of resistance achieved one time right there, and you can clearly see that was a line where they stopped it, and here where they stopped it, and here where they stopped it from rising, stopped it from rising, stopped the 5-day from rising, and when you see them coincidentally drop it to that same line, well, now you know why. Now you know why they just took it to that line, because they know this is where the resistance to the drop was, and this is where it's going to stop dropping right there. They know that. Market makers, man, they use the past to tell the future, folks. And they use a number like this because they know that this was a place where they could not get the price to rise above. Too much resistance, too much resistance, too much resistance, too much resistance, and now too much resistance to try to drop it anymore. And it's going to bounce here, folks. That's my call right now. It's going to bounce off that line right now and go right back up. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. And the stock that I'm on here is SBLX. SBLX. Watch this thing bounce here. Look at it come right off that line, and look at the buyers come in. Look at the buyers coming in. Flat top green, folks. Look at this. Watch close. Watch this candlestick be a flat top green again. Most likely. There it goes. It's a flat top green again. And I'm telling you, SBLX, folks, there's a reason that they just drove it down to this line right here, and I just showed you why. They knew it was going to bounce off that, and look, we got a flat top green here and a flat top green here, ladies and gentlemen. Even a wick on it now where they're trying to pull it back. They ain't going to pull this thing back. SBLX. They took it where they wanted it, and I guess that was $3.33 a share, up 35%. And that was at 122, ladies and gentlemen. Well, probably about 118 where they took it there. Now, I'm not telling you to buy in massive numbers at this number. I'm telling you to accumulate and start buying very small amounts where the price is now at up 34.66. 34.66. And now look at the number, 66.99. Look at this number, up 66 cents, 99. And now, oh my gosh, look at it just springboard from 66 cents to 70, now to 87. Oh my gosh. Whoa, 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 whoa. What the heck? Look at the buyers coming in there. Did they know? Did they have an arrangement that it was going to be down 66 cents? Up 66. Oh my gosh. Look at it go, folks. Look at that. Look at that. I called it out. See, I pinpoint these things, folks. I show you why. It may seem coincidental. It all seems like it's just coincidence, but none of it is ever coincidence, folks. None of it is. There's a reason. There's a numerical reason that they just had to gain 66 cents. And it just jumped 30 cents from there. Oh my gosh. That was huge, folks. Did they try to get $3.13 a share? Oh my gosh. Look at this, Savannah. Look where they just dropped the price to. Look at the price, Savannah. $3.13. $3.13. Was that by design? You bet your ass it was. You bet your ass it was. $3.13, ladies and gentlemen. And we sold it at 506, 507, 508. And look at that drop to 313. And immediately after that, it shot right back up, ladies and gentlemen. What in the world? Ding dong. The shorts went long. The ding dong, the shorts went long. Look at the green. Everybody buying. Nobody selling here. This is a 10-to-1 buyers versus sellers on this candlestick now. 10-to-1. Oh my gosh. Look at that freaking thing skyrocketing now. Look at it go, folks, off that low. Talk about a buy the nutsack, folks. Wow. Look at that nutsack purchase right there. And look at that, man. It's got a big old long hair hanging off of it. Holy crap. That is a nutsack, people. And notice that they got it to there, and they converged the 45 almost to the 200-day average there. They almost got the 50 and 45 to hit the 200-day. Man, they're trying to converge this thing. They're trying to make sure that this converges completely and comes together on the 200. But look at that line jump off there. The stock is SBLX. SBLX. And I honestly could not find any news about this at all. StableX on the 16th of October last year announced that it had completed its second strategic token purchase, acquiring Chainlink tokens, advancing execution. But, ladies and gentlemen, this SBLX, man, what a march down right to that line. And I showed you guys why. Look at the 5-day chart. The reason that they just ran the price down to that line right there is because over here it had eclipsed that line and stopped. So they knew that would be a great place to drop it to. Now, this is on the 5-day. Look at the 1-day. Look at that. And again, I mentioned to you people to understand when we sold it up here, when it hit 506, when we sold it there, and then they dropped it, notice they dropped to that line. Why? Why did they come to that line with the 5-day? Because of over here. They stopped it from rising right there and pulled it down, stopped it from rising there, pulled it down, stopped it from rising there and pulled it down, and stopped it from rising there and pulled it down. And that's why the 5-day dropped there and then bounced. This is what you can learn from me. All right. These numbers, when they decide to attack a number down like this, they're not an arbitrary number. It's just not something that's just pulled out of the air. There's a reason that market manipulators will take it down to a number like this because they saw it was resistance to the rise, saw it was resistance to the rise, saw it was resistance to the rise, saw that line was resistance to the 5-day rising, and they knew that was a great place to take it down and go long on it. And so they fleeced every single one out. And then they went long. Ding dong. The shorts went long. And you can see how fast it rose from here all the way to there. So now it's going to rise from here and go to this line right here. And that is where the 500 is meeting the 50-day, the 200-day average. That's the line of resistance next, right there. And I'm going to put a line there because it exists there, right there. So the next place we're going is all the way back up, and it's not going to stop at this line because it never stopped there before, and it never stopped there falling. So it's not going to stop now when it gets to that line. It's going to go to this line where the 5-day came down to and stopped before. So this is the line that it's going to go to right next. And coincidentally, that happens to be where the 50-day and 200 have just met, right on that line, coincidentally. So they're going to rise it back up to this line. You watch this afternoon. Watch and see if I'm not right. Watch and see if I'm not right. And watch it go right back up to this line where they've converged the 50-day, the 45, and the 200 together. Now watch this rise right back up to this line, because nothing stopped it from falling through that line before, and nothing stopped it from rising through that line. But you can see the bottom was there once. There it was, the bottom on that line. So now it should come back over that line and this one and break right over them. And I could be wrong. But I don't think so. I've been trading a long time, folks. This looks like pure market manipulation to me. Start selling it when I told you. Now do you know, ladies and gentlemen, why I tell you to sell this number? Now do you know why I keep telling you that when it goes over a round number like $5, that the momentum will push it up over 5 to 505, 506, 507, and you should be selling there on that momentum. Sell because they're going to pull it down from that 507, and you can clear as shit see this morning. Look at that price that they ran it up to and stopped it. 506. That's why I told you guys to start selling at 498, 499, 5, 501, 502, 503, 504. You watched me load those orders in. You watched me load them in. You watched me just sell every dang share. Then when they dropped it back down to the 50, you watched me buy a little bit there. And then you watched me buy a little bit right there. And then you're watching me buy when they just wrote it down to there. Folks, it's over. The manipulation downward is over. The rise is occurring. And you're going to see this all has converged. The 200 is converged with the 50 and the 45. And now the 5 and 10 have converged here. And it is going to rise off this number because this is too heavy. Let's take a look at this on the 20-day chart. Now, ladies and gentlemen, does this stock look like the 200-day moving average is falling right now? Does it look like the 50-day average is falling right now? Does it look like that? On this 20-day chart, does it look like the 200-day is falling? And on the 50-day, does that look like it's falling? Huh? Of course not. They're skyrocketing. And market makers know that this is about to completely go ballistic. So they're going to take the dang thing down like they just did. All right? Trade. And I'm going to go over here to AGPU. And as it turned out, ladies and gentlemen, this stock, as many of you know, I was down 2 days ago, 2,900. And I had a girl come on here named Kathy, and she said, "Oh my gosh, what's going on, Catfish? Why is this thing, blah, 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 blah." And I said, "You're complaining?" I said, "How much are you down?" I said, "I'm down 2,900 on it." And look today, I'm only down 56 bucks since I opened that position. And I was down 2,900. Everyone on this channel watched me show you. I said, "Hey, look, on this AGPU, I'm down 2,900. And now I'm only down 56 bucks after I was down 2,900. And what did I tell Kathy? Be patient. Be patient, Kathy, is what I said. Buru is cooking. Yeah, it's going to cook everybody that invests in that thing, I guarantee you. You'll be all cooked tomorrow. They'll cook you good. I always tell people, if you want a stock to lose money on, pick Buru. Buy it when it goes up. You'll always lose money on it. It never has held. And ladies and gentlemen, I don't think I need to go beyond the charts to prove this to you. Look at this. BURU. Look at this. Just let me show you the chart, and then you'll all understand Buru, Nuburu. And let me show you this stock chart on a 1-year chart. Yo! Here's the method and the process. Did it hold that gain? No, it did not. Did it hold that gain? No, it did not. Could it hold that gain? No, it could not. And it will never hold a gain, folks. It'll never again hold a gain. Okay? I'm just telling you. That's the 1-year chart. You can do whatever you want. You can believe me or not. Buru, you can look here, and I'm sorry, because I know that we have several people that are big on Buru, but take a look at the 90-day chart. Hold on. Let's go over here to the day, and let's go to the 90-day. Let's just do, shoot, we don't want to do that. Time frame. Where's 90 days? Well, 3 months. And it won't even show me a 3-month chart on this. I don't know what the hell's going on. But there it is, Buru. Congratulations. And just so you're aware of it, you should be selling right now because there's a line of resistance right there. Look at that. See the 5-day drop down there and stop at that line? You should sell right now. Sell right now. If you own this stock, you should sell it now up 12% at 31 cents. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. And AGPU now. 603. Man. Well, at least I only ended up losing a very few dollars on that stock. I'm glad to say. And as you can see, I ended up on AGPU. This is the stock right there, AGPU. And you can look and see that my total loss gain was $46 since I opened the position. And man, I am so glad that I kept buying when they ran that thing down to the bottom, because when they did, I was able to dollar cost average down, and my dollar cost average is only $6.36. So thank God I started buying it after they dropped it from $14.47 down to $9. So I had started buying it at $9, but fortunately I just kept buying it and buying it when they dropped it down into the 6s and the 5s. And that was good because that dropped my dollar cost average down enough to where I didn't lose much on it. I'm only down 46 bucks on it now, AGPU. And ladies and gentlemen, I've had a great time with it. I'm going to sell another 60 shares now, which I just sold at 609. And as you can see, my dollar, I'm only down, since I opened the position, I'm only down $15 since I opened the position on AGPU, Kathy. So I went from 2,900 down to only $13 down on that stock. And I'm very grateful that happened, that I kept dry powder so I could buy it, even though it had dropped from $9 down into the low sixes. So a lesson learned, ladies and gentlemen. A lesson learned. And it seems as though I just went up on it, and my dollar cost average is 606 a share. And I made $4.92 after I was down $2,900. I'll call that a win. I'll call that a win, folks. And I'm going to try to sell my last 60 shares at $6.13 a share. That would be fine for me. And what do you know, ladies and gentlemen? My average dollar cost price, 606.16667. And I've got 72 shares left. And I'm trying to sell them at $6.13. And that'll be 7 cents over my dollar cost average. Holy smokes. Boy, that wasn't an easy one, though, man. That AGPU, man, it was tough. It was tough. But let's see if anybody wants to buy some 613 from me now. I'm seeing orders filling at 613, several of them. And I even see a 100 share order that filled at 613. Yeah. Look at that, folks. And they just bought 10 shares at 613 there, 19 shares. And I've got a 60 share order there at that price. And you know what? I'm going to remove it. I'm going to do 20 shares at 613 because it seems like they're just nickel and dime in the damn thing. So I'm going to do 20 shares at 613, and I'm actually going to remove that. And since they're not, it looks to me like they're not doing any more than 10 share orders. So we're going to go 10 shares. Hold on. 10 shares there. And we're going to sell at 613. There we go. And there's plenty of buyers up here. You can see right there selling 613, 10 at 613, 13 at 613, 19 at 613. So I see no reason why they wouldn't buy now at 613 again. But instead, once they see Catfish is selling, they decide to drop the price down to my dollar cost average 606. How sweet is that? Oh, yeah, baby. All those orders that just filled at 613, and immediately after that, they've dropped the price to my DCA, 605 and a half penny below my dollar cost average. Man, they almost couldn't stand to see that I was green on this thing, folks. I know they couldn't believe their eyes. They're like, how the hell did Catfish do that? We slaughtered his ass. And how did he end up green on this thing? They probably can't believe their eyes. And they said, shit, no, we're not going to let him be green on this. We're going to make him down $3.36 on it. Oh, goodness gracious, folks. The market manipulators that are all over this stock and all over all of them every day, ladies and gentlemen. But what do you know? What do you know? I just saw all these orders sell at $6.13 a share. $6.13. Look at this. $6.14. $6.14. Look at these orders. Look at these orders down here, folks. $6.13. $6.13. Down below that, even $6.14 was even filling. $6.13. $6.14. Look at that. $6.14. $6.14. 100 shares. $6.15 even. And then all of a sudden, I mentioned I'm going to go ahead and sell and make money, and they dropped the price down to 601. And then we see a 612 pop in. 592, my God, one share, folks. One share at 592. Meanwhile, 100 just sold at 601. Who's getting paid to sell one share at 592? Who's getting paid to throw out one share at 592 when the price was just 611 and 612? Who's getting paid to do that? Who's getting paid to do this? That's what I want to know. Yep. Gotcha. Thank you, the crazy monkey. Thank you for that little tip. Is the Clarity Act going to pass? I don't know. What is the Clarity Act? But look at these orders, folks. One share at 592, and then one share at 612. What in the world? What in the world is going on? One share at 592, one share at 612. And oh no, Shorty, I've gone green on it again. I'm up $3.48, Shorty. I know that sucks big time. And you might want to ask today, why did somebody want to buy so many shares at that price? Why did they want to buy 314,000 at this price of 610? Why did they want to buy 314,000 at $6.10 a share? Why? Well, I'll tell you why. And now I'm looking over here, and again I see one share sold at $5.92. Who got paid to do that? Who's getting paid to sell one at $5.93? One at $5.94. Who's getting paid to do that? And then all of a sudden, the price jumps up to $6.11 on 100 share buys coming in at $6.11 now, folks. For a minute there, I thought they were going to shut. Fuck. All right, so I had a phone call just come in, and then YouTube just told me that I'm reconnecting now. So they sometimes say I'm reconnecting, and they never reconnect. They look at your buy-sell orders accumulation. Yep. Yes, indeed. Look up there. They're trying to contain this with one share sells at 601. One share at 601. Somebody buys 5 shares and it jumps to 610 a share. You are the real McCoy. Yep. That's right, U.S. Army Home Sales. U.S. Army Home Facilities. And who gets paid to throw out a buy order at 601? Who's selling there at 601? And then the orders come in for 100 and fill at 610. See that? 5 shares at 596, but an order comes in for any quantities and it's 610, 608. And this is on the stock AGPU, ladies and gentlemen, AGPU. And right now, the bid is $591, and the ask is $611. There's a 20 cent spread between the bid and the ask. And you got a bunch of chumps being paid to dump out one share orders at $5.96, $5.95, and then the orders come in to buy and it's back to $6.08. Interesting, huh? Just look at that. And the bid is right now $5.91 and the ask is $6.11. AGPU. I'm going to take my order off at $6.11 and $6.13. They're gone. And now let's go see what the sell orders are at. Current price, $6.10 a share. And on the stock that we're on here, ladies and gentlemen, is AGPU. A stock that when I acquired this, my dollar cost average started at $9, around $9.20 a share. And then I bought it at $9, and I bought it at $8.88, and I bought it at $8.77, some at $8.66, bought some at $8.50, bought some at $8.40, bought some at $8.33, bought some at $8.08. And then my dollar cost average was, by then, since I started buying 10 and 20 shares at 9, then by the time it got down to 8.08, I started buying 10 shares at a time, and I got my dollar cost average down. And fortunately now, I have my dollar cost average down below the current price. My dollar cost average is at 606. My dollar cost average is 606. I bet you these shorters cannot believe their eyes that I got my dollar cost average down to 606. I bet they can't freaking believe it. I bet they're crapping in their pants seeing my dollar cost average at 606. And the bid now is 604 and the ask is 611. So they just raised the bid from 591 up to 604, folks, on AGPU. The bid just rose from 591, ask 611. Oh my, and the bid just jumped to 604, the ask is 615. I'm going to sell 10 at 614. And look up here, folks. Look up here. My goodness. 612, 611s and 612s being bought now. And the bid has risen now to 604 and the ask is 615. And somehow or another, ladies and gentlemen, this crazy stock that I was down 2,900 on, I'm now profiting on the position $3.48. Man, I tell you, I'm happy about that. I was down 2,900 on this stock 2 days ago. I showed everybody on the channel that I was down $2,900 on this stock. I said, hey, look over here, because Kathy was complaining like crazy. And I said to Kathy, hey, hold on, Kathy. I said, look, I'm down $2,900 on this stock, but I'm not crying in my sleep, and I'm not worried, and I'm not screaming and shouting and yelling, Jesus Christ. I'm not doing that, Kathy. I'm going to end up making money on this. And granted, I was down $2,900 2 days ago when she was so mad, and she was down too, but now I'm up. I know it seems incredible, and I know the shorts can't believe it. I'm sure of it. They can't believe it. And now the bid is 604. The ask is 615. What a coincidence. They're sitting with a bid price 2 cents below my dollar cost average, folks. Ha ha! 2 cents below my dollar cost average. What do you know? That they would now be sitting with a bid 2 cents under my dollar cost average at 604. How do you like that? And the time now is 1:52 p.m. And I just wonder, bid 604, ask 615. Okay, here we go. Oh yeah, it just sold 615. Look up here, folks. 615. Take away your worries and take away your fears. Bid now 604, ask 615. And orders are indeed filling at the ask price, 615. In fact, somebody wanted 79 shares and were happy to pay 615 for it. And 21 sold at 615. And then you got a paid seller selling his one share at 609 and a half. Jonathan Cook, because when I started buying it, I only bought 10 shares at a time. So when I bought it at $9, I only bought 10 shares or 20. And then when it dropped into the 880s, I dropped again another 10 or 20 shares I bought. Then it went down to 866. I bought a few more. Don't forget, the price of the stock had that morning been at $14.40 something cents. $14.47. So then when it dropped into the 8s, I bought another 20, and it got in the low 8s, I bought another 10 or 20. And then when it got into the 7s, I bought more, bought 10 or 20. And I had a lot of cash left still. I still have a lot of cash. I always have a lot of cash left. I never spend all my cash. I don't like doing that. So when I had it in the 9s and started buying, I was just nibbling, folks, nibbling. And then when I got it in the 8s, I was still just nibbling, just taking 5 and 10 share orders. And when I got it into the 7s, I started buying higher quantities, buying 10 and 20 shares. And when it got down into the low 6s, I bought 20 shares at a time. And all of a sudden, my dollar cost average, which was at 9, is now at 606. 606 is my dollar cost average. So that's why I keep buying when the price is dropping, because I want to lower my dollar cost average from 9 where I started. And if I buy more in the low 8s, then I got my dollar cost average into the upper 8s. And if I buy some in the upper 7s, then I got my dollar cost average in the mid 8s. And if I buy some in the upper 6s, then I've got my dollar cost average in the low 7s. And then if I keep buying in the lowest 6s, then I get my dollar cost average to down to 606, see? And now the price is selling at 611 and 615 a share and 616. Interestingly enough, although I'm seeing orders now, happily people paying 614, 615, and 616, interestingly enough, my orders just didn't fill there that I had there. And I've only got 10 share orders to sell at 614, 615. But I'm patient. I'm not in a hurry. Yep. Modib, please, says, I'm on a much slower pace, but still dollar cost averaging my way into the next run. Yep. SOAR broke through key resistance. Okay, thank you for letting me know that. And I'm going to pull it up on a chart now. SOAR. There it is. Nice. Oh, yeah. Look at it break over. Whoa! We got a current price and the 10-day just broke the 200-day on SOAR. Nice. Nice, man. Look at that, folks. SOAR. And I just sold AGPU at 618. Ha ha! AGPU. Nice. SBLX, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to be aware that during the last 2 hours, there has been a lot of effort to shy people away from SBLX here. Okay, but in the previous 3 hours, more buyers than sellers, way more buyers than sellers. And then you got sellers coming in and trying to shove it down, more sellers, even half the amount of volume trying to sell it down. And now she's going to bounce, folks, off 339. I believe she's going to bounce off 335 and go right on off. And you can already see how they ran it down all the way down to here. They ran it all the way down to that price. And that price was, guess what number, Savannah? Guess what number that was, Savannah, that they ran it down to? From $5.06, where I sold it this morning, I just got to buy it back at $3.13. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. This white line right here that they ran it down to was coincidentally, Savannah, it was $3.13. $3.13, Savannah. Can you believe that? And after they ran it down to that $3.13, it's run back up now, and it's at $3.35, sitting on that lower resistance candle light there. And there's a reason that I put this number in here. There's a reason that that's there. If you go back and look at a further chart here, in the 20-day, or maybe the 5-day will show you. Yep. Let's look at the 10-day. Okay, and so, ladies and gentlemen, just so you're aware, the reason that they drove it down from 506 a share this morning to this price was because over here, they had the price go up to there and stop once. They had the price run up there and stop twice. They had the blue 5-day line stop there again. And they had the blue 5-day average line stop there again. 3 times they stopped it there. And that's why they ran it down to that price at noon, ran it down to that price an hour ago, and ran it down to that price again. There's a reason, folks. It's not random. None of it's ever random, okay? If you look, you'll find. If you look back, you'll see the resistance to the run-up, resistance to the run-up, resistance to the run-up, resistance to the run-up. You see it. And now that becomes resistance to the fall, resistance to the fall, resistance to the fall. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. And this stock is up 27% today. And holy smokes, after being down 2,900, now I know this is nothing to brag about, but after being down 2,900, I ended up being up $7.36. And for me, that's a win, okay? For me, that's a win because I know a lot of people were on this AGPU stock with me, and I kept telling everyone, listen, don't you dive in here and use all your money. We got to keep dry powder for if they take it even lower. And fortunately, some of you were listening and kept doing that with me, and some of you were up, I know, just like I am. And so, holy cow, 624. I'll sell here 10 shares at 624. Let's try it. And the ask is now 628, and the bid is 601. Oh my gosh, folks. The ask is 628, and the bid is 601. There's a 27-cent spread between the bid and the ask. And let's see if they want to buy some 622 from me. You know why the bid is 603? Because my dollar cost average is 606. That's why. That's why the bid is 603 and the ask is 628, because my dollar cost average is 606. And up here, I'm seeing orders here selling now up here for 623, folks, all day long. 58 share orders, 15 at 624. So I expect to sell these here as well. No doubt about it. I expect to sell these prices. The bid now 603, the ask 620. 17-cent spread between the bid and the ask. And folks, I'm getting out green. Screw them. I'm going to get out green. And it won't be much, but it sure isn't down 2,900, folks. I can tell you that much. And you got buyers here now buying at 623 and a half and 624. Right up here buying 623, 624, 623, 625. I've got 10 shares sitting here. 619, 622. I don't have many shares of this left now, but I sure am glad to be green on it, that's for sure. And like I said, I bet these scumbag shorts can't believe that I got my dollar cost average down below them at 606. And now they got to buy 100 shares at 619 and 100 at 620. Let's go. Why isn't my 10 shares gone at 619 if someone just paid for 100 shares at 620? Someone just bought 42 shares at 623, 15 at 624. Why are my orders still sitting here at 619 and 622? Kind of hard to understand, isn't it? Yes, it's hard to understand. I see orders up here, like I said, that just filled, ladies and gentlemen. And I see orders that just filled at 623. I see 85 shares at 623. I see 64 at 625. I see 15. I see 6. I see all these orders. And yet, my orders are sitting here for 10 shares at 619 and 622. And this is why I often don't even bother putting frickin' sell orders in on this damn thing. I just take them off now. Because if they're going to pull that shit and there's orders selling for 624, larger quantities than me, I'll just wait until they get up to 624 again, and then I'll hit that frickin' sell market. And I'll just sell at market. Because that is crock of crap, folks. And there's a lot of people now paying $6.18 a share. And just to prove it to you, I'm going to come out for 5 shares. And I'm going to sell at market 5 shares. And the bid has now risen to 611. Oh my gosh, they're 5 cents over my dollar cost average with their bid on this stock. AGPU. And I'm going to sell it here. And I'm probably going to get out at 614 or 615. Yep, 614. And that's nice because my dollar cost average is just dropped to 605. 605, folks. And again, for those of you that are new to the channel or haven't been watching, CAT scan is the study. Yep. Yesterday or 2 days ago, I was down 2,900 since I opened this position. It said right there, 2,900. And later in the day, I was still down 2,300. And now I'm up 574. And I'm happy with that, folks. I know it sounds crazy, but I feel fortunate that I had kept my wits about me and didn't freak out and did not sell when they dropped it down so much, that I had still a lot of dry powder to buy with. And so I'm very happy about that. And I'm selling 5 shares at a time here. And the bid has now come up to 611. The ask is 616. And you think they're trying to get a close at 613 on this? Hell yeah, they are. And by the way, the last price filled at, oh man, and the ask just jumped to 625. All right. The ask just jumped to 625. And the fill orders are filling now at 616 a share. So let's give them some. 616. 616 people they're buying. They're buying the 616. And they're buying hundreds of shares at a time. And I just filled at 618. Look at all those buys at 616, which we discussed this morning already. Look at all the eager buyers to buy at 616. See that? Look at all those buys, 616. Nice. Let's try 618. They just bought from me at 618. The bid is 611 and the ask is 625 now. And I just sold 618 again. Now let's try 619. And the bid is 611 and the ask is 625. And I now have 37 shares left. And look at those orders filling at 624, folks. So I'm going to put in an order. 624. And the stock I'm selling here is AGPU. AGPU. And I want to look now again at SBLX. Ah, nice. Well, listen, folks. Down here, they've already got a million. I just sold 619 on AGPU. And listen, folks, on this stock, they've already reached a million 55, a million 2, a million 60, a million 2, a million 75, a million 2, a million 2, trying for a million now at 344. And they want a million at 344. And once they get a million at 344, they're going to want a million here. And they just got a million at 346. And now they want a million here at 349. They're going to want a million at 349. You're going to watch and see. They want a million at 349. They're rising it. There it goes. Now it's gone. Oh my gosh. There she goes. SLBX. And they want a million here at 353. Now they want a million at 353, 354, 355. Look at it go. Holy smokes. Look at her blow. SBLX. And I told you they already had a million at all these. And I told you the only one they didn't get a million is here. And they want a million here and here. And they just got the million. So they're going to run it. Watch it go. They just got the million there at 349. They just reached their quota of a million. And believe you me, oh yeah, there she goes. And they're up over here now. They got their millions at all these numbers. And there she friggin' flies. SBLX, people. Look at the chart. SBLX. Adios, amigos. This thing could run for 2 hours and go all the way back up to 506 now. And you think I'm kidding, but I'm not. I'm not kidding a bit. Look at that thing go, people. And man, look at the buyers coming in versus the sellers here. Oh my gosh. There are way more buyers, way more buyers. Way more buyers. Way more buyers. Look at them trying to sell against it, and it says, shit, no, we're going this way, man. No, 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 no. We're going up. We're going up. This is just a shoulder, just a shoulder. It's going to rise, folks. Watch the bottom of the candlestick come up here. Watch this wick get longer and longer and longer and longer. Watch this wick come up here. There, oh, there it is. And now watch it come up here to this point. Watch it, folks. This is what's going to happen right now. Oh, start this wick here. Start this candle here. Oh, she gone, folks. She's going to rise. She's going to rise right on up. Watch this 5-day jump up. You think I'm kidding? I'm not. I'm definitely not kidding. SBLX, folks. Watch this 5-day here. Watch it. It's a top right now. It's a top. It's a top. It's a flat top, and it's going to go higher. Here it goes. SBLX. And would they like to hold it under 350? Yeah. Are they going to do it? No, they won't. Are they going to want to hold it under 350? Yes, they do. But are they going to be able to do it? No, they won't. They won't be able to. SBLX, folks. This is the stock I'm talking about. And watch it rise, folks. It's now up 37%. SBLX. Watch it jump. And folks, even though they're trying to sell against it, man, people are buying this thing. In that last candlestick, there were more buyers than sellers, 2-to-1. 2-to-1 more buyers than sellers there. SBLX. Watch this candlestick go green. Watch it. Watch the 5 go over. Watch. You're going to see it. You're going to see it go over. It's not going to stop. Too many eyes on this, people. Too many eyes on it. SBLX. Bid is 345. Ask is 346. Bid is 345. Ask is 346. Bid is 345. Ask is 346. Bid is 346. Coming. Ask 347. It's going to happen, folks. The bid now is 345. Ask is 346. And the bid is 345. The ask is 346. The bid is 344. The ask is 345. The bid is 342. The ask is 344. And it won't matter. When it gets down here to this 10, they're going to buy the crap out of it, folks. And here they come. They're coming in. Right now, I told you, there it goes. And the bid is 349. The ask is 350. And it's rising, folks. SBLX. And I told you we're going to see a flat top green. Yep, the bid is 347. The ask is 351 now. And they're not going to hold it under 350. And so it will run up to 375, folks. The bid is 348. The ask is 350. And they're trying to close it under 350. It isn't going to happen. The bid is 349. The ask is 350. The bid is 349. The ask is 351. The bid is 349. The ask is 350. Oh, the bid is 350. Oh, shit. It just went over 350, folks. The bid is breaking 350, and the ask is 351. The bid is asking 350. Ask is 353. The ask is 353. The bid is 353. The ask is 354. The ask is 355. And folks, it is gone. There will be no closing it below 350, folks. It is not going to happen. And so I'm going to trade here, and I'm going to come in, and I'm going to come in on this right now, and I'm going to try to buy 352, 353, 354, and look at all these million shares that they had here. Every one of them got a million, 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 a million. And now all they want to do is get a million at 353 and a million at 354, and then it's going to rocket past those two, folks. That's the agenda. Get a million at every number And I just bought 352, and now I'm going to buy 353 because I'm telling you, they want to get a million here and they want to get a million here at 353 and 354 because every number below except 344, and I cannot believe that they did not get a million at 344. That blows my mind. I cannot believe that they did not get a million shares at 344, folks. 344, they did not get a million. What in the heck? What happened? Look at them trying to get a million here now and a million here. They don't care about this down here anymore. They just want a million here and a million here. That's all they're trying for. I can't believe that they didn't get a million at 344. They got to come back down here and get 344. I'm going to put a buy there now. I'm so sure of it that they want 344. I'm putting a buy there. Jeepers creepers. They've already overloaded this wagon here, folks. They've completely overloaded this thing. It's completely overloaded. Every one of these positions cannot hold anymore. Folks, they want a million here, though. They're 4,000 away at 344. They're 4,000. They're 500 shares away, folks, from getting a million there. 999.5, and they can't get it. It's pitiful. 999.5. Come on, Shorty. Get that 344 million number. You've got to get it. Don't let this thing get away and run like a banshee without getting a million at 344. You've done such a good job down here getting a million at 336, a million two, a million and 55 at 337, a million two at 338, a million and 60 at 339, a million two at 340, a million 86 at 341, a million two at 342, a million two at 343, and then you fall apart at 344 and only get 999, 512. Weak, people. Weak. Very weak. And now I'm trying to buy 348 here because I know how hard they want to keep this under 350 a share. And I just filled at 348. Man, are they desperate to hold this thing under 350, folks? Just look at all this below 350. Look at that huge, huge number of shares bought just under 350. Everybody trying to buy 350. Got 1,048,000 there, so they reached their million quota at 349. And they got 1,002,000 at 348. Folks, they can't hold any more there. Come on, get down here to 344 and get that dang million, and let's get this done with. You guys got a job to complete. You got to get this down to 344 right now and get 1 million shares there right now. Get it done. And there they did it. They just reached it. Congratulations, Shorty. You got 1 million at every one of them. And watch this thing run now, folks. Watch it run. They got their million quota at every number. They'll get paid now for reaching their quota of 1 million at every number. And they'll get their money. They'll get their money. They had to get 1 million at every one of these, folks, and they did it. They just did it. And watch it rise now. Got their million at every number. See, isn't it cool when you can watch this and you can see exactly and understand why they had to get 344 and they had to get 1 million there? See that? They had to get 1 million. It's a quota. They got to get 1 million. I can't believe that they'd even go for 1,002,000 there. They just got 1 million. Just got 1,212,000 shares, folks. So thank God they got over 1 million. Something respectable. Because down here they got 1,055,000. They can't even get anything, barely tapped 1 million, and they're done. It's over. They're done. But I tell you what, they've been accumulating this stock, SBLX, all day long at these prices. Somebody has been hoarding it up, hoarding it up, hoarding it up, hoarding it up, hoarding it up at these prices. I mean, they wanted this so bad that they just hoarded it up. And now are you telling me they're going to try to get down to 1 million and fill 1 million at 335? No, they're not going to do that. They're not going to get 1 million at 335. They're not. They've only got 902,000 there at 335. And here she goes now, back over all this. Yep, congratulations, you got your million at every number. Can't wait to see it run now. Look at all the buyers buying at 340, 341 now. Buying now at 342. And then they sell one share at 340. Yeah. One share, folks. Look over here. They sell one share. One share at 340, folks. Two shares at 340. One share at 340. Two shares at 339. One share at 340. Look at all these shares that just got bought in here. Hundreds at a time at 340. And then it went up to 342. So they ran out of all the 340s. They've run out of all the 340s. And now we're at 342, folks. Now we're at 342. And look, one share. They got one share at 340.01. One share at 340.01. See that? Desperation, folks. Desperation. Goodness gracious. Well, I tell you what, this SBLX is manipulated just as much as AGPU is. It really is. It's manipulated just as much. I wonder how high this is going to go in the after hours. Oh, there's the KY flag. Coming in here, ladies and gentlemen, the KY flag at 336.5. They couldn't fill any more here, and they couldn't get any more here, so they put in the half number and try to get 1 million there at 336.5. Friggin' pitiful. Why didn't you get the 1 million here at 335? Oh, because you have 10,000 that want to buy here, and you got 300 that want to sell. And here you got, 1,600 that want to buy, and you got 300 that want to sell. Now you got 4,900 that want to buy, and 300 want to sell. You got 10,000 that want to buy here at 335. You got 3,900, and you got 900 that want to sell. Goodbye. Off she goes. That's right. 338. 11,500 want to buy and 100 want to sell here. 11,600 want to buy and 100 want to sell. In case you're wanting to see this, I want to show you this on a chart. SBLX. There it is right there. And about 2 hours ago, be aware, the low was down here. All right? 2 hours ago. Now they try to achieve a low on this resistance line. They're trying to... First, they got down to this one and got a nut sack there. Now they try to get down to this line, and it's already rising. It's rising, folks. Look at that. A flat top green on that candlestick. Flat top freaking green. And watch it go, folks. Watch it rise. Time now, 2:27. And people are not even going to wait till 2:30. They're going to start buying it. This is SBLX, folks. And here she goes with a flat top green candlestick. Still flat top on it. No wick at all. There it is. Flat topping. And ladies and gentlemen, this thing's going to pop, I believe. SBLX. SBLX. Look at it. Flat topping. Goodness gracious. SBLX. Look at the freaking 5-day make a 90-degree turn to the upside. Look at that 5-day. Just make a 90-degree turn. And the next candlestick starts here. Flat top again. Breaking over the 45 and 50 here. Breaking over the 45 and 50. The 5 days about to cross over the 10-day right now. SBLX. Hey, Catfish, it's all manipulated. Not a thing new. I got in a DCA of 356 on SBLX. They have a partnership with New Tech to help CPUs to run faster and cooler. Thank you, Alexander Cohen. And that's why their price ran up so much. I couldn't see any news on it, but thank you for letting me know why it's running, and I appreciate it. I appreciate it a lot. And I expect to see it make a very nice move up until 4 o'clock. It could go from here all the way back up to $5, folks. And I know you think that sounds crazy, but you watch and see. This thing could easily go back up to $5. Okay? I sold it this morning, and I told you to sell it at 5, 502, 503, 504, 506. And there I was selling hundreds of shares at a time. I told you to sell them all there, and I was right. And look at them beat that thing down, and now look at it taking off going into 2:30 time. Golly. And even they tried to sell some shares against it there. Look at them try to sell against it there. It says, No. You can sell whatever you want. You can sell 98,000 shares, and I'm still going to go up. And that's the candlestick volume, 98,000 on that one. 98,405 shares they sold there, trying to get the price to fall. And it said, no, we're not falling. We're rising. We're going to rise. Appreciate the effort, but we're going up here. We're going up. And it looks very good here, folks. Especially at this time of day, 2:25, 2:30. It looks good. It looks like we're going to see an hour and a half run, folks. It looks like we may see this 5-day come up over the 10 and begin an hour and a half run to the 4 o'clock bell. And I can't guarantee that, but it sure does look good to me. Now I'm going to come over to my monitor page and see what I might be green on that I might want to sell right now today. Everything looks pretty dang red. I can't believe I'm green on AGPU. Golly, that is insane. Well, now, ladies and gentlemen, watch this SBLX, which has already gotten 1 million here, and 1 million two, and 1 million here, and 1 million two, and 1 million one, and 1 million two, and 1 million three. Watch it just rise over all this. Already got the 1 million there, the 1 million there, the 1 million there, the 1 million four, the 1 million three, the 1 million 50. It's going to go over all of them. It's going to rise over all of them now. They've already got their freaking quotas. And all they're trying to do now is just get 1 million two right here at this price. 346. They've got to reach their quota. 1 million two is the requirement. They're even trying for 1 million two here right now if they could get it, but doesn't look very possible. But they'd like to get, they got the 1 million. Yay, they got 1 million 8, folks. 1 million 8. So they met their quota at every one of them. 1 million 84, 1 million 98. Here they got 1 million 8. Congratulations, 1 million 8. That's impressive. Here they got 1,000,002, 1,080,000, 1,000,004, 1,000,003, 1,000,050. It's going to rise right past all these now, folks. Here it goes. Watch it rise right up over all these. They got their quotas. They got their quotas. They got their millions at every one of them. SBLX, folks, and I could be wrong, but I don't think so. And I'm going to show you the chart again. SBLX. And there it is right there, looking very, very possible for a nice run up here now. SBLX. Let's watch that 5-day come on up over that 10-day. Thank you for telling me, Alexander Cohen. This could be a big deal for a tech breakthrough. Yep. And a lot of people know it, and that's why this is going to rise here the rest of the afternoon. And they wanted to manipulate it down. They sure did midday. And then now the stock is up 36%. Now it's up 36.25. The least it's up is 36.25. And now it's up 36.65. And now it is up 37%. And I'm telling you, it's starting to move. It's up 37.05 now. And watch it rise, folks. Watch it rise. Green top candlestick, flat top there. Now up 34%. Well, they're staying after it. Somebody still wants to dissuade, but it's up 35% again now. And now it's up 35.8%. And the stock I'm talking about at SBLX, and now it's up 35.06%. And now the stock is up 35.06%. And the stock I'm talking about is SBLX. And now it's up 35.86%. And now it is up 35.86%. Now up 35.06. Now up 35.46. Now up 35.86. The stock is SBLX. The stock is currently up 35.46%. And it is now up 37%. Look out. Look out. It's now up 37.06. And now 37.05. You know what you can put between 37.06 and 37.05? The next is 37.85. Now 38.25. And this is the stock SBLX, ladies and gentlemen, up 38.45 now. And breaking away, folks. It's breaking away. There it goes. It is now up 39%. It's just gone up 4% in 1 minute. And the stock is SBLX. It has gone up 4% in 1 minute's time. And here it goes. It's going for a 1.5 hour power hour. And the stock is now up 39.65%. It is now up 39 and look at them try to stop it. They got it now at 38.25%. But that's still freaking 4% higher than it was just 1 minute ago. And the percentage gain now is 37.05%. The gain is now 37.65. The gain is now 37.65. The gain is now 37.05. The gain is now 37.06. And again, 37.05 and 37.06. Then it goes up to 37.45 from there. Folks, now it's up 36.66, believe it or not. Believe it or not, the stock is up 36.66%. I wonder who calculated that out mathematically. Now it's that. Oh, I just sold AGPU at 628, so it is rising. AGPU is on the rise, folks. And now the stock is up 36.66%. SBLX. Up 36.66%. What a coincidence. 3666. And now it's up 37.04. And now it's up 36.85. And that's going to be the end of that crap. Now 37.48. And up she goes, folks. Now up 36.66 again. 36.66. What a coincidence that they would want it to be up 3666. But instead, it's now up 37%. 37.45. And now it is up 37.45%. And what is the point in trying to hold a stock down 36.66%? Dumbasses don't even know that number doesn't mean anything anymore. You can see it though right there. They're adamant trying to hold it there. 36.66. Watch it. You'll see it again in a minute. And 2 hours ago, I showed you that they had driven it down to where the gain was only 66 cents. And now it's up 90 cents. But I showed you 2 hours ago, the gain was only up 66 cents. I showed you that. I said, hey, look, folks, this thing's only up 66. I'd buy it now. And now it's up 90 cents a share. I love that. I showed you guys when it was up only 66 cents. I said, oh my gosh, folks, they've driven this down now to where it's only up 66. And it was there for about a half a second, and then it was gone right back up. Now up 84 cents, 85 cents. And I showed you 2 hours ago, it was up 66 cents. Oh my, now going to go up 87. When it was just 66 2 hours ago, 66 cents up. And the stock I'm watching, folks, is SBLX. And if you wanted to buy this on the lowest price of the day, you already missed out, folks. You already missed it because right there was the place to buy it. Right there. And now, not to say that this isn't a good place to buy it because it's equally as low as it reached just then. This line, they reached it twice, tapped it twice. But it bounced right off that before, and I can only presume it'll bounce off that again now. And funny, now it's up 34.66%. See that? 36.66, now 34.66. How do you like that, Savannah? And look at this, 34.66 and then 34.67, and it turns into 34.27. So, oh my gosh, now 35.27. All right. I love that. 35.88. Go, baby, go. Let's go. Let's run it. Let's run it. Now up 35.46. I just saw 34.66, now up 35.26. Let's ring the bell every time it rises. Now up 35.44, thank you very much. 35.44, anything higher will ring. We will ring the bell, 35.44. There's the 34.66 again, 33.86. Oh, come on, let's see that 33.66 again, come on. Show it again now, 33.66. And what it really was 33.65. Uh-oh, 33.86 now. Ah, there it is, 33.67. Up 33.59. Up 34.06. Ah, nice, that's good. Now up 35.86. Adios, amigos. And you better get on the train. Now up 35.06, up 88 cents, folks. Not 66 cents, now up 88 cents. Just so you're aware of it. And look at that price now, up 35.06, up 88 cents, of course. And now up 89.5. 35.66 again. Now up 89. Why isn't it up just, now up 91. Here we go. 36.25. And here we go. 35.95, 36.25. Let's go, baby. Keep running. 35.86. Come on. That ain't going to get it. Let's go. Run, baby. Run. Up 90 cents now. It was just up, as you saw earlier. I showed everybody, hey, guys, it's only up 66 cents. Get in here. And now it's up 91 cents. Congratulations. Now up 91 and rising. Yep. And we're talking SBLX. And I have to tell you, this looks freaking sweet, folks. This looks like a great place to get in. This is going to be a 5-minute nut sack, and then it's going to rise, folks. And you can see down here, look at the buyers versus sellers. Every candlestick, more buyers than sellers, more buyers than sellers, more buyers than sellers, more buyers than sellers. Every candlestick, more buyers than sellers. That's right, Alexander. And look at this, folks. This is no doubt the formation that I call the nut sack. I'm going to show it to you now. And this formation is so common to see a big, hairy nut sack, and then they run it up to the 50, and then they build a wood off that for as long as they can, and then you're going to see this thing at 3 o'clock start its ascent, and it's going to come over this 50, and folks, this big old nut sack, and herking and jerking and herking and jerking and herking and jerking, herking it, you can only do that so long, especially with the 200-day up above and the 50-day above here. And I want you to be aware, the 200 looks like it's falling here, doesn't it? And the 50 and the 45, the red and blue, they look like they're falling, don't they? But you better look at the friggin', not the 1 day, look at the 20-day chart. And you tell me what they're doing. You tell me what that 200-day is doing there. You tell me what the 200-day is doing. Is that falling? And does this look like it's falling? Does the 50-day look like it's falling? No. The 50-day was here 4 days ago. Now it's up here and rising. And the 200 was here, and now it's up here, and it's rising. Nothing's falling, folks. Nothing is falling. Nothing's falling here. You can clearly see it. The 200 is rising, and the 50 is rising, and the 45-day above that, the blue is rising. The 10-day is rising. And the only thing that is not rising of all the long-term averages is the 5-day, folks. So you look at this. This is the 20-day chart. The 200 is rising. The 50 is rising. The 45 has now gone up over the 50 and is rising above it. The 10-day is rising. And the 5-day is the only thing that appears to be coming down any. All these long-term averages are rising under this. Every one of them. Duck Ricky, the best way to protect stock pricing and trends is using maximum likelihood estimators or a method of moments. Look at a historical graph and try to predict stock prices is like guessing. Well, I don't know why you're here then. Why should you even be here? Why should you be here? I don't know why you'd waste your time here, but you might want to look at this list of top gainers over the last month that we've had. And if you want to call this luck, you can call this luck. But we made on BTA, all these are just luck, huh? We got lucky and made 55% on LRMR in February, and we got lucky and made 45% on HCTI, and we got lucky and made 75% on RXT. We got lucky and made 13% on DNUT. We got lucky and made 32% on ALBT. We got lucky and made 32% on BATL. The next day, we got lucky and made 100% on BATL. Then we made another 31% on BATL. And then on March the 3rd, we made another 130%. We got lucky and made that. And then on March the 3rd, we got lucky and made 62% on EDSA. On the 5th, we got lucky and made 53% on this one. These are the prices that closed the day before and the price it rose to the next day. Here, Alto, we made 53%. We got lucky there. Well, man, I'm sorry, my friend, but I'm showing you that it's not just luck. And also that you might be aware of, so you are, I'm going to show you now, that there's a lot of traders on this channel that are using more than just luck, all right? These are the tank members of this tank that are using all of these scanners and bar charts, Iris Scanner, Bloomberg GPT, Deep Financial AI. They're using FinViz and Trade Trader and Thinkorswim and Robinhood screeners and TradingView and AI and Webull and Mubu. And you're telling me that these are all just lucky people? No, I don't need to block him. He brings up the chat. He's helping the channel. The more people interact with that guy, the better off we are. The more people will be brought to the channel through his actions. So we don't want to block him. Let's leave him in here. Let's leave him in here. Duck Ricky. Let me ask you something, people. Who names themselves Duck? I mean, come on, people. You got to leave him in here just for the humor of his name he's using. Duck. Who names themselves Duck, people? If he walks like a quack, he quacks like a quack. He's a quack, folks. He's a friggin' quack. Yeah, I've made thousands on this blind, dumb luck. Oh my gosh. Measuring lines. I'm not measuring lines. You don't know anything, bro. These lines are lines of resistance that go way back. And the people on this channel that are here trading with me, they've been trading with me for months and months. And just so you're aware of something, I'm going to make sure you do understand what you're talking about. And I want to show you something here, my friend, before we go any further. And I want you to understand this. You need to, I guess. You need to understand this. And I'll show it to you so you do understand. If you think that my channel if you think my channel has had, over its lifetime, which has been 2 years, if you think that my channel on its analytics has had in the last 2 years a viewership of, since I've been started this channel talking about SoFi at $4 a share, take a look, folks. And the views of this channel in this time period is 5,137,000 views of this channel. And if you think that many people are looking at a loser because I don't know how to make money here on this channel, I think you'd be extremely mistaken, my friend. Yep, you would be. That's right, Mike Larson. Hey, Duck Ricky, why aren't you putting your degree to use and not waste time here with us? Yeah. And not only that, my friend, I have here 25,917 subscribers, and I'm looked at. How many times was your oh, I got to do this right now, folks. Before we go any further, let us go over here to Duck Ricky And let's go see how many people are following him on his channel. Let's go see how many people he's got. Here he is, ladies and gentlemen. Duck Ricky. Or maybe that's who his boyfriend is. I'm not sure. But I can tell you one thing. He's got 3 subscribers, people. 3. This is who we're supposed to be listening to. Okay? I don't understand. Duck, how come no one's listening to you? How come no one's subscribed to you? No, how come no one's listening to you? How come no one is on your channel? Why aren't you teaching people all you know about trading? Huh? Why are you wasting your time here? Why are you wasting your time here? Yeah. Thank you, Chuck Nabergal. Thank you. Here, I'll subscribe to your channel now and increase your subscribership by 25% with one click of a button. How do you like that? Thank you, my 2 cents. I just increased your subscribership by 25%. Maybe even you'll get a little notification from YouTube saying, congratulations, you got an increase of 25% to your subscribership today. Ricky Duckworth, ladies and gentlemen. Quack, quack, quack. Well, I tell you what, Ricky. You look to me like, if that's you, you look to me like you're about 30, 35 years old. Gary. Well, with a shirt like that, you might think so, Gary. This is probably one of those T-shirts he's got on. It's a T-shirt, folks. You know what I mean? Have you ever seen those T-shirts he put on? Hey, listen, Ricky, you came here. You asked for it. No one invited you. You came here on your own free will. You can leave the same way you came. All right? You're welcome to leave the same way you came in here. You do not have to stay here. You don't need to stay. You've said enough. And Ricky, there's a saying in Confucius, better to keep one's mouth shut and make people think that you're stupid than to open your mouth and remove all doubt. So we'll just leave it at that. And if you want to continue to be here on this channel wasting your time, I'm not going to stop you. You can stay here and waste all the time you want. And look at all the chat that you've added. You already scared him out. There's a difference when looking strong and actually being functionally strong. LOL. A woman's bathing suit. Gary. 3 more people and he'll be up 100%. Mike says, yeah. Hey, Rolando Mota, I got my average down to 648 on AGPU. All right. Oh, my goodness. What a bunch of fun we have here on this channel, everybody. And I guess once we exposed him that he had just 3 subscribers, he decided to beat it out of here. Send a gold coin. Thank you, my 2 cents. All right. Thank you, my 2 cents. And, of course, your name goes on the drawing list again. Yes. Oh, beautiful, 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 beautiful. Hey, Duck, listen. If you don't stay here, you're going to miss out because people are going to be laughing about you for literally months here. We're going to be calling out your duck name forever, okay? Just like Savannah. You have to be careful. You'll end up just like Banana Savannah. And we talk about the Savannah over and over. Gary, don't delete his messages unless he's calling names. We're not allowing any name calling. My 2 cents, Cat. You don't have to deal with this BS. No, I don't. I don't mind. You know what? This guy is going to raise my viewership on this channel today by 100 or 200 more people because of all of his chat getting you guys engaged right now. You don't understand. He's ducked out. We don't use that type of language here, dipshitter. Back to the cage with this savage. Duck the bounty hunter. Oh, you guys. Hey, Duck. Here's a hard on for you. It's duck season and a hard on from me. There's a hard on the screen for everybody to see. There's a hard on for you and a hard on from me. There's a hard on for everybody to see. See, when you try to come on this channel and you try to say that I don't know what I'm talking about or I don't know what I'm doing and that we're all just lucky, you have to understand you're dealing with a swarm of people here. Swarm intelligence. Go over and watch the video that I have a link to here, Swarm Intelligence, and you'll understand that's what you're dealing with here. You're getting a swarm attack you. The whole tank is coming after you, man. When you cage one of these, it auto deletes all their messages. Wow. Yes. Oh, my 2 cents quacking me up. Quacker. Oh, Daffy Duck was the one always getting messed up. Well, it's duck season. Duck season, you crazy bastard. Duck left to wipe his quack hole. Oh, Dubs. Thank you. Oh, my goodness gracious. He has no idea. You know, ladies and gentlemen, like I just said, that individual, he is going to raise our viewership on this channel like you wouldn't believe with all of you people coming in and answering him. I mean, you're just not going to believe what this does to make the channel grow. Tomorrow, I'm going to show you how many people he brought to the channel. Okay? I am. We are locutus of cat, Gary. Mo Deve, you're despicable, cat. Despicable. Despicable. Why make fun of a person's name? Hey, no. I was wondering why he would name himself Duck Foo or whatever it was. And I thought, that's a pretty funny name. But I figured if I went over to his channel, I'd find out why his name was Duck Foo. And I found out because his last name is Duckworth or something like that. Duckworth. It's like Liverworth, but it's Duckworth instead. That's what it is, folks. Duckworth. And let me say something else to you. The reason we make fun of someone's name is because we can. Okay? This is why. It's like a mountain. We climb it because it's there. Duck sauce is great with Wong math. Duck sauce is, you guys, there's a search engine that applies DuckDuckGo. Yes. See, Richard. Oh my gosh. Oh, you guys. Man, I love you guys. You guys are so much fun. Duck sauce is great with Wong math. When the dogs eat, your Thanksgiving turkey duck is always available. But let me tell you something. Duck is very oily, and duck tastes very oily, and it's very gamey. You have to hide it with all kinds of sauces and things for it not to taste so bad. We love you, Cat. We got your back all the time, forever. Thank you, my friend. Duck, glad you met the swarm. Yeah. Come on in. Come on into the swarm intelligence of a whole crap load. James Jones, poor fella, has no idea. No doubt. Oh, you guys. I've decided to stop trading just to watch you guys chat here. It's so fun. I've decided to absolutely just quit my trading and just watch you guys. You're hilarious, you guys. And I want to thank each and every one of you for being here on the channel. Now, listen, he might have, Duckworth might have got his feelings hurt. So we need to be careful, folks, when we hurt someone's feelings, because someone like that will come over and they will report me to YouTube for being misconduct. So don't be surprised if Ducky doesn't get himself over and get over to YouTube and report me for being very cruel and unfair. This is something that these people do. BIYA just took off. Thank you, Jayhawk. Jokester poster, LOL. So this guy's going to go over and he's going to report me to YouTube for misconduct and for being disrespectful. Good to see all the mathematicians get access to this amazing content. Yes, Duck Boy asked for it. It's this little shop of stuff. Oh, man. I think that duck has been hanging around too many turkeys for quite some time. I think he set himself right up. Yes, he set himself up. Mike Larson, LOL. Oh my gosh. Listen, I think it'd be a good idea for you, Duckworth, to migrate on back out of here. You need to migrate up north. I think you should head up north. I can just hear Cat telling his wife about this story. Yes, mathematically speaking, he was a hit. Yes, Cat, your swarm intelligence video didn't show up on our ends because YouTube blocked the link. Oh, gosh. Well, you can watch the video about swarm intelligence if you just come over here. And I'll show it to you now. YouTube swarm intelligence. They blocked the link. God. Good Lord, I tell you, man. It's just unbelievable. SWARM intelligence. Here it is. Swarm intelligence. Go find the video, ladies and gentlemen. Right here is the video you want to watch. It's called Swarm Intelligence, and this is the one that I found the most interesting. There's several of them that I've watched, but this one here is the one, folks, and it's titled The Intelligence Test Where Ants Beat Humans, okay? So YouTube won't let me show you the link, but this has had 760,000 views, and this channel has millions of subscribers, and this is called The Intelligence Test Where Ants Beat Humans, okay? And please go over and watch it, all right? Please, you'll find it very, very, very. Gary Edwards says, I watched it twice. SoFi earnings tomorrow, 8 o'clock. Yeah, baby. Head south, LOL. Motive, Cat, your swarm intelligence video didn't show up on our ends because your YouTube blocked the link. You're serious? That you can't see that link in my pinned message? I can't believe it. By the way, hey, look here, Duckman. Did you buy SBLX with me in the 370s today, in the 380s, and then sell when it broke over $5? And it says here, yes, and 16% of my viewers did what I did and bought SBLX at 370s and 380s and then sold it when it went over $5. And then we got to buy it again down in the low threes. It was a phenomenal day. And so we're going to get over here now. I've got to get back to my trading, folks, you guys. And SBLX up 33% today. And for those of you that don't know what we did, this morning someone called this out and we bought the stock right here. And then it shot all the way up and we sold it at the numbers on my buy-sell sheet, which are right here. And we sold it here at these numbers on my buy-sell sheet. And we sold it at the numbers of 97, 98, 99. We sold it at 501, 505, 506, 507. We sold there. We sold there. All those numbers. We sold at these numbers. And we also sold at the 97, 490, we sold at 497, 498, 499, $5, 501, 502. We sold all that this morning. We sold it. I sold every share I had almost. And then after we got the buy-ins down here in the threes and sold up in the over fives, then we got to buy it again down here again. I mean, it's been phenomenal, folks. SBLX. And so now we look at SBLX, and I want you to notice something, folks. At every single one of these candlesticks this morning, man, did they sell the crap out of this. They were selling it to the bidders, throwing it out to the bidders. They must have borrowed millions of shares because they were throwing out hundreds of thousands of shares to the bidders at the dark areas. All the dark areas that they threw out to the bidders, threw out to the bid, 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 out to the bid. But then down here, folks, eventually buyers started coming in. But man, were they selling millions of shares that they threw out to the bid. And then today's lowest price, 262, they had a whole 5,400 shares. And the next number, they had 5,800, then 6,900, then 18,000, then only 5,000, then 10,000, then 6,000, then 15,000 or 16,000. And then they didn't have any more to keep throwing away. Buyers started coming in. Look, the light areas are bought on the ask. They keep changing this on me, folks. But the light areas here are bought on the ask. And when they start buying on the ask more than selling, it rises. And that's what it did. It rose. When you got more buyers than sellers, it rises. More buyers than sellers, it rises. And it did. It kept rising. It kept rising. More buyers than sellers. More buyers than sellers. And even here, there weren't even as many buyers as there were sellers, but it still rose up above. See that? Here, there's very few buyers here buying on the ask price compared to how many were sold on the bid. But look, the fewer ones rode it up. Then down here, look at how thin it was. The asks over buys on the sell. Bidders, the dark area. Buy on the ask, the light area. And up it went from 304. And then here, more on the ask than on the bid. And all these, there's now starting to become quite a few more buying on the ask than on the bid, selling. And when I see a $335.99 price, folks, all that is, that attempt right there is to get a million shares at that number too. Look, they're trying to get a million there too. And this is where the million started, right here. A million. So they're trying to get a million here, a million here, a million here, a million here, a million here. Can't get it. Can't get it, folks. And now they can't get $1 million here at the KY flag. They could only get 540,000. And now they've already reached $1 million. They've reached $1 million. They've already reached $1 million. They've already reached $1,000,003. It's going to rise, folks. And here they try at 335.99. They've already got $1,000,003, $1,000,001, $1,000,003, $1,000,001, a 3, 1, 3, 1, 3, 1, 3. See all that? It's going to rise past all this now. It's going to rise up over all this now because they've already reached the million quota at every single one of these that they had. And Duckworth, stick around. You're going to see. All right? Listen, I'm telling you right now. They're trying to reach now. They're trying to reach $1 million. They want $1 million at all these numbers, folks. They want $1 million here at all these. It's a pride thing, folks. They really do want to try to get $1 million at every one of them. And they just got $1,019,000 there, so they got that 330. They just reached the million quota there at that number. They just got it. Now they want $1 million here, and $1 million here, $1 million here, $1 million here, and $1 million here. And that's what they're going to try to do. They're going to try and hold it here and try to get $1 million at every one of these as well. And they really want $1 million from these numbers here through here as well. They want $1 million, folks. But it's already risen, and it's past these numbers. And unfortunately now, they're not going to get it, unfortunately. They're sure going to try to get the millions there, but I don't think they're going to be able to obtain it. We'll see. We'll see. They got $1,020,000 right there, so I know they're not going to go back for 330 again. They don't give a shit about that. They got their million there. Now this is the number they want $1 million at. 331. And look at all the buyers there at that price. It's not coincidence, folks. They want $1 million there. They want $1 million here too. And they want $1 million here. And they want $1 million and $1 million and $1 million. They want $1 million at all those numbers, folks, and they're not going to get it. They're not going to get it. Just $1 million here is all they can pull off. But again, as I said, you bet you they want $1 million at all these. They want $1 million at all of them if they could get them. Just like they got $1 million down here. They want it. They want $1 million at all those numbers if they can get it. And the time now is 3:14 p.m. And they're trying once again to acquire $1 million here, $1 million here, $1 million, $1 million, $1 million. And this is the number they're trying for next, 325. Watch them drop it to that number right now. Watch them bring it down from here to this number right now so they can try to get $1 million there. Or at least 800,000 to be respectful at this number, 327. They got to get that. So they're going to get 800,000 right here now. You can see there's not, only here have they gotten less than 800,000. 317. That's the only number that they've settled with less than 800,000. And so here, well, here they also did 326. Well, they did get over 800, but here they need to get 800. They got to. 327, they got to get 800,000 here now. And once they do, they'll have 800 here and 800 here and 800 here and 800, 800, 800 they got to get here now too. 334 is where we're going next, folks. The next stop, 334 a share to get 800,000 at that number next. But let's see him hit that 800 here now. Come on. Let's go. Get that 800,000 there at 327. Let's go. Get all these to $1 million. You're so close on them. You're so close. Make them $1 million right here. $1 million here. Start here. There you go. There you go. Now you're trying for $1 million here. Get that $1 million right there. There you go. Come on. Get that $1 million there. Get that $1 million. You're come on. 2,000 away. 2,000 away and you're going to let it run? Oh my gosh. They got 2,000 away. 1,600 away and they couldn't stop it. I cannot believe it. 1,632 shares away from reaching a million there that they just shot for there. 1,600 shares away. Come on. Come on, you guys. 1,632 shares. That is absolutely atrocious that you can't get that. And now you're here at 1,000,001 and here 1,000,004. Here they're going to go for 1,000,000 here now. They got to get that million at all these. Got to get it. Got to get it. Got to get it. Watch this. It's going to hit 1,000,000 right now. Here's going to hit 1,000,000. It better. Oh, no, they're up here now. Jeez. And now they're here. And now they're here. And now they're here. Oh, my gosh. They're not going to get 1,000,000 at any of these. Wow. I can't believe it. Unbelievable that you could not get 1,000,000 at any of those. Goodness gracious. And now we're up here, folks. Oh, my gosh. And they're not going to get 1,000,000 at these either. Oh, no. They're not even going to get 900,000 or 800,000 here. Well, they'll get that 800,000. They're going to get that 800,000 for sure. But can you believe that they did not get 1,000,000 at those and they came so dang close? Look at that. 998, 368. I guess they figured, well, that's close enough. That's close enough to 1,000,000. Screw it. Let's just go. Let's just run now. Let's just run it up now. Oh my gosh. I cannot believe they did not get 1,000,000 at all these. They just had it run right back down in that area and they could not get 1,000,000. They got to get 800,000 here, folks. They must. There it is. Here we go. 800,000. Let's get that 800 so they can let it go. Volume is still jacked. You happened when you took the call. Oh, gosh. I didn't take a call. A phone call came in and it jacked up the volume again, huh? Hold on, guys. Hold on a second. All right, what about now? What about now? Can you hear me? Is it better? Been jacked most of the day. See, when those phone calls come in, they do something. They screw around. All right. Oh, way better. Thank you. Thank you for letting me know. If it does that again, guys, let me know the sound is jacked up, and I'll try to make a switch. All I do is just reload the camera, and I put the camera and I select 0.5 for the view and 0.5 for the video, and then it's better. So thank you. Now look here, folks. They must get 1,000,000 at these numbers. They want 1,000,000 here. They want 1,000,000 here. And they got 997,000. Are you serious? You got to get 1,000,000. I tried a bunch yesterday. DeBass Assassin. Hi, Tyler. AKAN 1450 to 2815. Squeeze them shorts. All right. AKAN. Oh, they got the 1,000,000 here. They got 1,000,000 at 325. They hit it. Now they're going for 1,000,000 here. They got the 1,000,000 there at 325. I bet they feel proud about that. I can't believe that they were this close to 1,000,000, this close to 1,000,000, that close to 1,000,000, that close to 1,000,000, and even that close to 1,000,000 and couldn't get it. Why not? Why not get 1,000,000 at all these? Come on, man. Get 1,000,000 there, 1,000,000 there, 1,000,000, 1,000,000. Get it. Meet your quota, man. Get your quota. They're trying on this line now, see? Oh, look, they just got 1,000,000 there. They just got 1,000,000 at 318. They just hit 1,000,000 at 318. They got 1,000,000 at 318. Nice. And they just got 1,000,001 there, so it's going to go past that. And here they got 1,000,004, so it's definitely going over that. Here's where they're going to get 1,000,000 next, right now. This is where they're going to get 1,000,000 next. Got to get that quota, baby. Got to get that quota. You think they're going to try for $1 million here? Nah, probably not. Especially because they stopped here at 961, here 944. Now trying for $1 million here. Trying for $1 million on this line, 317. And boy, they really do want to fill all these out to $1 million. They want them all to $1 million, folks. And by the way, look at all the shares sold to the bid, sold to the bid, sold to the bid, sold to the bid. All of them sold to the bid. The dark areas of these candlesticks, everything sold to the bid down here. Sold to the bid, 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 sold to the bid. So they've already oversold all this shit. And they're going to try to get $1 million here now, and $1 million here, $1 million here, and $1 million here, $1 million here. That's right. And look at all this sold to the bid down there today. Sold to the bid. Nice. And they're at 99. There you go. You got it. You got the $1 million. Now here. Going for $1 million here. Come on, baby. Let's get that $1 million here. Got to get that mill here at 315. And you're not going to get $1 million at 313? Are you serious? You're not going to get $1 million at 313. Don't you have to get your contract filled, to get your what do they call it? Your Bitcoin payment sent over to you? Don't you got to get $1 million at 313 to get your Bitcoin payment? Isn't that what the agreement is? Get it down and get $1 million at every single one of these. $1 million here at 313 has to be achieved now, folks. It has to be. They must get $1 million here right now. 313. There we go. We're almost there. Come on. They got a contract with somebody that said, we want to buy this damn stock at 313 today. We sold it at 506 and we want to buy it back at 313. If you get it down there, we'll send you some sweet Bitcoin. And so there they are, sitting at 313, trying to get 1 million shares there so they can get that sweet Bitcoin sent to them. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Come on, man. Get that $1 million at 313. You can do it. You can do it. You can do it. Get that $1 million at 313. Come on, baby. Got to get that mill at 313 now. Sure. Yes. Yes, Rolando. Well, come on. Let's get that $1 million here at 313 now, right now. Where they're sitting, folks. 313. What a coincidence. What a coincidence. The price would be sitting here at 313 a share. You see that, Savannah? And Savannah, listen, the number they want is 308. The number they want to buy is 308 right now. 308. 308. And they'd love nothing more than to close this stock out at 308 today. They'd love it. 308 is where they'd love to close this out today. 308. And you can see how hard they're trying to hold it there. Look. And they've only been able to get here 500 and something thousand shares at 307. And 308, they've only been able to get 378,000 shares. So there's never been really very many shares here before, and I doubt there's very many now either. It won't last long, folks. 308. It won't last long, folks. It will not last long. It isn't going to last long, folks. And even today earlier, they had virtually no shares at these prices to really sell. They had nothing in the million range. They only sold 315,000, and they only sold 268,000, and here they only sold 359,000. So nothing in the million ranges has ever been acquired around these prices. Nothing at all. And they're not going to do it now either. It's going to run right back up. And the number they want is 313 close, and they want to get 1 million shares there. They really like to close it at 308, I promise you. They'd love to close this stock at 308 today. I guarantee you. SBLX. 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 And I want to get over here and monitor this. And I bought 225 shares of USEG this morning, and I'm actually down $6.75 on that. So I'm going to trade USEG. I don't see any sense in holding it. I don't see any sense in holding USEG. Oh, God, Tyler, come on. Enter. And I've got 225 shares, and I'm down 675. A lot of shares have been bought here today at 101, 102, 103. I mean, a massive amount of shares have been bought there. So they're just holding it at $1, and they're not going to let it go. So I'm out 225. I just sold 220 at market, and I didn't lose but $2.82. $2.82. And now I'm going to sell 20 more, sell at market. And I'm out of that one. There we go, out of that one. And now we're going to get back over to SBLX. 292, huh? But I tell you what, they really have worked this thing down from $5 to $2.90. Amazing, folks. Amazing. Amazing that they could do that. Totally amazing, folks. I'm impressed. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get a buy at 288 before the market closes. So I'm trying right there for 288. And I'm not going to get it, so let's try 290. And I just filled at 290 right there, 290. And now she's going to run back up. They're going to try to close it under $3. That's the only reason they're down here at 288 now, because they have an agenda to hold it under $3 a share. So they think if they buffer it down to 288, then they can hold it under 3 when it starts to rise. That's what they're going to try to do here, folks. And they've got 30 minutes here to try to hold it. And I'm going to go 288 again. And I got 20 at 288. I'm going again. Just got 285. And I'm buying the stock SBLX. And I'm buying it here because I believe that they are going to try to merely hold it down. And they're buffering here right now to try to get a close below $3 on this stock, okay? This is how options players play the game. And I'm going to try to buy now at 284. And trying to get some 282, 283. Thank you very much. Nice, 282 I just filled. And that should be it. That's going to be the end of their rundown. They love the 82 number. They sold it at 507, and they bought it back at 282. Alexa, what is 5.07 minus 2.82?
5.07 minus 2.82 is 2.25.
So they ran this stock down, folks, $2.25 today. And they actually ran it down 224 because and there it goes. Just like I said right there. Now watch it. They know that it's going to go up to 3, but they were trying to buffer and hold it under 3. So now we're going to come in underneath it at 289 and try to buy 289. And there we go. Now we're going to try to buy 289 again. And folks, I want you to know that they're going to try to hold this under 3, but they had to run it down to 288 and 282, 83 to hold it under 3. To hold it under 3. That's their objective, is to hold this under $3 a share and close it under $3. It's going to close at $299.99. It's going to close at $299.99, folks. It's going to close at $299.99. And that's my guess anyway. They're surely not going to get 1 million shares down here. That isn't going to happen. All they could get was 328,000 here, 442,000 at 290, 408,000 at 291. So they're not going to get any millions down here. They're not. And they didn't want to get millions at each of these numbers. They just want to drive it down to here and buffer it so they can keep it under $3 at the closing hour. Okay, with the closing bell, they're going to try and hold it under $3. And interestingly enough, it's interesting to see what they're selling here. One share at 289, folks. One share again at 289. Look at the numbers they're trying to use to hold it down. One share at 289. 2 shares at 289. 4 shares now at 290 they're trying to hold it with. See that? Look at this. And now we're back over 290 because it's going to go to 299 and maybe higher. And look at the shares they're dumping. Oh, my goodness gracious. Trying to get a 288 close. Well, that ain't going to happen, folks. They've still got 26 minutes. They're just trying to hold it here so that they can buffer the close for keeping under $3. And I don't give a shit why they're doing that on a Tuesday. They should not care unless they have only got 1 day to cover. Maybe they've only got 1 day to cover. I don't know how long the shorts are before they have the days to cover are on this stock, SBLX. And I'm going to come over here now, and I want to look at Fintel, SBLX. And we're going to do it now. Fintel, SBLX. Here we go. And we're going to go to short interest. They've got here it is, 0.85 days to cover. Short interest is only 4.29% of the float. So there's really no short squeeze possibility here on this. SBLX. SBLX. And just so I can do this too, I want to check one other thing on it. I want to look here at owners, institutional owners, and see if there are any. 21 long, 21 institutions, every one of them long, no shorters, 0 short institutions, and none long and short. And over the most recent quarter, the institutional ownership of this stock has reduced by 10.03%, just so you're aware of that. SBLX. SBLX. Close down some of these windows now. SBLX. Close out that one. Got a lot of the pages open here that I don't need. One thing I wanted to let you guys know is that here, ladies and gentlemen, the U.S. money market funds, we finally saw a reduction. Look at that, folks. Money pulling out of the money market funds. There has been like $8 to $10 trillion plowed into these money markets for safety, and we finally saw them leaving the money markets and start coming back into the equities, coming back into the NASDAQ and the Dow and the S&P. Finally, folks, finally, this is what we've been waiting for, a drop in money market accumulation. We needed this, folks. I'm going to show you some other areas. If you go back and look from this date right here, April 30th, 2020, I want you to know that after that, from here until here, every stock you bought went crazy. For 8 months, the stock market went banshee wild and went up like a bandit. And this is from April 30th, 2020 until February 2021. And if you don't believe that, look over here at the NASDAQ. I'm going to show you right now. If you hold on a second, I'm going to go here to, let's just use SoFi stock, Yahoo. And then we're going to click on this. And then we're going to come up here and we're going to click on the NASDAQ. And look what happened from the 20th to the 21st. From April 20th to April 21st, all right? I want you to see this. Look at the price. And this is only 5 years back. We should, I guess, go even further. Let's go by all. And I want you to see something, folks. Look at the stock market when they pulled out and they started moving over into the equities. From the 20th to the 21st, we'll find it right here. Look right here. From the 20th, 2020, and again, look at April. Look what happened to the market after all those equities started coming back into the market. See that? I'm showing you right here from May the 20th, April 20th. Look at the rise from April 20th all the way up until January, February of 2021. Look at that rise, and you can see the exact correlation between that and the price and the money leaving money market funds on April 30th and moving back into the market. See that effect that it had? This is important for you to understand. Thank you very much. All right. Thank you, Ray Costello. LUD. I'll write it down. LUD. LUD. Thank you there. Earnings. Thank you for letting me know. Do you know if it's going to release earnings before the market or after the market closes? Oh, during the market. Okay, during the market. Okay. All right, thank you. But can you see now the effects of money that is leaving the market and going into money market funds? And then as soon as those money market funds start to finally come back into the market, man, the market just soared there, folks. And I wanted to show that to you so you could see it right there. The proof is in the pudding, folks. The proof is in the pudding. When the money was leaving the money market funds in 2020 in April, all the way up to 2021, look at the market rise. Folks, the daggum thing went from 8,000 to 15,000 points during that period when the money was coming out of the money markets and back into the market, folks. And look at it now launching as the money comes back out of the money market funds and into the market right now. Folks, I'm telling you, could be critical. If we can continue to see this happen, it would be very good for money to come out of these money market funds and come back into liquidity and into the market, folks. We need to see this continue to drop. If it keeps dropping and dropping and dropping and dropping like it did right from here until there, folks, we're going to see a really incredible surge in the stock market when that happens, okay? We need money market to come out of there. The money market fund relies on data collected by the Securities Exchange Commission. In June 2024, the SEC implemented changes to the data collected from participants from adopted amendments in 2023. As a result of those changes, we no longer make a distinction between government fee and government no fee funds. Starting in April 2016, funds are displayed in 6 categories to reflect changes in SEC regulations. And I just want you to know that there has been since 2016, there has been a huge move to move money over into money market funds. And especially during COVID times, folks, 2022, there was money moving into the money market funds. And they've been moving in. And anytime there's a pullback, the market rebounds. And right now, folks, there's finally starting to see a pullback right there. So we'll see if it continues and money continues to leave money market funds. We need it to. We got to get all this money out of here. It's all stored away. It's just waiting to be unleashed onto the market, folks. Just so you're aware of it, okay? I'm just showing you, I provide, you decide. I provide, you decide. And now we're looking here at SBLX. And ladies and gentlemen, I just was buying this thing at 288 and 288 and 289. I now have and it's back over $3. What? And they're not even going to close it at 308. And they're not going to close it at 313. Oh my gosh, they can't even get 313. And ladies and gentlemen, at 315, they got to get $1 million. And at 317, they got to get $1 million. And then this thing's going to bolt all the way up to 323 where they're trying to get $1 million. I can't believe that. What did I tell you? I told you the only reason they just drove it down to 288 and 287 and 282 where I just bought it was because I told you they were trying to close it under $3. They knew there was going to be a run coming and they tried to close it under $3. And look at it, 313 is all they're going to be able to settle for. Man, these are weak fund managers. They should be keeping this under, they should keep it under 3. They should have held it under $3. I want to look at something else now on SBLX right now. SBLX. What did this price close at yesterday? Previous close, 251. 251. No wonder they were so adamantly trying to close it under 3. And look at it just respond so well at 288 and 282, 280, where we just bought it. From 924 to 705 DCA AGPU. All right. Keep day trading it, man. Keep selling those highs on it and keep buying the lows on it each day, and you'll end up green on it. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this SBLX, They are going to try to close it out, ladies and gentlemen, at $3.13 a share. I guarantee it. They are going to try to close it out at $3.08 or $3.13 a share. I promise you. That is what they're going to do. And it won't matter even if they do that. The market makers can hold it there. It won't freaking matter. It's just going to go right on up in the after hours. And tomorrow, this thing could open up again at $5 a share and go up even higher. SBLX. And someone told me earlier what the news was on this stock that I wasn't aware of, why it was even going up. I had looked for news earlier, couldn't find any news and why it had gone up so much. But then someone told me a little bit ago, John Connor came in and explained why it was up so much. And the reason that this stock was going up so much, John Connor said, was, I'm still trying to find out where he said it. It was quite a while ago now that he said this. I believe his name is John Connor. Alexander Cohen. Nope. It was not Alexander. It was John Connor who said it. I'm pretty sure his name was John Connor. John Connor. Man, I do not see it now. SOAR. I'm going to write that down too. That was called out. SOAR was called out by the Crazy Monkey. The Crazy Monkey. All right. Yep. And where's AGPU at right now? Let's go take a look at it. AGPU. $625. You know what? And I've sold all but 27 shares, and I am so glad that I was able to get my DCA down to 604. My dollar cost average, 604. And I'm actually green on it now after I was down $2,900. I was down $2,900 on this, and I'm actually now green on it. Oh my gosh, crazy, folks. Went from 2,900 down to green. Barely green, but green is better than red, folks. I can promise you that. Green is better than red. And now we're going to go back over here to look at SBLX. SBLX. And I told you they were going to try to close it out at 308, and look at them trying to hold 308, and they can't do it. They can't do it. They've never been able to do it, and they're not going to do it now. They've only had 430,000 shares there at 308, folks, and we just went over that. And now she's running, and she could run very strongly here in this last 10 minutes. Watch it, folks. Watch it go back up over all these numbers in the next 10 minutes. Watch. Because they've already got almost 1 million here, and 1 million here, and 1 million, 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 1 million, 1 million, 1 million, 1 million. They've already oversold it, folks. And here she goes. Watch it blow, folks. And they're going to try to get 1 million at 310 and 1 million at 311, 312. They're going to try to get 1 million at 311, 312, and 313. And they're almost at 1 million at all of them right now. They're going to get it, though. They're going to get 1 million at 311, 312, and 313. That is their objective, is to get 1 million at each of these numbers. That is what they're trying to do right now. And I told you they were going to try to close it at $3. Well, they sure failed there. That was a big fail. And they're not even going to get the 1 million at these. And watch it run, folks. I'm telling you. Watch it. Watch it run. Watch it run past all these. They've already got 1 million. This is the only one they need 1 million at now, 315. They're going to throw the towel in. They don't even care about 1 million here at all. They're not even trying for that anymore. They've thrown in the towel, folks. $9.99 they got. $9.99. I guess that's good enough. I guess that's good enough. $9.99 at $3.13. Are you kidding me? Get that friggin' million and let's move on. Get that friggin' million there. There you go. 313 and let's go. Now you're showing some respect, Shorty, getting a 313, a million. Now you're showing your balls. Now let's get a million here and a million here. Come on. Let's get a million here. Let's get a million here at this price, 315, and then get a million at 317. Okay, let's go. Get on up here and get it. You're not going to get a 308 close. You've only got 400,000 down here. You're not going to freaking get that. Give it up. Give it up, Shorty. It ain't going to happen. Ain't going to happen. I see you trying with your big old sell order of 2,000 there. Oh, where did 2,000 sell order go? Where did the 2,000 go? Where'd it go? It wasn't there in the first place. It was never there. It was never there. And they're not going to hold 308. There's 751 to buy. There's only 101 to sell. Oh, my goodness gracious. They're not going to get it, man. They're not going to get 308. They want it, not going to get it. They're going to get a million here, a million here, a million there will be where we'll be at before the close, 315. Watch it rise, folks. And look at them put in a KY at 308.03. What in the heck is that? 308.03 KY me, baby. Give me the KY. Pass out the KY at 308.03. My goodness gracious. What a manipulation of this stock today. Man, the money market makers trying to get here a close at 313. They've got to get a million here. They've got to. Oh, they did. They finally got a million at 313. Goodness gracious, that's respectful. Boy, you guys really did show us today how you could handle it, everything. You really did, man. You showed everybody. Now let's see if you can get a million here at the 311 and 312. Let's see if you can get a million at both those numbers too. Boy, you sure showed everybody what you're made of, though. Man, you really did. You dominated. Boy, you're powerful. You're big and powerful, and you're Hulk-like. VX Solo, you holding overnight, Cat? Unfortunately, I'm not in a position to do that because I'm on paper money here, and they do not allow you to trade in after hours. I sure as crap wish they would. I sure wish they would, because if they would let me trade this in after hours, I'll probably be selling it at $5 in the after hours. Who knows how high it'll go? Who knows how high it'll go, folks, after the market makers get out of it? There's no way to know how high it's going to go once the market makers get their hands out of it. But I already told you they were going to try to close this out at $3 or $3.08 or $3.13 today. One of those three numbers is what the market makers have their eyes on. $3, $3.08, or $3.13. They want one of those numbers. Ultra Surfer Joe Gamongo, hello. Welcome. SBLX. John, are you still here? John Connor? Oh my, here we go, folks. And they're not going to get the million at 312. Oh no. And there it goes, blowing over 313 to 314. Are you serious? You're not going to get the million at 312 first? Come on, show some balls and get 312 a million. You're only freaking 12,000 shares away. There you go, 990 now, 10,000 away. Come on, you got to get that. 312's got to get a million here. Come on, show some balls, shorty. You got 10,000 shares to go. Come on, 312. We believe in you. We believe you can do it. Get that million there at 312. You're 10,000 away now at 312. Come on, get that million. There you go. Get it. 312, get that million there. Show some respect. Show some respect for the cat and get a million at 312. Get that, you know it's coming. 9,000 shares more at 312. You got to do it, man. Don't let the eager buyers push it up. You got to get the million. You're at 994. Oh, they didn't get it. Oh my gosh, they did not get a million. They're 4,000 shares shy. Oh my gosh, please get a million here. You're 3,000 away now. You got to get a million at 312, shorty. Come on, man. You got to. 997 now. They're 2,224 shares away. Come on, get that 312 million. You can do it. Get that 312 million right there. Make yourselves proud of yourselves. Don't be a disgrace and not hit a million at 312. Don't be a disgrace. We have now 3 minutes left until the market bell is going to ring. I want to have some cash to buy tomorrow if they drop it down. I'm going to let them buy from me at 312 so they can reach that million there. I'm going to let them buy from me at 312 so they can reach that million. We now have 2 minutes left until the bell rings, the closing bell. And I'm going to let them buy from me at 312, ladies and gentlemen. Here you go. Come on up and get your shares from me at 312. That's right. Now we're at 310, and we're going to go to 312 because they got to get a million there. And they're very close to it now. They're almost there. They've almost got it, folks. And I already told you they were going to try to close this stock out today at either $3, $3.08, or $3.13. And I'm trying to help them by letting them buy 60 shares from me at 312. And here it comes now. And since I'm so sure they're going to try to close it at 313, I'm going to sell them 60 at 313 as well. And we now have 1 minute left until the bell rings, folks. And they're going to try their best, I guess, to close this out at 313 a share. Look at them trying even for 308 again. 308 and a half. 309 and a half. 310 now. They're running out of time, folks. And dadgummit, man, you cheap ass, you can't even get a 308 close. And look at that now, 309, 307 and a half, 309, 309. 309, 307, 309. And ladies and gentlemen, now let's watch how fast and how quickly it will rise. And the bid is 307. The ask is 308. I told you they were going to try to close this out at 308 today. I told you so. And I was right. And unfortunately, it closed at 310. Weak. Very weak. I can't believe that you did not get a 308 sell close. Well, if they can't get it in the regular session, they'll try it with onesie twosie shares in the after hours. They'll get it down to $3 and onesie twosie it down to $3 in the after hours. Onesie twosies. Yep. And off she goes, folks. They just got a few orders to fill at $2.99, and now it's back up to $3 and going over $3. And this is SBLX. We're going to look at it on the chart. We're going to look at it on the one-day chart right now, SBLX. And my question is, and my point is, do you see now why they tried so hard to run it down here to $2.75 a share at 3 o'clock? because they knew that he needed to hold this under $3 and they would have to take it down to 275 and buffer there. They'd have to buffer this to keep it under $3, and they couldn't keep it under 3. They couldn't keep it under 3. It closed at 310. But that was their effort. Their effort was to close this thing under $3 today, or at $3. That was what they were trying to do, folks. And that is why they drove it down so far, all the way down to right there, because they knew they needed to hold it under $3, and they couldn't do it. I mean, sure looks pretty weak to me when they couldn't make that happen. I calls it as I sees them, folks. And right now, I wonder why they're even making an effort to take it down to 294 or 295 here. Why would they even care about that now? Why would they give a shit about that? The low over here, ladies and gentlemen, was 275. Why would they give a crap about buying some at 292 or 293 in the after hour when they already had it down to 275? Do you think anybody's scared here? I don't think anybody's scared here. They would have sold at 275 if they were scared earlier, folks. They would have sold here at 275. There's nobody scared here. There's nobody scared here in the after hours. Just people trying to get a dog trying to get a bone. 294 is where they are bid, 295 ask. And I really can't wait to see how high this goes in the after hours. And you guys, I want you to know something. If you go, I want you to know something. Are you holding overnight, Cat? Well, I decided to go ahead and sell a few shares so I can have some cash tomorrow to buy with in the morning. But I only sold, looks like I sold 120 shares, and I'm still holding a lot. And I'm holding, as a matter of fact, I'm holding 1,005 shares of this now. And I see the bid is supposedly 292 and the ask is 294. But folks, there is 3,000 trying to buy this, and there's only 200 wanting to sell it. And now they've risen it up to 295, and there's a lot more buyers than there are sellers here at 297, 298. Supply versus demand. And at this stage of the game, I'm holding 1,005 shares of this stock. 1,005 shares I'm holding. And I can hold here because I'm not worried about it. You know, the other day you guys saw me down 2,900 on that stock, AGPU, and you saw me go green on it today. So I'm certainly not afraid of this one either, especially after the news that came out that's going to rocket it even higher. It's big news. John, are you still here? John Connor, are you still here? Because this sucker's breaking over 3 right now. Crispy 1980, I hear you. Well, it doesn't matter to me. I don't have any more AGPU. I'm only holding 25 shares. I went green on it today and I sold it. I sold every share but 25. So I don't really. But I would like to see it go much higher for the benefit of all those that still are, their dollar cost average is higher. But I know that they've been lowering their dollar cost average, and hopefully it will go higher. And now I see, unfortunately, those market makers that tried so hard just now to take this SBLX under $3, that's a fail. It is now at $299 ask, $297 bid. And again, they just had it down in the low 290s. I don't know why they'd even make the effort to. I don't know why they'd even try. I don't even know why they'd even try. And with the close at $310 a share, who gives a crap if they get it down to $297 in the after hours? No one's scared. It was already at $275 an hour before the market closed. So no one's going to be scared at $296, that's for sure. As a matter of fact, I think there's just a bunch of buyers here trying to buy it before it goes back up over 5. Low volume after hour leeching it down slowly and surely. And now it's gone back to 3. And the bid is 297 and the ask is 299. And now the bid is 298 and the ask is 299. And up we go, folks, right on up. And I can't wait to see this happen. Going to be fantastic. Watch it keep rising here in the after hours. The stock is still up 23% today. Still up 23%. And it was up like 60% when we sold it this morning, when it was at 50, when it was at 498, 499, and 5, and 501, 502, 503. When I sold it there, I was up about $495 when I sold it there. And I sold every single share. So I had sold it all there, and now we're going to go back over 3. And God bless these money market makers paying these people after hours to hold the price down. And I would like to congratulate every one of you who today on this survey, it says, did you buy SBLX with me this morning in the 370s and 380s and then sell it when it broke over $5? 14% of my viewers said yes. So I want to congratulate you, those of you that were smart enough to do that. And then hopefully you started buying in again when it dropped down below $3. And even now in the after hours, the bid is $296. The ask is $297. It won't be there long. John Connor, are you still here? Hello, JP Panic. Hello there, my friend. Nice to see you. Well, goodness gracious, what an effort they made to close this SBLX under $3. And there was just too much dang demand for it, folks. Drove it right back up over $3 and then took it all the way up to a close of $3.10. I can't believe that they didn't close this doggone thing at $3.08 or $3 a share. I can't believe they couldn't do that. But they didn't have the power to hold it down. There was just too much demand for it. Even though they had driven it down to $275 a half hour before the market closed, it just couldn't be held there. Too much demand for it at $275 and $280 and $288. They would have loved to have closed this out at $288. I promise you they would. But they were trying even harder to close it out under $3. And guess what? They're going to be in the money tomorrow, and they're going to have to buy this thing. So they're either going to buy it tonight or they're going to buy it in the morning. They're going to be in the money. They're going to be over $3 a share, and they're going to have to buy. They got to cover, folks, tomorrow in the morning. That's my belief, and I could be wrong, but I don't think so. And now I see the bid $294 and the ask $295. And this is in the after hours, folks. And I wonder, does anyone think that that anyone is scared here at the price of $291 when the price was already at $275 just an hour ago? Is anybody really scared? And no one's going to be scared and sell here, are they? No. No one's selling here. If they were scared, they would have already sold at $275 a half hour before the market closed. So nobody's scared. Nobody's afraid. And the manipulators are using, as usual, one share at a time. One share again on this, folks. They're using one share to get a 288 buy. One share. As soon as they got that 288 buy, the price jumped right back up to 292. As soon as they got the one share buy at 288. You see it? Down here, 288. Look at it. It's one share, folks. One share at 287. And now it's back to 290, 291. And folks, they're buying 1,000 shares at 290 and then just 1,500 more at 291. So there's buyers here. No one's afraid. As I said, no one's afraid. No one's afraid here. No one's afraid to buy here. And who's getting paid to sell one share at 287? Who's getting paid to do that? Who's getting paid to sell all these shares at 287? And now the price is back up to 294. I wonder who got paid to sell shares, to sell 300, 500, 670 shares at 287. Who got paid to do that when they could have sold them at 294? Right? Hello? Who's getting paid to sell 200 and 200 and 100 and 300 and 200 at 293? Who's getting paid to do that? And then 2 shares pushes it to 294. Wow, folks. Look at these dumbasses dumping hundreds and hundreds of shares at 293 and then 2 shares and it's at 294. And then they try to hold it with 293.99 with 1 share, 200, and now we're over 294. Oh my gosh, 296. Here we go, folks. The game over. There'll be no more shares given out, I'm presuming, at 291 a share, or any more 1 share orders at 287.99. No. Nope, there will be no more 1 share orders at 287, I have a feeling. Look at it now. 295 a share, and they're buying 1,598 at 295. So who's sold right here 200 shares at 293? Who's sold 1,000 shares at 290? You must feel like an idiot right now. I mean, you must feel like an absolute idiot to have just sold here 332 shares at 287. What a moron. 332 shares at 287, another 200 at 287, 100. Who's the dumbasses? Look at the price now. It's up to 294, folks. They're getting paid to sell at those numbers. Oh, okay, I get it. I wonder who's paying them. I wonder who's paying them to sell those shares there. Somebody is. Somebody's paying them, folks. I can only guess that they would be getting paid to sell 288. I can only guess that. To sell 500 shares at 288 when they could have just sold those 500 at 296. So who's getting paid to dump out 500 shares at 288 now, at 284? Who's getting paid to dump those out when they could have just sold them at $2.94 and $2.95 and $2.96? Who's getting incentivized to sell the shares now at $2.81? Who's getting the money to do that? Because it makes no logical sense to see people that just sold at 296, 296, 296, selling shares there, and they know that the shares can be sold at 296, but they go, let's see if we can sell them at 280 something instead. I mean, just think about the logic of that. Who just sold at 281 when all the shares were just unloading at 296? And these are big amounts, 799, 729. Why would they sell there when they just saw the share prices was at $2.96, 288, 293, 294, 296? Who decides I'm not going to sell 296? I'd rather sell it when it's at 281 or 284. Who decides that? Think about that, folks. Just think about that. Who decides to sell their shares and sell large quantities of shares at 280 a share, 100, 150? Who decides to sell all those shares there when they could have just sold them, like I said, up here at $2.94 and 95, 296? Who decides to then sell their hundreds of shares instead of 296? Wait until it falls to 280 and then sell them there. Who does that? Who does it, folks? Oh, now back up to 286, 500 shares. You must feel like an absolute idiot having just sold your shares at 280. 1,000 shares at 280, folks. And another 1,000 at 280. Who does that? Who does that? And now the price is at 286, 287. Who would be stupid enough? And if you knew you could sell up here at the 290s. This is in the after hours just now. If you knew you could have unloaded 150 at 296 and 137 at 296 and 75 at 296, and you could have sold those quantities there, what makes you decide to sell them in the 1,000 share orders at 280? Who? How? Why? And now the price is back up to 283, 284, 285, and it's going to keep rising. One share at 283. One. Who sells 1,000 shares now at 283? Who decides to sell 1,000 at 283 when they could have just sold them at 285 or 287 or $2.90? Why? Why would they do that? Think about it, folks. Why would you sell 1,000 at 280 and 1,000 at 280 and another 1,000 at 280 when just moments before the price was selling at 294, 295, 296? See, this is the kind of thing I ask you to think about logically. Does it make logical sense when they could have sold at 296? They could have sold all those shares there, but they wait until the price falls down to 280 to sell thousands of shares at a time. It makes no logical sense, folks, to be selling thousands of shares here and here when you could have just sold them in the 290s, does it? And this is going to go back up in the 290s in a little bit, folks. You'll see. One share again at 280, folks. One share at 280. Two shares at 279. By the way, before the market closed at 3:30, the price was $275 a share. And that's why somebody just bought 1,600 at 278. They know that, probably. They probably know that. That's why they bought 1,600 at 278. Well, this stock is SBLX, folks. The low that it reached about an hour ago was 275. I see the after-hour market makers have now achieved that number, and they're selling one share there. One share, 4 shares, 5 shares. And then it goes up, and then goes up more. And somebody just bought 3,000 shares at 277.87. 277.87. 3,000 shares purchased. 277.93. 1. 278 now. Watch out. 280, 281. Look at the buyers coming in now at 280 and 81. Look at those buyers coming in. 288, 19 shares at 288. What happened to the 200 at 281, the 400 at 282? Why would you see 425 at 287? Oh my gosh, one share. Look at this, 53 sold at 281 and one share gets 286. Oh my gosh. They sold 400. Oh my gosh. Hilarious. Well, this stock's doing fine, folks. When they run it down to 277 and 77, and they're stupid enough to sell 500 shares there and 200 there, and then the price jumps right back up to 284, they're morons, and they're paid morons, folks, to do it. They're being paid to sell those shares. That's what I think. I could be wrong, but somebody paid them, and somebody else bought them there at 280. All right. Now we're at 287 again and rising. All right, everybody, listen. I wish I could stick around with you through all this, but I'm not going to. Duck Boy and his brother Goose Boy are working for them selling. There was this kid who was in an impoverished family, and they didn't have any food left in the pantries. And they had a family duck that they'd been keeping for as long as they could, and the duck was laying these wonderful eggs that they were able to have for breakfast every once in a while. And but things got so bad that the kid's mother told the kid, and he was only about 17, 18. She said, "Why don't you take the duck down to the market and sell it, and then buy us a bunch of bread and flour and grain, and we'll make our own bread, and we need you to sell the duck." So the kid heads down towards the farmer's market, but on the way he has to go past the red light district. And as he's going through the red light district, they're whistling at him, "Hey boy, hey, come on up, we can show you a good time." And he doesn't know what the heck's going on. He's like, what kind of good time? They said, "Well, come on up and we'll show you." So they pull him up in there, and he goes inside, and the lady that's running the house, she says, "Take your pick. You can have any of these women you want, and we'll let you do it with any of these women that you want, and all we'll take for payment." And he goes, "Well, I don't have any payment. I don't have any money." She goes, "Well, that duck looks pretty good." So he says, "What?" And she goes, "Yeah, go on back with whatever girl you want. Pick her out and take her back there and have a good time." So sure enough, he thinks that's a pretty good deal. He's never had any fun like that before. So he hands the duck over to the ladies that's in charge. And she gets back in there with he picks out the cutest foxy girl there and takes her back in the room. And she shows him the ropes. And but she had no idea that when she got those drawers down, he was hung like a horse. And she said, "Oh my goodness," and had herself a good time. She's having so much fun in there, and they're making so much noise that some of the other girls were like, "Oh my gosh." And she's like, "Oh man, this is so huge. And oh, I've never had anything this big." And oh, all the other girls are listening. So then the lady who's in charge, when the boy comes out with his hair all flustered up and everything, she says, "Man, I have to tell you, would you like to go another round? Because I'll give you the duck back if you want to." And he goes, "What?" And she goes, "Yeah, I'll let you have the duck back if I can have a round." So she hands the duck back. Well, she hands it to another girl, and they go back in the room, and another wild and crazy time for the poor kid. So then he heads back up to the lobby area afterwards, and all the others are still wanting time with him, but he's now exhausted. He can't do it. He takes his duck and puts it under his arm, and he heads out the door with his duck. And he gets out the door, and he's making his way down to the sidewalk, and all of a sudden this big truck, a couple of trucks are arriving from the left, and he doesn't see them, but there they are. And it's one of them's a bus even. And the first truck goes by and scares the duck out of his arms, and the duck flaps out into the road and lands in the road. And then here comes the bus, runs over the duck, kills the duck. Well, the bus driver feels horrible. It pulls the, brakes, put on the brakes and pulls over, climbs out, and sure enough, the kid's duck is dead. And he says, "Oh my gosh, I feel so horrible." And the kid says, "Yeah, this was like how we were going to make our food for the next week, is we're going to sell this duck at the market, and you just killed it. And now I got no way to sell the duck, and I'm not going to make any money off the duck when I sell it." And the guy says, "Well, I'll tell you what, I feel horrible about that. I'm going to give you $15. So in the end, what ended up happening is the little kid got, and believe it or not, I'm going to say this, he got a duck. That's right. He got a fuck for a duck, and he got a duck for a fuck, and he got $15 for a fuck up duck. And there you go, folks. That's your joke of the day that I learned when I was probably 13 years old. And Duck Boy and his brother Goose are working for them selling. And a little shop of stuff enjoyed that. And Mike Larson, yes, he got a fuck for a duck and a duck for a fuck, and he got $15 for a fuck up duck. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Enjoy. And major cross on SBLX, no doubt. But I'd have to sit on it and likely to hit since it's on the backside. I hear you. And by the way, I'm seeing some orders now selling at 292 and 290s. And I just wondered who in their right mind would have sold thousands of shares down at 280. Who in the world would have sold down here when the price was at 280? Who in their right mind would have sold at 276 just a moment ago, 150 shares or 500 shares at 277? Who in their correct state of mind would do that? Who would do that when the price is now up to $2.92 and 91 cents? You see that? Who would sell down in the 270s? And whoever did must feel like an absolute idiot right now. And or they were paid to do it. They were just paid to sell there. Paid to sell. Look at it rising now. And they just sold 1,600 at 293. Why didn't you sell that 2,000 at 293? Why didn't you sell the 1,000 and 500s at 293? Why would you sell them at 275 and 276 in the after hours? Ducking great, LOL. Did you watch the Platform movie? No, but I'm going to get a chance to watch it tonight, but because my wife has gone over to be with the grandchildren, so I'm going to watch it tonight. Platform. Let me write that down right now and take it upstairs with me. Thank you for reminding me. Platform movie, and I need to take that upstairs with me now. Platform movie. All right, thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now for some crazy ass reason, people are paying over $290 again for this stock in the after hours. Even though there's relentless sellers that are still trying to sell shares here, I wonder, did they have a share tree that they just keep plucking off shares off of just over and over and over? And by the way, on this SBLX, let's just look at something quickly. How many shares do they have outstanding? $1,046,000? 460,000. The float is 1,037,370,000. Are you kidding me? Share short is only 58,000. Ladies and gentlemen, there's only 1,046,000 shares of this stock. How many shares were traded today? 91 million? 91 million? 91 million shares traded. There's only 1.4 million shares outstanding. It traded hands 65 or 70 times. Sure it did. Sure it did. Hey, SEC, do you ever think anything might be kind of funky about a stock that only has 4 million shares? 1,400,000 shares, trades 91 million. SEC, do you think you might want to figure out how that happened? How in the world could a stock that only has 1.4 million shares outstanding trade 91 million shares today? And unless the same shares were sold to the same entity over and 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 over. The same shares, the same million shares, sold short here, sold short there, sold short here, sold short, sold short, sold short, selling in a circle over and over and over. There's less available now with you, Cat. Yep. Cat, it'll be available at the right price, though. Yep. My goodness. Very interesting. SBLX has only 1.4 million shares outstanding and trades 91 million shares today. SEC, I'm asking you, have a look at this. That seems very improbable, okay? That a stock that only has 1.4 million shares outstanding could trade 91 million shares today. And does not this look the same thing as AGPU? It does stink, folks. It stinks to high heavens. It smells very fishy to me. It smells very, very, very fishy to me that a stock that only has 1.4 million could trade 91 million shares. I call it as I see it, folks. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I believe it was manipulated, and I believe it was manipulated the same way AGPU was, and I'm going to call it as I see it, folks. And I can't wait to see how high this thing goes up after these little 1 and 2 share sellers are done in the after hours today. And I certainly don't believe anybody at all is really genuinely scared into selling now at $283 a share. I don't believe that. I don't believe that at all. And I'll be letting you know on my Telegram if this thing goes back up over 3 and gets up into the 4s and maybe into the high 4s, because it could happen. It could still happen, folks. Even here in the late afternoon, it could happen. They could get all their shares sold off that they borrowed and then have to cover those shares and buy them all back up. And the price could just rocket, folks. And it may or may not do that. I have no guarantees. But I want to tell you, very suspicious. Makes me wonder why people were selling 1,000 shares at 275 and 500 there and 300 there and 500 and 1,000, and then it went up to 290 again. Why? And how does that happen? And then they drive it back down to 275 again now. 10% down here in the after hours. Well, me, if I were you, I think that might be a good place to pick up just a few shares. All right, 275. And now it jumps from 275 right to 281. I mean, that thing hit 275 and immediately hit 281. So there's buyers that are watching this shit, and they're buying it when it's on that 7.5. And they came in heavy there, because for a stock price to jump from 275 to 281, they're buying it, folks. All right, let me get out of here. We'll see you guys tomorrow morning. I'll be here at 6:48 a.m., okay? Catfish Tyler's going to call it a night. I had a great night tonight. I hope you guys did too. I hope you had a good time. 280 now on the price. Well, everybody, have a great night. God bless each and every one of you. I hope that you have great, great success in all your financial endeavors. I hope that you are in the best of health that you can be in, because that's the most important. And last but not least, I hope that you are surrounded with love, because you deserve it, each and every one of you. God bless you. Now, 2 days from now, on the 30th, I'm going to have to kick out of here early, because I'm going to the dentist, and we're going to get an analysis done on my tooth that I knocked out, and we're going to try and get ourselves a resolve. And so wish me luck. I'm just letting you know that on the 30th, so on Thursday, I'm going to have to cut off early. I don't know what time, but I'm going to be done early on Thursday so I can go and get me another tooth, or at least get the plan outlined for getting another tooth put in. And shit happens, folks. This microphone right here cost me big. All right, you guys, have a great night, everyone. Yep, every one of you have a great night. Port Bear, your shirt, I'm still waiting on the autograph pin to come in so I can get it signed fully. And so that's why I haven't sent out your shirt. But the other shirt was sent out today to Pitt. All right, so you got your shirt, okay, in the mail today. I believe my wife mailed it today. And so thank you very much, everyone. Have a great night, everyone. We'll see you tomorrow starting at, like I said, 6:48 a.m. God bless you all, and I hope you're surrounded with love. Catfish Tyler, over and out. And thank you for all the hearts on the screen. I appreciate that. Thank you very, very much. Yep, Chuck Nebergal, have a great one. And I tell you what, Ducker, if you're still around, thanks for reminding me of the joke I could tell everyone. And I'm sorry you got hit by a bus. We'll call y'all have a good one now. All right, bye-bye. Catfish Tyler, over and out.